Second to the Qi Si clone's luck was Wu Shuai's luck. His luck had weakened by a lot. Dragon Palace was destroyed and could not be constructed within a short period of time. The 4 dragon generals were dead, and even Di Zongshang was suppressed in Heavenly Court. Wu Shuai's luck still had the flying dragon's form. This was closely related with his Dragon Man identity. When observed carefully, Wu Shuai's dragon luck seemed to be formed from ants. The countless ants gathered to form an ant dragon luck. Besides handling the variant human alliances affairs as my representative, Wu Shuai is researching enslavement path methods to increase his battle strength. This is why there is the ant dragon luck. Fang Yuan observed his time path clone's luck. The time path clone's luck was still in the shape of a miniature river of time. But compared to before, it was much more vast and the water was flowing rapidly. Zhan Budu's eagle luck had not changed much. But Li Xiaobai's luck had a huge change in appearance. His luck had been a blooming flower with thin layers of nectar in its pistil, which signified how Li Xiaobai's cultivation would improve back then. But now, his luck's appearance had changed into a white wall. There were 3 poems on the wall with different lengths. When read carefully, it was clear they were the 3 masterpiece poems that Li Xiaobai had created. Every letter of the poem was pitch black, which was even more conspicuous on the white wall. Moreover, countless dark, inky characters were flying around the white wall, about to fly into the wall. This is his poem Wall Luck, Fang Yuan realized in his mind. After Li Xiaobai obtained the book house inheritance, he progressed rapidly, walking on the path of becoming renowned in the world. Not only did he change his vital goo, he also roamed the world to collect poems, and formed 3 killer moves with the poems he created, copied and stole. These 3 information path killer moves made him the #1 Goo master in profound literature Grotto Heaven, and also the Goo immortal seed who was looked upon favorably by countless people. There were even discussions saying he was a talent that was hard to come by in several hundred years. Li Xiaobai's outstanding achievements naturally attracted old Immortal Hua Yu's attention. There were all kinds of indications that old Immortal Hua Yu had decided to nurture Li Xiaobai with all his strength. The Qi Si clone and Fang Yuan's main body were aware of Li Xiaobai's recent condition, but they did not interfere and only watched from the side. Back when Fang Yuan had created Li Xiaobai, it was to scheme for profound literature Grotto Heaven's information path inheritance to fill the deficiency in his information path aspect. However, because profound literature Grotto Heaven was an information path Grotto Heaven with extremely strict monitoring, Fang Yuan could not give too much support and Li Xiaobai had to move ahead by himself. The result was that only after Fang Yuan had gone through the Fate War, the Pursuit Battle killed Spectral Soul, and resolved the issue of Heaven Path Dao marks did Li Xiaobai finally show some advancement and progress. Moreover, profound literature Grotto Heaven was also in the Righteous Qi Alliance. Most of the contents of its information path true inheritance could be obtained through the internal exchange between Righteous Qi Alliance members. This was life. Sometimes, plans could not keep up with changes. Sometimes, changes could not catch up to plans. Like this, the chess piece Li Xiaobai had a new arrangement. So, Fang Yuan was going to let him develop naturally. Last was the Pure Dream clone's luck. The Pure Dream clone was still at rank 5 level. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body would attract dream path calamities and tribulations when undergoing immortal ascension. Even the current Fang Yuan did not have confidence to deal with it. But the Pure Dream clone's luck had also changed. His luck was like a drifting pink fog that fluctuated constantly. But this lump of pink fog had condensed now, becoming a sandbox. The sandbox was still pink in color. It was very small, but yellow sand entered it continuously, turning into pink sand that strengthened the sandbox. Sandbox luck. What is this trying to say? Even Fang Yuan was puzzled. After activating wisdom path methods, Fang Yuan's eyes shone sharply as he made some guesses, but they had to be confirmed. Fang Yuan counted. Unknowingly, he had already created 8 clones. Creating these clones was one of the gains Fang Yuan had from studying Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul relied on clones to create Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan's clones also gave him huge help. Among the 8 clones, only Fang Dichong was sacrificed. Huh? Wait. This is... Fang Yuan suddenly discovered a piece of luck. This piece of luck was vague, almost transparent, and gave an extremely weak feeling. Fong Yuan had almost missed it, but after carefully observing it, he showed pleasant surprise. This is Fong Dichang's luck? He is still alive. During the Fate War, Fong Yuan was schemed by Genesis Lotus, not only losing Divine Bean Palace but also Fong Dichang. Such a long time had passed. Divine Bean Palace had already combined with Emperor City to form Divine Emperor City, becoming the #1 immortal goo house in the world. Fong Yuan thought Fong Dichang was already done for, but he had never expected to gain some clues from this round of luck inspection. How did I not discover it before? I see. Cooking luck pot has just advanced to rank 8. My luck inspection method is many times more powerful than before. Also, it is clear that Fong Dichang made some progress in this recent period of time. Combining both of these causes, my connection with him was strengthened by a lot, and I am able to see his luck now. Although Divine Emperor City possessed painting worlds, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who had left behind the killer move contented lifestyle, was active before Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Because of this, Divine Emperor City was rather weak in the aspect of luck path. Discovering Fong Dichang was alive and strengthening himself, this was a pleasant surprise. But Fong Yuan did not change his plan. He had no plans to attack Divine Emperor City in the short term. Divine Emperor City was not a goo immortal, its methods were fixed and hard to change, it was not a problem to let it be. And Fong Yuan was a pseudo-venerable who had finally gotten the opportunity to rest and recuperate safely. It was a splendid time for him to focus on cultivating. For Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was constructed and most of the grotto heavens had yet to be devoured. Fong Yuan's strength would soar without stopping now. Why would he take the risk during this precious period of time to fight Divine Emperor City? After inspecting his and the clone's luck, Fong Yuan understood a lot. Cooking luck pot could allow Fong Yuan's main body to greatly increase his clone's luck, but Fong Yuan did not do so. On one hand, the situation of both the main body and the clones was much better. After getting through the previous predicament, their luck was spontaneously rising. It was the so-called, when misfortune reaches the limit, good fortune starts to rise. So there was no necessity. On the other hand, what this consumed was not immortal essence, but the luck of Fong Yuan's main body. After all, it increased the clone's luck by using the luck inside the pot. I should refine wood path immortal goo now. Fong Yuan once again invested in his goo refinement project. As for why he chose wood path, the reason was simple. Fong Yuan had gathered a lot of wood path immortal materials and they were enough for refinement. The variant human alliances Xiao He Jian and Green Forest Great Sage were rank 8 Miniman goo immortals. Their grotto heavens were wood path grotto heavens which provided enough wood path immortal materials. Let's first raise Immortal Goo Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus to rank 8. Divine Emperor City Painting World. In the newly added Growling Beast Painting World, a camp was being constructed rapidly. The camp's location was selected after careful thought. It was in a strategically located area and there was a stream flowing near it. Zhao Shuyi was standing on a boulder and commanded the 100 craftsmen in constructing the camp. Although Craftsman Gu has weak battle strength, it has broad usage. Fairy Bai Xia was standing beside Zhao Shuyi and praised as she looked at the busy work site. Zhao Shuye's head immediately lifted as he said proudly, "It is our Fairy Bai Xia who has good foresight. Craftsman Gu's prospects are much higher than Thief Gu, Soldier Gu, and Officer Gu. Besides processing immortal materials and constructing Gu houses, it can also refine Gu." Fairy Bai Xia nodded. "Yes, if not for your Craftsman Gu, how could we have constructed 10 camps and explored deeper into the Growling Beast painting world? But how can you control so many craftsmen alone? This is an enormous burden to the mind. Did you use Organization Gu?" Organization Gu was a type of human path Gu worm which allowed human Gu to form a group. Fong Dichang's sect token Gu was also of this type. Zhao Shuyi laughed heartily and did not hide it. "Right? I used Labor Union token Gu and constructed a labor union. I am carrying Union Head Gu and gave Supervisor Gu to 12 or so high-ranked Craftsman Gu. I have given 1 Vice Union Head Gu out as well and still have 3 in my hand. No need to hurry. As my labor union continues to grow, they will have ample scope to show their abilities. The two were discussing when the emergency bugle was played. Fairy by Xia's expression had a slight change. Beast groups came to attack again. Zhao Shuyi said indifferently, "With Xiao Qixing and others here, we don't need to worry." Sure enough, at the next moment, Xiao Qixing's voice spread throughout the camp. "All forces, attack!" Thump, 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 thump. There was a series of footsteps, and as the white smoke was blown away by the wind, the wide camp was filled with soldiers. Soldier Gu were in the highest number. There was the small group leader level Sergeant Gu, Lieutenant Gu, the higher-ranked Captain Gu, and even Chief Captain Gu were used. The size of Xiao Qixing's army had increased again in this period of time. Divine Emperor City was truly the sacred land of human path cultivation. The army charged towards the beast tide. Both sides collided like huge sea waves. After the stalemate lasted for a while, the orderly battle lines began to show uneven gaps. A large number of wild beasts and soldiers had died in the most intense areas. Immediately after, these gaps were filled by soldiers and beasts. Roar! Several powerful beasts appeared. Their size was clearly larger than others, like fortresses rampaging on the battlefield. Xiao Qixing's expression showed a trace of seriousness. "The deeper we go in, the stronger the beast groups are. Everyone, please make your moves." "All right." Chundajiang, Guting, and the rest began to attack. This large battle lasted for an hour. The beast tide retreated, and there were casualties in Xiao Qixing's group as well. After half a day, the camp's construction was finished. The supply group, along with merchants, peddlers, citizens, and even beggars, settled in the camp. These camps were like the strongest nails that were firmly fixed in their position, becoming the support for the 10 children of human path to explore deeper. Sect leader. Sect leader. Fong Dichang walked to a hidden corner of the camp where he was greeted by 2 to 3 beggars. Fong Dichang also had a beggar's appearance with ragged clothes and foul odor coming off of him. The 10 children of human path organized a large army and entered the newly appeared growling beast painting world, playing the role of pioneers. At every set interval of distance, they would construct a stable camp before the logistics and support came to fill the camp, giving ample supplies to the army led by the 10 children of human path. Fong Dichang had been following in secret and also mobilized beggar sect to look for an opportunity. "How is the situation?" Fong Dichang asked. "Our sect brothers have been following the pioneering army." Sect leader, "The situation is good. We gathered many wild beast corpses and valuable skin and fur. We are going to be rich. It is just that we got into a conflict with some merchants and guards because of this." Fong Dichang frowned. "What are the casualties?" His beggar sect developed quickly. Its members were not only the human pathgu worms he used, there were also many of Divine Emperor City's native beggars. Hearing the number of casualties, Fong Dichang's frown became deeper. Although beggar sect is easy to grow, beggar gu are the cheapest human pathgu worms with very low battle strength. They are disadvantaged when facing merchants, guards, and others. Only by uniting and forming a numbers advantage will they not suffer losses. Fong Dichang sighed inwardly. Beggar sect seemed to be enormous, but it did not have much strength. It was not reliable to use beggar sect to deal with the 10 children of human path in the future. Fong Dichang entered the 10th camp, but the 10 children of human path had already marched even further and were constructing the 12th camp. "I can only rely on the beast tide now. The deeper we enter growling beast painting world, the stronger the beasts become." Fong Dichang's only hope was for the beast tides to defeat the 10 children of human path. Not only defeat, it would be even better if they suffered serious loss with casualties. Only then would Fong Dichang have an opportunity to exploit. "I can do nothing about this, my current strength is too low. The only thing I can use is beggar sect. The 10 children of human path are all gu masters and possess primeval essence. They can only maintain their human path gu worms for some time. But I am using Shun Shang's immortal essence, which is akin to unlimited primeval essence, so I can maintain these beggar gu all the time." As Fong Dichang thought up to this point, his gaze suddenly darkened and a feeling of weakness spread from the depths of his body. Fong Dichang quickly took out human will gu and placed it in front of his nose. breathing in deeply. A gust of human will was absorbed into his body and merged with his will. Fong Dichang's body was formed from a beggar goo. It did not have a soul and only a will. And a will was difficult to maintain and would be expended rapidly when thinking. Fortunately, in Divine Emperor City's painting world, there was human will goo. Human will goo produced human will which could change into any form of will. With its help, Fong Dichang's will could continue to exist and be active. At this time, in the depths of the growling beast painting world, a lifelike will was floating in the air. He was wearing a green and white robe. He had a gentle demeanor and had a smile on his face. He was Genesis Lotus Will, and below him, Mao Li Chou was lying on the ground in a curled-up position. It was bound by a huge formless force, making it unable to even budge. Not only this, another powerful force was constantly extracting its Tao marks. Dog shit Genesis Lotus. Release me and fight me if you have the guts. Mao Li Chou shouted. Genesis Lotus will shook his head. Mao Li Chou, are you still not conceding? You are in a hopeless situation. Unless Giant Sun Immortal Venerable revives and comes to save you, your death is certain. And you yourself are aware that there is no hope for that. Your only chance at survival is to surrender. Otherwise, as time passes, your strength will continue to fall. Until you die. Genesis Lotus will urged. His voice was persuasive and his expression was kind. Mao Li Chou, however, roared in fury. Then so be it, I don't want it, you can take all my Tao marks. Genesis Lotus Will was astonished. At the next moment, Mao Li Chou not only released all his defense but also cooperated with the absorption force, abandoning his Tao marks. Amidst the dazzling profound light, countless Tao marks spread towards the surroundings and entered growling beast painting world. Some Tao marks fell to the ground, turning into giant beasts of all kinds of sizes and shapes. Some Tao marks flew to the sky, condensing together into vicious birds that covered the sky. The painting world was extremely profound. It could collect external Tao marks and paint them into all kinds of birds and beasts. But at this moment, with Mao Li Chou's full cooperation, the painted beasts surged in amount and soon surpassed the safety boundary. Oh no! The expression of Genesis Lotus will changed, not having expected Mao Li Chou to be so impulsive. It was suppressed in the painting world. Although it had a way to attack, it still had enough strength to defend. If it defended with all its strength, it could last for a long time. Therefore, Genesis Lotus will came to persuade it to surrender. To Mao Li Chou, the most sensible path would be to let the painting world wear down its strength bit by bit while holding on for as long as possible. Like what Demon Immortal Chi Ju was doing. He was suppressed by Divine Emperor City and could not break free on his own. But he placed his hopes on the future. Who could be certain of the future? But Mao Li Chou did not follow this logic. It went against the plan of Genesis Lotus Will. An unprecedented violent beast tide formed and rushed madly towards the army of the 10 children of human path. The 10 children of human path had a huge change in their expressions the moment they saw the beast tide. Retreat! This beast tide is too fierce. Even if we use all our strength, we are not their match. Retreat! The urgent matter is to preserve our energy for later. The 10 children of human path were all elites. They retreated without hesitation. But retreating was not easy. The beast tide was like a tsunami that threatened to drown the world. Many birds moved faster than the beasts and pestered the pioneering army. The 10 children of human path fought a bloody battle and were finally able to carve a path out. When they reached the 11th camp, the whole army was reduced by half. They suffered immense losses. The beast tide continued to rush forward as if it was endless. The camp was constructed properly and had thick defense, but it was quickly showing signs of collapsing under the beast tide's charge. Heavens! Looks like we have completely angered these beasts. This beast tide is so fierce. Even if we add all the previous beast groups, they are not even 1/10 of this. Retreat! The 10 children of human path retreated to the 10th camp. Fong Dichang had already left earlier. He had already received the information, and understanding the strength of the beast tide, he knew the 10th camp was definitely going to collapse. Although he wanted to look for an opportunity to retaliate, He did not want to disregard his own safety. In fact, with just beggar-sex strength, he might not be able to get revenge even if he staked his life. The 10th camp also fell and was run over by the beast tide. The 10 children of human path could only retreat again and again. The beast tide also paid the price, but the scale was truly too large. Could completely bear the price. Finally, the terrifying beast tide chased away all the humans. The painstakingly built camps were destroyed with not even one remaining. Not even 10% of the troops following the 10 children of human path survived. The other residents of the painting world faced even more severe losses. The surviving group of people were in an extremely miserable state. They were all shocked and terrified. The city gate closed shut. The city guards looked solemn. The beast tide had arrived in front of the city. The ferocious beasts did not stop and began to attack the city. The offensive and defensive battle lasted for 3 nights. The city was actually on the losing end. Many times, giant beasts directly climbed the city walls and carved a path of blood on their way to the inner areas, causing massive casualties. At the crucial moment, large numbers of divine being soldiers appeared and participated in the defense, beating back the beast tide. The divine being soldiers are working for us, right? This was divine being Palace's killer move, and after we succeeded in slaying the Immortal, the divine being soldiers became our helpers. The 10 children of human path were shocked and joyous, as well as deeply regretful. Their losses were too severe this time. Almost all their previous accumulations were gone. The only fortunate thing was that none of them had died. Fong Dichong had already left the city to a much further area. Beggar-sex losses were also big. The crushing defeat that Fong Dichong hoped for had happened, but this level surpassed his expectations. Still, the 10 children of human path helped each other and were united. He did not find any chance to attack them. The beast tide disappeared. The large number of wild beasts returned to growling beast painting world. They scattered everywhere, making the difficulty of exploring growling beast painting world much higher than before. The painting world was like a huge beast that was licking its wound. The claw that had stretched into growling beast painting world earlier had almost shattered. I did not expect growling beast painting world to be so dangerous. It can be deduced the other painting should also be at a similar level. Xinshang found Fong Dichong. The two exchanged information. Fong Dichong informed Xinshang about the intel collected by Beggar Sect, for instance, the losses of the 10 children of human path, as well as Yi Fan and Hong Yi's performance in this expedition. And Xinshang informed Fong Dichong of a huge discovery. Xinshang was the person who had explored the deepest, and he witnessed the scene of the beast tide transformation. Using Dao marks to paint, sure enough, painting paths methods are mysterious and exceptional. But if so, Fong Dichong analyzed. It seems like growling beast painting world is suppressing a great enemy of heavenly court in its depths. The battle between the beast tide and the humans is essentially a method to weaken this enemy and increase the suppression. Xinshang approved of Fong Dichang's analysis as he said, "I wonder who is being suppressed inside? They are at least a rank 8 Gu Immortal. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, we might have a chance of cooperating." The losses to the army were severe this time, only 1/10 survived. In a short period of time, it should not be possible to organize an exploration army. Do we use this chance to go to the depths of the painting? Fong Dichong shook his head. No, those beasts don't care about anyone. Xinshang nodded. The gap between immortal and mortal is not large in this painting world. It seems we can only wait for the exploration army to be organized again. We can then take the chance to go deeper. When the large battle between the humans and beasts had settled in the painting world, Fang Yuan had secretly arrived in Mushroom Man Paradise. Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus was successfully raised to rank 8 and Fang Yuan also created a large number of compound killer moves. Over on the Qi Si clone's end, the Qi Si clone contacted Heavenly Court again and again to organize an alliance army to attack Fang Yuan's variant human alliance. But although Heavenly Court had agreed, they did not show any signs of taking action. Such an attitude made Fang Yuan believe the severity of the situation. Mushroom Man Paradise's entrance opened. Lu Wei personally welcomed Fang Yuan to the depths of the Blessed Land. They had just sat down when Fong Yuan asked, "Is Spectral Soul still alive?" Gurgle, gurgle. The tea was boiling and was letting out yellowish-brown strands of steam. In the small wooden cabin atop the mountain, experts that could influence the world were sitting in front of a small tea table. One was the #1 demon in the current world, Guyu Fong Yuan. The other was Southern Borders Paradise Earth inheritor Lu Wei-yin. His comprehensive battle strength might not reach pseudo-venerable level, but his defensive prowess was enough to compete against a pseudo-venerable. The fresh mountain air blew in from the open window, mixing with the fragrance of the tea. Fong Yuan gazed afar. Outside the window were tall mountains and clean rivers, looking like utopia. Cranes flew, apes shrieked, desolate beasts and plants were abundant and docile. There were tree houses and villages around the mountains. Lots of commotion could be heard from chickens and dogs. There were columns of smoke rising from houses. It was a serene and tranquil atmosphere. In the sky, there were many floating mountains. These mountains were made from float soil and could stay in the sky. There were many specialties in each mountain. Their environments varied. Some had long green vines that extended like hair. Some had drizzles and beautiful rainbows. Some had waterfalls with huge crashing torrents that gathered in huge pools. And this mountain that Fong Yuan was on stood majestically on the ground and was the tallest mountain in Mushroom Man Paradise. Fong Yuan had just sat down when he asked Lu Wei-yin, "Was Spectral Soul still alive?" Lu Wei-yin only smiled and did not reply, instead concentrating on making tea. The tea was prepared. This was extreme serene mind tea. It was created with rank 8 immortal materials. The tea fragrance was refreshing and seemed to be mixed with the smell of soil after rain. The tea, the location, and Mushroom Man Paradise itself seemed to complement each other. Right now, they were not distant immortals who were high and mighty, but were instead experiencing the joy of an ordinary farmer's life and the tranquil state of mind. "Please." Lu Wei-yin handed the teacup to Fong Yuan with both hands. The tea had been boiling hot just earlier, but in just a few breaths of time, the steam disappeared and the tea turned into cooled tea. Fong Yuan took a sip, but Lu Wei-yin directly lifted the large bowl-sized cup and took huge mouthfuls. Fong Yuan's eyes shone. He gained some insight and copied Lu Wei-yin's drinking method. Gulp. His Adam's apple moved up and down as Fong Yuan took a large mouthful of tea. This time, Fong Yuan had a very different feeling. The tea was not ice-cold, but there was a gentle coolness that seeped into Fong Yuan's organs and intestines. His internal heatiness was swept away. The tea was mellow and refreshing along with a trace of sweetness. Gulp, gulp. Fong Yuan finished the whole cup of tea. Good tea. He had a peculiar expression when he placed the teacup down. That one bowl of tea had added 1,000 Earth Path Tao marks in his body. When a Gu immortal passes a heavenly tribulation, they would only obtain 750 Tao marks. And earthly calamities normally gave 250. This extreme serene mind tea actually increased so many Tao marks. It was akin to a Gu immortal risking their life to pass a heavenly tribulation and an earthly calamity. Lu Wei-yin spoke slowly. This Mushroom Man blessed land received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's help and turned into a paradise, thereby being free from calamities and tribulations. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable also left behind his virtue true inheritance here. So this Mushroom Man Paradise's name became Virtue Paradise. Before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable became venerable, he cultivated and studied in this place. When he became venerable, he changed this place into Virtue Paradise and lived here for some time. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created extreme serene mind tea during this period of time. Although food path was passed down, it was kept secretive by Spectral Soul and was almost never exposed to outsiders. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable spent his life mending the disaster caused by Spectral Soul and brought order to the chaotic world. Thus, he did a deep research on food path. He left behind many of his food path gains in Virtue True Inheritance. In his view, food path had huge potential, but there were too few people cultivating it. If it was truly developed, it could bring fortune to the world. For instance, this extreme serene mind tea is essentially a food path killer move formed from expending rank 8 immortal materials. So, it can add earth path Tao marks. The talent of a venerable is truly deep and unfathomable. Fang Yuan praised. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the killer moves. Suffering loss is a blessing and all life is bitter to counter Spectral Soul's food path methods. These two methods played a crucial role during the ambush of Spectral Soul. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not stop here. He pushed food path to an even higher level. In the present 5 regions Gu Immortal world, almost all the tea and wine were incomplete food path Gu recipes. This was already acknowledged by Gu Immortals. Just drinking wine or tea was merely to delight the taste buds and show off one's wealth, or maybe display the results of one's refinement path improvement. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, however, completed this aspect and turned tea and wine into food path killer moves. Like this, food path finally showed its own unique splendor. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's food path methods can change tea and wine into killer moves. After tasting the food, Gu cultivators can increase their Dao marks. This is a method that can change the entire structure of the Gu Immortal world. Fang Yuan realized. The influence of this method was enormous. In history, the main source of Dao marks was to undergo tribulations. But this food path method broke away from this situation. Fang Yuan had Eat Strength Immortal Gu and could do this. But Immortal Gu were unique, while Paradise Earth's food path method could be learned and referenced to create a number of other similar killer moves. Eat Strength Immortal Gu could not be popularized, but killer moves could be spread everywhere. These were two different concepts. Fang Yuan's gaze turned deep and dark. Just this extreme serene mind tea was enough to show Lu Wei Yin's deep accumulation and foundation. This virtue paradise had deep foundation and did not lack rank 8 Earth Path Immortal materials. Lu Wei Yin could simply use this tea to accumulate Earth Path Dao marks beyond common sense. It was no wonder he could fight Spectral Soul. Fang Yuan looked beyond the window once again and at this Mushroom Man paradise. His previous evaluation of this place was raised by several times. This food path method was extremely beneficial to Gu Immortal cultivation. Virtue Paradise had many Gu Immortals. These Gu Immortal strength very likely surpassed other same-ranked Immortals. But, since the start, Lu Wei Yin had only moved around by himself and did not reveal these other Gu Immortals. This person's shrewdness and patience made Fang Yuan have a different view of him. Sensing the deep meaning in Fang Yuan's gaze, Lu Wei Yin said modestly, "Fang Yuan, do not overestimate me and this virtue paradise. Although we have this food path method, the cost to use it is truly high. Virtue Paradise produces large quantities of Earth Path resources, but besides me, who cultivates Earth Path mainly, most of the Gu Immortals here are Mushroom Men and what they cultivate is Poison Path. There are also a few human Gu Immortals who cultivate Wood Path and Water Path. This food path method's efficiency is not that high. For instance, this bowl of extreme serene mind tea used a large number of rank 8 Earth Path Immortal materials to only give several hundred Earth Path Dao marks. Of course, Fang Yuan, you have the sovereign immortal body which does not have conflicting Dao marks, so your gains should be greater than normal." Lu Wei Yin concluded. Even Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable said in his last words that this food path method is not even worth mentioning when compared to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Red Lotus Demon Venerable, and other venerables. Venerable methods were extremely majestic and could change the world. For instance, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable led humanity's uprising and founded Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable created Wisdom Path and tricked Heaven's will, setting the foundation for Heavenly Court to stand for countless years. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind his bloodline and created 88 True Yang Building, taking the whole of Northern Plains as his courtyard. Red Lotus Demon Venerable made arrangements that spanned over 1 million years to destroy Fate Gu. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind his methods to create Divine Emperor City. The painting world developed and established the foundation of human path. These were all arrangements that influenced not only one generation, they would result in endless development throughout the whole world. Fang Yuan frowned as he guessed something from Lu Wei Yin's tone. He directly asked, since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable mentioned Genesis Lotus in his last words, did he already know Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable would create Divine Emperor City? Lu Wei-yin nodded. When Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable roamed the world and saved lives everywhere, he got familiar with Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods. Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable left behind Divine Being Palace to restrict Spectral Soul and to plot against him when he had yet to be a Venerable. Qing Chao's core is hatred gu, which was formed through Divine Being Palace. The relationship between Qing Chou and Divine Being Palace is extremely close. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's original plan was to merge Qing Chou, Divine Being Palace, and Emperor City during the Fate War to form Divine Emperor City and protect Heavenly Court. However, a mishap occurred before this time. Fang Yuan, you collaborated with Fang Clan to drive away Qing Chou and seize Divine Being Palace. Even though Divine Being Palace merged with Emperor City afterwards, it lacked Qing Chou. Without Qing Chou, Divine Emperor City's strength was incomplete. The will of Genesis Lotus inside it probably wanted to protect the human path gains, so it did not participate in the Fate War. Fang Yuan's expression was complex. So it was like this. Genesis Lotus' plan was originally perfect. During the Fate War, Qing Chou could sense the existence of Spectral Soul's damaged soul. It would possess rank 9 hatred gu and have pseudo-venerable battle strength. Not only could it help Duke Long to guard Heavenly Court, it could even exterminate Spectral Soul's damaged soul. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan unintentionally destroyed this plan. Originally, Qing Chou had been nurturing hatred gu inside Divine Being Palace and strengthening itself. But after being driven away, this process was disrupted. Thereupon, during the Fate War, Qing Chou did not have the expected battle strength and it was separated from Divine Being Palace. When the Fate War ended, Genesis Lotus will contacted Qin Dingling, which was why Red Heart Traveler and 9 Spiritual Fairy collaborated and secretly moved to bring back Qing Chou to Heavenly Court. So in fact, it was not Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable who plotted against Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan who first broke Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's plan. This led Genesis Lotus will to have no options left other than to appear suddenly during the Fate War and modify his plan. So then, why was Fang Yuan willing to accept the alliance agreement and cooperate with Fang Clan to drive away Qing Chou? The crucial key was Great Thief Immortal Gu. After obtaining Great Thief Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan created Great Thief Ghost Hand with the rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment as the core and the rank 7 Great Thief Immortal Gu as a supplement, forcibly stealing rank 8 Soul Beast token from Qing Chou's body. Without Soul Beast token, Qing Chou's strength fell sharply, which led to Fang Clan's victory. And where did Great Thief Immortal Gu come from? It was obtained by Fang Clan from their Thieving Heaven True inheritance. So Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not just arrange Heaven form, this is also another arrangement but I did not notice it earlier. Fang Yuan thought to himself. He suddenly had a thought as he asked, is Qing Chou also alive? Towards the end of the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan, Divine Emperor City came to participate in the battle, causing a huge commotion. Was it really to suppress Demon Immortal Qi Ju and Longevity Heaven? Fang Yuan thought about the fragments of Qing Chou's corpse. What was Divine Emperor City's true motive? It was a debatable question. Lu Wei Yin's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I only got an answer after returning here and recuperating for some time. What was the main reason why Divine Emperor City joined the battle? In that situation earlier, the aura of rank 9 hatred gu was completely gone. It seemed to have been destroyed. However, Qing Chou is a living being formed from a killer move. I cannot be certain if it is dead or alive. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's method is simply too unfathomable. We can only sigh in amazement. Turning a killer move into a legendary immemorial beast was simply too profound. Even Fang Yuan and Lu Wei Yin could only watch without being able to decipher it. Lu Wei Yin continued, I cannot deduce Qing Chou's current state, but regarding Spectral Soul's situation, I am very clear about it. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Please tell me. Lu Wei Yin beat around the bush for so long, he finally got to the main point. He answered, Spectral Soul can be said to be both alive and dead at the moment, because his true main body has always been inside the door of life and death. Fang Yuan nodded as he sighed. As I had expected, when Spectral Soul self-detonated, Fang Yuan already felt something amiss. After refining all of his heaven path Dao marks, Feng Yuan thought back about the situation and had even more suspicions brewing. The great spectral soul actually died like this. Spectral soul was the most heaven-defying one out of all the venerables after all. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Zombie Alliance was around while Shadow Sect hid in the dark. Spectral soul secretly controlled the whole of Heavenly Court. Duke Long did not appear at all. He was evidently harmed by spectral soul. He even plotted against Feng Jiugu, using that chance to seize Langya Blessed Land. He controlled the overall situation and was the mastermind behind the 5 regions' chaotic war. As long as Great Dream Immortal Venerable did not appear, Spectral Soul would be the greatest winner in this situation. Thus, Feng Yuan invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land and was aided by Song Zhong, managing to kill Feng Jinhuang. Who was Feng Jinhuang? In her childhood, Dreamwing's immortal Gu came to her. Feng Jinhuang was the prospective Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Who was Feng Yuan? He was an otherworldly demon. Before fate was destroyed, he was the only one who could create different outcomes. And who was Song Zhong? He was publicly Song Zixing's son, but in reality, he was created from his blood fetus. And Song Zixing? He was known as the Blood Dragon. He was a member of Shadow Sect, one of Spectral Soul's split souls. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, there were many hidden truths. At that time, Fate Gu was not destroyed. Demon Immortal Qi Ju could not revive. The other venerables could only watch as Spectral Soul wreaked havoc. Spectral Soul was too overbearing. In the end, Heavens will had to choose Feng Yuan to return to the past and change everything. During the Battle of Etian Mountain, on the surface, Feng Yuan successfully stopped Spectral Soul. But was that really the case? Spectral Soul knew that Feng Yuan had been reborn as a result of Heaven's will. According to his original plan, he would be able to control Heavenly Court and manipulate the 5 regions' chaotic war, but Heaven's will would still obstruct him. If Feng Yuan failed, a second or third otherworldly demon might appear. Spectral Soul would never be able to stand at the peak of the universe. Thus, he changed his plan. At that moment, he started working together with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Eventually, he gave Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu to Feng Yuan, creating a complete otherworldly demon. After the Fate War, Fate Gu was destroyed by Feng Yuan. Spectral Soul wanted to reclaim the Sovereign Immortal Body. His plan was perfect. He had no lack of soul path attainment level. With the Sovereign Immortal Body, he would be able to annex soul pacifying Grotto Heaven and others, instantly regaining his strength. Thus, he would be ahead of the other venerables. He would have the initiative. The advantage of being first was unimaginable. If Spectral Soul succeeded, he would be the strongest person. The entire world would be trampled under his feet. But he did not succeed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable plotted against him. While the Heaven Path Dao marks restricted Feng Yuan, they also protected him. Spectral Soul did not regain the Sovereign Immortal Body. His growth became very different. While chasing after Feng Yuan, Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven worked together. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's inheritor Lu Wei-in also interfered, eventually managing to kill Spectral Soul. Feng Yuan tried to put himself in Spectral Soul's shoes. If he were Spectral Soul, what would he do? Thus, he found a huge flaw in Spectral Soul's plan. It was too risky. During the Dream Realm battle, Duke Long defeated Purple Mountain True Monarch and broke into the Blessed Land, capturing Spectral Soul and taking the door of life and death. Spectral Soul's life was in the hands of Heavenly Court. If Fairy Ziwei did not go after information and clues but killed Spectral Soul right away, would that not ruin everything? Feng Yuan would not make such an arrangement if it were him. What about Spectral Soul? Even though he had the strongest killing nature, he was not stupid at all. Thus, the most likely case was that the captured Spectral Soul was not the true main body of Spectral Soul. If Feng Yuan were Spectral Soul, he would also create a clone to disguise as his main body and let Heavenly Court capture him. Firstly, it would lower the enemy's guard. Secondly, the clone was a trap as well. Fairy Ziwei fell right into it. Thirdly, the amount of information and true inheritances that the clone had would not be the same as the main body. Even if he was captured, the enemies would not gain much. And finally, even if the clone was killed, the main body would not be affected. Fang Yuan had two pieces of evidence regarding his suspicions of spectral soul. The first one was Demon Immortal Qiju. Demon Immortal Qiju was the crucial person in their pursuit of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan and spectral soul used their respective true inheritances to lure Demon Immortal Qiju into becoming their ally. Eventually, Fang Yuan won Demon Immortal Qiju over. Spectral soul was forced to self-detonate and died. After the battle, Fang Yuan recalled this contest. He felt that victory was simply too easily obtained. It was quite different from his expectations. But if spectral soul was just a split soul, everything would make sense. Spectral soul did not predict the rebirth of Demon Immortal Qiju. Because Fate Gu was destroyed, all fixed traces were erased. The future was uncertain. Spectral soul's plan was for his split soul to get captured by Heavenly Court. He would only place certain memories into it. These memories would not make Heavenly Court suspicious, but they would also not contain precious information like valuable true inheritances. Thus, Fang Yuan won against spectral soul in this aspect. The second piece of evidence was obtained by Fang Yuan recently. Through luck inspection, he checked his own luck and found that at the top of his pure silver pillar of light, there were 3 clouds. Among them, one was pitch black like ink. Who could cause such disturbance to him? This black cloud was obviously pointing towards spectral soul. If spectral soul was still alive, would he let Fang Yuan off? Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance spent years of accumulated resources and even the 10 extreme physiques to create sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Would spectral soul let Fang Yuan off? Impossible. On the other hand, with the revival of Demon Immortal Qiju, the world knew that it was possible for Venerables to be revived now. Spectral soul's main body had likely already planned for his revival long ago. In fact, did the other Venerables not have such plans? In the past, due to Fate Gu, nobody could revive. But now that it was destroyed, who would not want to revive? Nobody knew which Venerable would be the first one to revive fully. Nobody was clear when they would revive. It was even possible that a Venerable would revive at the next moment. Thus, the situation was quite precarious for Fang Yuan. Once a Venerable revives, the value of his pseudo-Venerable battle strength would fall greatly. His status as the number 1 demon in the world would turn him into a target instead. After the battle, Lu Wei-yin told him to use his time well before departing. This was what he meant. Fang Yuan did exactly so. After the battle, he used his time to its limit. He did not relax for even a moment. Once his strength returned and was able to deal with risks, Fang Yuan came to Virtue Paradise. He came here not for Lu Wei-yin, Paradise Earth's true meaning, or to inherit Paradise Earth's true inheritance. He only had one objective. Tell me, Lu Wei-yin, how do I become a Venerable? Fate Gu was destroyed. The future of the world became uncertain. Anything could happen now. Not only the Gu immortal world, even Gu masters were starting to see the turbulence of the future. Fang Yuan was fighting, the mortal Gu masters were also struggling. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. For Gu masters traveled together, they entered deep into the mountain range for investigation. They had rank 4 cultivation level, together they could resist rank 5. In Central Continent's Gu master world, they were famous demonic path experts. They were the 4 great obscenities. Eastern obscenity Chan Yin Dao, Western thief Yu Ba Guang, Southern disturbance Shi Bao, and Northern squandering Fan Chun Yao. Sorrowful winds are blowing again. Yu Ba Guang alerted the rest. Among the 4, he had the most effective investigative methods. Quick! Take out the Gu house. Chan Yin Dao immediately ordered. He was the leader of the 4. The Gu house was kept by Fan Chun Yao. He was in charge of healing and support. The 4 Gu masters quickly hid inside the Gu house. Sorrowful winds blew outside the Gu house. The entire place was creaking and shaking. From time to time, Fan Chun Yao had to replenish Gu worms in place of those that died from the sorrowful winds. A terrible loss. This is a terrible loss. Fan Chun Yao shouted in grief. Along the way, we already lost so much by resisting the sorrowful wind. Is there really anything good in this sorrowful wind mountain range? Chonin Dao shook his head and smiled bitterly. I cannot guarantee that, but as long as there is some hope, we need to take a risk. Not long ago, Gu immortals fought on sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. They might have left something behind by chance. It may allow us to ascend to immortal. The moment immortal ascension was mentioned, the other three Gu masters started to breathe heavily. As long as we become immortal, who would dare to attack us for immortals? We will no longer be pursued by anyone. Once we become immortals, those high and mighty female Gu masters will all be at our mercy, right? Ha ha ha. You need to be more ambitious. After becoming immortal, what's the point of going after mortals? We can target immortal fairies. The Gu masters looked at each other and started to snicker pervertedly. What they did not know was, Heavenly Court had already cleaned up the battlefield. All those immemorial year beast corpses were taken away already. The four of them came to the ruins and searched for 7 days but found nothing of value at all. Just as the four were anxious and furious, preparing to leave, they finally found something. There is a person here. Quickly come. What's so strange about seeing a person? There are so many corpses here. They are the villagers living on the mountains. No, this person is still alive. And there is a weird phenomenon around him. What? The other three Gu masters rushed up and saw Wang Xiao'er, who had tightly shut eyes. He was still barely alive. Around him, there were several wild flowers and grass. They were rapidly blooming and wilting, alternating between green and gray with his every breath. In this Gu world, looking at the past to the present, in the period of over 3 million years, 10 Gu cultivators stood at the peak of the world, looking down on all the living beings. In the long river of history, the 5 regions and 2 heavens had countless geniuses and heroes. If these people were akin to shining stars in the sky, then the 10 rank 9 Gu immortals were each like suns. They were bright and dazzling, spreading their radiance over the whole world. Their glory had never faded. Their legends continued to be widespread. They were the 10 great venerables. From the start of history until now, they were 3 million years ago, remote antiquity era, primordial origin immortal venerable, star constellation immortal venerable. 1 million years ago, olden antiquity era, limitless demon venerable, reckless savage demon venerable, red lotus demon venerable. 300,000 years ago, medieval antiquity era, Genesis lotus immortal venerable, thieving heaven demon venerable, giant sun immortal venerable. 100,000 years ago, late antiquity era, spectral soul demon venerable, paradise earth immortal venerable. These 10 stood at the apex, dominating the world with unparalleled might. They suppressed their entire era with no rival that could match them. Their methods were terrifying. Even after a long period, they still remained like eternal arrangements. Their intelligent schemes spanned across the eras, existing throughout the past and present. They used all living beings as their pawns. Even after death, they still continued to influence countless future generations. Towards these people, Fang Yuan had the deepest feelings in this aspect compared to everyone else in the world. Fang Yuan was extremely clear about the gap between him and these venerables. Even though he was the number 1 demon of the current world, having pseudo-venerable battle strength, he was not confident in fighting against a venerable. Venerables dominated heaven and earth. Everyone else other than them were ants. The Fate War was a huge lesson to everyone. Any method left by any venerable could turn the entire situation around just like that. Only a venerable could resist another venerable. Putting it crudely, the reason why Fang Yuan succeeded in the Fate War was because he struggled and managed to survive while sandwiched between the battle among the 10 venerables and Heaven's will. Towards these venerables who invested in him and treated him as a pawn, for every bit of admiration that Fang Yuan held towards them, there was also an urge to challenge them. For every bit of wariness he felt towards them, there was a bit of desire to match them. If they could become venerables, why couldn't I, Fang Yuan, do it? Furthermore, in order to pursue eternal life, the so-called rank 9 venerable cultivation level was merely the stepping stone for Fang Yuan. The plan to become venerable had already been set the moment he was reborn. Years ago, when Fang Yuan had just been reborn, he looked up at the sky during those nights, viewing the moon. He felt incredibly minuscule. But now, he had already risen to the skies. Venerable level was merely his next step of advancement. But how could he become a venerable? Fang Yuan did not know. He was uncertain. He did not understand. There was a huge secret behind the ascension of a venerable. This secret had never been publicly spread. The 10 venerables seemed to have some sort of tacit agreement. They kept this secret together. Nobody in the world could find out. They could only analyze using some clues and common traits that everyone knew. Among the 10 venerables, there were 9 males and 1 female. This meant that there was no gender restriction in becoming a venerable. It was possible for both sexes. Venerables possessed invincible battle strength, but they were not omnipotent. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had once asked Long-Hair Ancestor to refine immortal goo with them. 2 kings could not exist at the same time. In every great era, there was only one venerable. There had never been 2 venerables in the same time period. Contests between venerables were limited to the type in the Fate War, where they competed using methods they left behind. Each venerable possessed immense innate luck. Phenomena could be seen for some when they were born. Their lives were smooth sailing, for example, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Some were not apparent in their early days. They only grew explosively after a certain period of time. Seemingly, in the growth of every venerable, there would be one Tao Guardian in existence. Each Tao Guardian played a monumental role in the journey of the venerable's growth. They could be either friend or enemy. It was publicly recognized that every rank 9 venerable's main path was at Supreme Grandmaster. The venerables were still restricted by lifespan. There were records in history where venerables used their full strength to hunt for lifespan goo. The 10 venerables were all humans. There had never been a variant human venerable. However, just this information could not truly deduce the secret of venerable ascension. One of the most successful deductions in history was the prophecy of 3 venerables. Immortal Yen said that in the future, there would be Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. This deduction did not involve the details of the secret of venerable ascension. Furthermore, after Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, this prophecy was no longer set in stone. Then, what was the secret of venerable ascension? Fang Yuan needed to know about this secret urgently. Demon Immortal Qi Ju's success was the best example. It was likely that the venerables were going to revive. Thus, the best way to deal with this possibility was for Fang Yuan to become venerable himself. Fang Yuan understood deeply. No matter how many grotto heavens he annexed or how many immortal materials and Tao marks he had, he could not become venerable. Thus, the most important reason why he came to Lu Wei Yin was for the secret of venerable ascension. Other things, like Paradise Earth's true inheritance or Paradise Earth's true meaning, were just secondary gains for the current Fang Yuan. Sitting opposite each other, Lu Wei Yin drank his tea as he smiled. He was not surprised by Fang Yuan's question. He raised his head and placed down his teacup. He raised 3 fingers and said directly, "There are 4 conditions to satisfy if you want to become a venerable. First, the Gu Immortal's Immortal Aperture Origin Core has to produce White Lychee Immortal Essence. Second, the Gu Immortal's main cultivation path needs to have at least 300,000 Tao marks. Third, the Gu Immortal's main cultivation path needs to be at least Supreme Grandmaster in attainment level. Fourth, after meeting the first 3 conditions, the Gu Immortal has to break through the Heavenly Tao blockade, after which the Immortal Aperture Origin Core will undergo a qualitative change and produce rank 9 Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence." Out of Fang Yuan's expectations, Lu Wei Yin actually told him the secret of venerable ascension directly and honestly. Fang Yuan originally thought that Lu Wei Yin would make a transaction regarding this and list some conditions for Fang Yuan. Or more accurately, there had to be a reason why Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable chose Fang Yuan as his inheritor. Fang Yuan did not know what Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was plotting. But he had already decided that as long as he could obtain the secret of venerable ascension, he would be willing to give in to some extent and work with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. However, Lu Wei Yin did not conceal this secret. He directly said it to Fang Yuan. This was like a transaction where both parties were meant to hand over the goods and money at the same time. But suddenly, the trader tossed the goods to the buyer first. Lu Wei Yin's action did not make Fang Yuan relax. He instead became more alert. Lu Wei Yin had a deep scheming mind. Fang Yuan had lost to him once in the past and failed to regain upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. During the battle to pursue Fang Yuan, Lu Wei-yin worked with him and killed Spectral Soul together. This battle even showed Fang Yuan his strong mental fortitude and endurance. How could such a person be so unwise? Fang Yuan carefully thought about the 4 conditions of Venerable Ascension. The first 2 conditions are basically those of a rank 8 Gu immortal who has passed 3 myriad tribulations. I have already met this condition in Chi Path, Time Path, Refinement Path, and Transformation Path. As for the third condition of the main Cultivation Path being Supreme Grandmaster, I have not fulfilled this criteria yet, but my Refinement Path, Time Path, and Enslavement Path are already quasi-supreme. The difference is not huge. As for the fourth condition, breaking through the Heavenly Tao blockade, Fang Yuan frowned slightly as he asked, "What does the Heavenly Tao blockade refer to?" Lu Wei-yin continued to explain for Fang Yuan. The way of heaven is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits, so all things are in balance and mutually restrict each other. A tall tree is the first to face destruction. Soil that is nearest to the water will be the first to be swept away by the currents. But the way of humans is the exact opposite. It reduces the deficits and builds up the surpluses. By devouring the weak and continuing to learn, one can grow and make up for insufficiencies to become even stronger. The Heavenly Tao does not want the number of Gu immortals to increase, while they at the same time get stronger. Thus calamities and tribulations occur. Calamities and tribulations are part of the Heavenly Tao blockade. Before becoming a venerable, the Heavenly Tao will send a tribulation far greater than any myriad tribulation. Other than that, there is Lifespan Gu. Lifespan Gu is a heaven path Gu worm. It cannot be refined by people. Even though the 10 venerables were invincible in their eras, they were still bound by it. During an era with a venerable in existence, natural production of Lifespan Gu will continuously fall. The third blockade is Fate Gu, but you have already destroyed it. Fang Yuan pondered. There are basically 3 types of Heavenly Tao blockades. Fate Gu has been destroyed while Lifespan Gu is of no concern for now. The remaining tribulation blockade is the greatest hurdle that I will face. Is there a way to deal with the Heavenly Tao blockade? How did the venerables in history get past it? Fang Yuan asked. Lu Wei-yin answered, "There are ways to take shortcuts. Luck path is one of them. The venerables in history all have immense innate luck. It mostly comes from 2 sources. The first is the favor of heaven's will. The second is the adoration of human path. 3 million years ago, the variant humans were strong and disrupted the balance. The Heavenly Tao sought to deal with them. So heavens will favored primordial origin and allowed him to become an immortal venerable. The best example of human path adoration is Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He is a child of humanity. He has extremely dense innate luck. When he was born, tribulation struck. The 3 dukes of Heavenly Court had to intervene and block the tribulation for Red Lotus. Fang Yuan raised his brows. Thinking about it, can human path methods be a way of breaking through the Heavenly Tao blockade? Earlier, Fang Yuan had used human path methods to interrupt with the Heavenly Tao, allowing him to gain time to take action. In this aspect, he was quite experienced. Lu Wei-yin nodded. Indeed, human path methods are a good way of breaking through the Heavenly Tao blockade. Precisely so, the various venerables had a common trait. They all comprehended something from the legends of Ren and created their own top-tier human path killer moves. They continued to converse for some time. Lu Wei-yin answered every single one of Fang Yuan's questions to the best of his knowledge. Fang Yuan finally understood the conditions to become venerable. He fell into deep contemplation. After careful analysis, he found that only 2 points restricted him from becoming venerable. One was attainment level, the other was the Heavenly Tao blockade. The latter could be dealt with eventually. Fang Yuan had cooking luck pot in terms of luck path. He also had human path methods, he just had to elevate and develop them further. The true problem was attainment level. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, it seemed very close to the genuine Supreme Grandmaster, but that was actually very hard to reach. If there was a suitable environment and sufficient time, Fang Yuan could work hard in cultivation and continue to deepen his comprehension. He believed that in this lifetime, he could definitely reach Supreme Grandmaster in at least one path. But now, the revival of venerables had started to cast a shadow on his future. What method is there to allow me to get past this problem? Dream realms? Obviously not. Feng Yuan had already found out that the dream realms originating from spectral soul could only reach great grandmaster attainment level at most. True meaning? He thought about it. Don't tell me Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable left behind his true meaning so that my Earth path could reach Supreme Grandmaster? Seemingly sensing Feng Yuan's thoughts, Lu Wei-yin shook his head. Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true meaning can only allow you to reach Earth Path Great Grandmaster. However, there is a solution in Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Feng Yuan looked at the smiling Lu Wei-yin. An obscure light flashed in his eyes. Oh, please do tell me. Lu Wei-yin thus said. Feng Yuan, you have read the legends of Ren. You must know this secluded domain of heaven and earth, primordial domain. The truth is, if one can enter primordial domain, they would be able to make one of their paths reach Supreme Grandmaster. Primordial domain? Feng Yuan was moved. You know where it is. Lu Wei-yin's eyes flashed with bright light. At the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Primordial domain is at the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave? At once, thoughts collided in Feng Yuan's mind rapidly. The legends of Ren did mention primordial domain, but the description was vague and ambiguous. It depended on the reader's own perspective and comprehension. Even if primordial domain has such power, is it really at the deepest layer of Crazed Demon Cave? Feng Yuan would not believe Lu Wei-yin's words so easily, but this was quite possible. Feng Yuan had been to Crazed Demon Cave. He had observed then that Paradise Earth went there and even created his own Dao field. Feng Yuan could not enter the deepest layer, but Paradise Earth was an immortal venerable. His ability could not be easily assessed. If this is real, then Paradise Earth's objective is in Crazed Demon Cave? Feng Yuan's mind was turbulent, but his expression remained unchanging. Lu Wei-yin looked at his expression as he sighed internally. This Guyu Feng Yuan is the #1 demon in the world after all. No wonder Heaven's will and the Venerables chose him as their pawn. Just this information is not enough to gain his trust. Lu Wei-yin had no choice but to continue speaking. Primordial domain is indeed at the bottom of Crazed Demon Cave. It is quite unique. It is both the beginning and the end. It contains the supreme profundity of the whole of heaven and earth. Limitless Demon Venerable used it and rank 9 derivation Immortal Gu as the cores to derive new worlds and create brand new heaven path Dao marks. In a way, Crazed Demon Cave is far more important than even Heavenly Court. Lu Wei-yin said slowly as he exposed even more secrets. During the Olden Antiquity era 1,000,000 years ago, humanity's first Demon Venerable, Limitless Demon Venerable, attacked Heavenly Court and threatened to destroy it, forcing star constellations will to engage in a game of chess with him. The chessboard was secretly linked to Crazed Demon Cave. As the two Venerables schemed, their thoughts collided and new ideas were born. They created brand new heaven path gains. These gains went into Crazed Demon Cave through the chessboard, helping Limitless with his derivation. Star Constellation pretended to be unaware, but she was prepared for this long ago. She went along with the plan. The Venerables of the future, like Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, all visited Imperfection Regret Pavilion and knew of the two Venerables game. They understood the importance of Crazed Demon Cave. During the Fate War, the silhouettes of both Venerables vanished within Imperfection Regret Pavilion. But this was only the end of a segment of their game. The true place to decide victory was still Crazed Demon Cave. All the Venerables knew this, they all took part in some way. For example, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created his Green Lotus Dao field in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable created his Savage Wilderness Great World, while Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable made his Yellow Earth Great World. This way, the situation became more complex. Feng Yuan was shaken internally. This has been one of my deepest suspicions so far. A portion of the Venerables spent so much effort to create their Dao field in the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave. Why did they want to defend their own big world so much? Unless they are also after primordial domain. Venerables have already become venerable. Primordial domain is not necessary to them. Wait, that might not be the case. A flash of inspiration sparked in Feng Yuan's mind. He saw through the fog and observed a corner of the truth. Ha ha! Lu Wei-yin laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, you truly live up to your reputation. You are someone who did not falter to the Venerable's plots no matter how many were in your way. You have already understood a portion of it. Indeed, Lu Wei-yin continued. Fate Gu has been destroyed. Venerables can revive now. However, the stronger the Gu Immortal, the more troublesome and bigger the price their revival will be. If they are careless, even if they revive, they will not have their former strength. For example, Demon Immortal Qi Ju was interrupted by Yu and Wu Yong. His strength fell, and he was no longer in his peak condition. Venerables are the same. After they revive, even though they will not have their venerable blockade and will be able to regain rank 9 cultivation level, the competition between venerables will be intense. Even though venerables left behind revival methods, they are still limited in the end. Thus, the venerables want to make their revival certain. It would be best if they had their former peak battle strength the moment they revived. Fang Yuan nodded continuously. He could understand the venerable's mentality. When Fate Gu was around, everyone was unable to revive. But all the venerables still left behind some methods. Once Fate Gu was destroyed, these methods would activate and allow them to revive. However, venerables were in opposing factions. They had their own perspectives. They also schemed against each other. Who would not want to be the strongest person in the world? Who would want the existence of venerables other than themselves? The venerables were wary of each other. They thwarted each other's plans. Even though they were dead, they still competed with each other in the dark. Due to the long duration of history, this type of competition would usually benefit the venerables of the future eras. For example, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But nothing was absolute. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable came before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But his arrangements, Divine Emperor City and Qing Chou, still managed to harm Spectral Soul. Or the situation of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entering the Red Lotus Stone Island and taking away Regret Gu. It was an easy task. But all in all, this was the general trend. Later venerables had a greater advantage in this contest. Because the entire Gu cultivation world was continuously developing and growing. In the remote antiquity era, in primordial origin Immortal Venerable's time, there were only 4 to 5 paths. Qi path was the strongest. But now, there were paths of all kinds, mainstream paths numbered to at least 20. Taking Divine Emperor City as an example, it was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable using his peak wood path and painting path attainment at that time. It could even mimic human path. But in terms of luck path, it was quite lacking. After all, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable only appeared after Genesis Lotus. In fact, it was not certain if Divine Emperor City was still the peak product of wood path at this current time. 300,000 years had already passed since Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's era. During this long period, wood path had grown tremendously. Countless geniuses emerged. They had their own developments. They promoted wood path to a new level. Only Painting Path was still at its peak. Why? Painting Path had been kept as a secret by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. It was not leaked to the outside world. Thus, the current Painting Path was still kept at its peak state from back then. This was also why a portion of the venerables held onto their own paths' true inheritances and did not spread them widely. Like Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path true inheritances. Lu Wei-yin continued to expose more secrets. Fang Yuan, do you know that Duke Long had moved the door of life and death into Crazed Demon Cave before the Fate War? Fang Yuan's gaze flickered. Heavenly Court knows that Spectral Soul's main body is inside the door of life and death, so they moved it away in advance and prevented him from succeeding his plot? No wonder Spectral Soul and Fairy Ziwei could not find the door of life and death even after ransacking Heavenly Court's treasuries. Lu Wei-yin drank some tea before continuing. Duke Long did not just relocate the door of life and death. He even moved a portion of Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard into Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan was stirred. This means that I only destroyed a portion of Heavenly Court's immortal graveyard. The rest is inside Crazed Demon Cave. Is this the backup plan that Heavenly Court had? It does seem like the way of a righteous path superforce. After all, Heavenly Court had limited Gu immortals. Even if they woke up, they could not retain their peak battle strength. Star constellations will also need some Gu immortals to hibernate and support her. I was about to get to star constellations' will. Lu Wei Yin's gaze was bright as a torch. He stared at Fang Yuan. Do you know that for a long time, Star Constellations will has not showed herself to tell Heavenly Court what to do? Fang Yuan was finally moved. He understood the implicit meaning behind these words. Fang Yuan stared at Lu Wei Yin. You mean to say, Star Constellation has already revived using her will? Lu Wei Yin nodded. Although I am not certain, this is very likely to be the case. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she would definitely lurk in the 8th layer and try to obtain the 9th layer's primordial domain. Once she enters it, she will regain her Supreme Grandmaster attainment level in Wisdom Path. She will be able to use the primeval energy of the world for herself and become a complete and genuine Tao Lord. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He had originally thought that no Venerable had revived yet. But from this conversation, he knew that it was likely at least one Venerable had already revived. And this revived Venerable, the only female among them, was terrifying, the only Wisdom Path Venerable. This woman was so strong that even after her death, she could scheme against 3 demon Venerables of the future. Even though the true details were quite different from what Heavenly Court publicly announced, it was true that Heavenly Court was saved by Star Constellation's schemes and arrangements, surviving the onslaught of 3 demon Venerables. This contribution was undeniable. Every time Fang Yuan thought about it, he could feel how terrifying it was. As for why Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was no longer a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, Fang Yuan knew clearly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died 3 million years ago during the remote antiquity era. Too much time had passed. Wisdom Path had developed until today. It had already undergone a complete revolution in terms of improvement and elevation. Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster meant that the Gu Immortals' understanding of the path was already at the limit of heaven and earth. They were already touching that ceiling. They had almost completely understood the profundity of the path. But they were just inches away, unable to break through. As for Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, not only did they need to comprehend the full profundities of the path, they also had to innovate further. At this level, each time the Gu Immortal improves, it would be an unprecedented feat. It would elevate the upper boundaries of the entire path. It would even elevate the whole of heaven and earth to some degree. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster attainment level back in the day was no longer Supreme Grandmaster in today's world. Even though she merged with Heaven's will and studied Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path research results at all times, this was still true. Forget about the difference between Star Constellation's will and a clone. Just Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path research results alone only represented a portion of the whole of Wisdom Path. Only after Star Constellation Immortal Venerable entered Primordial Domain could her Wisdom Path attainment level return to Supreme Grandmaster. She would become a Tao Lord again. What is a Tao Lord? Fang Yuan heard of a new concept from Lu Wei Yin once again. This journey to the Mushroom Man Paradise was truly valuable. He had already understood the conditions of Venerable Ascension. He also learned of the Venerable schemes, and now the term Tao Lord was likely concerning the secret of Venerable invincibility. As expected, at the next moment Lu Wei Yin smiled. Why could the past Venerables be invincible in the world? The difference between Venerable and Pseudo-Venerable lies in the concept of Tao Lord. Why could Venerable methods remain for so many years without dissipating? This is also due to the concept of Tao Lord. Before Fang Yuan could ask him, Lu Wei Yin immediately answered, the so-called Tao Lord refers to the Lord of a certain path. When a Gu Immortal becomes Venerable and has Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, they will be the leader of that path. Their own improvement would signify the improvement of the path. That would also be the improvement of heaven and earth. That person is a Tao Lord. As a Tao Lord, the Gu Venerable can sense all of the natural Tao marks of heaven and earth of that particular path and refine them. After refining the Tao marks, the Gu Venerable can manipulate them at will. Fang Yuan could not help but feel shaken. Refine them? Manipulate them at will. Lu Wei Yin continued to speak. After every Venerable becomes Venerable, there will be a period of time when they roam the world. For example, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable or Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But the truth is, during this period, they are refining the natural Tao marks of the world. They are turning the entire world into their personal battlefield killer move. This was the secret of venerable invincibility. So this is the secret of venerable invincibility. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This trip to the Mushroom Man paradise was truly not in vain. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of secrets involving venerables. He also had some sort of guess towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's motive. At this point, the signs shown in Fang Yuan's luck inspection were verified. His luck was like a pure silver pillar of light. Even though it was slim, it was tall, shooting towards heaven, seemingly trying to pierce the sky. At the bottom of this dense pure silver light pillar, there was a lump of yellow chi guarding it, looking like a dust cloud that seemed to support the pillar. At the top of the pillar, there were 3 clouds. One was black as ink, one was golden and dazzling, one was shining with starlight. These 3 clouds were phenomena that seemed to be obstructing Fang Yuan's luck from rising further. The black ink cloud should be spectral soul demon venerable. After all, the current shadow sect was already left with few members. It had little threat. The starlight cloud was most likely the revived star constellation Immortal Venerable. It radiated mystery. It had an aura filled with wisdom. As for that golden cloud, there was no need to guess. It was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. In the Fate War earlier, Giant Sun's attack came from northern plains with imposing might, arriving in Heavenly Court with unparalleled strength. During the battle to pursue Fang Yuan, even though they lost one legendary immemorial beast, Longevity Heaven's strength did not fall much. They still retained their foundation. The Huangjin family was like the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It dominated Northern Plains and ensured that the whole of Northern Plains was controlled by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's bloodline descendants. Crazed Demon Cave was in Northern Plains. There was no way to avoid Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Longevity Heaven. Maybe Giant Sun Immortal Venerable chose to create Longevity Heaven in Northern Plains not because he was a Northern Plainsman but because of the crucial Crazed Demon Cave. He wanted to make his arrangements. Fang Yuan had many thoughts. He pondered about the deeper meaning of this. If it were him, he would make the same arrangements. If Fate Gu was not destroyed, everything would not matter. But once it was destroyed, the Venerables could revive. By then, whoever occupied Northern Plains and encircled Crazed Demon Cave would have the clear advantage. Fang Yuan looked at Lu Wei-yin again. Since Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created the Yellow Earth Great World, then by helping me become venerable, does he also want me to help him revive successfully? Lu Wei-yin nodded and smiled. Precisely. Back then, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable brought blessings to the world, but his main true inheritances were left in the 5 regions. Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance is here. Eastern Seas Paradise Earth True Inheritance is in the Blue Dragon Whale. Central Continent's Paradise Earth True Inheritance is Reincarnation Battlefield. Northern Plains Paradise Earth True Inheritance is inside the Yellow Earth Great World. As for Western Deserts Paradise Earth True Inheritance, someone seems to have taken it already. Venerables have left behind their revival methods, but they are limited. As long as they are destroyed in advance, these venerables will not be able to revive. But if they revive, the difficulty to take them down will be at a whole new level compared to before. Now that Fate Gu has been destroyed, the river of time's lower stream is in turbulence and chaos. The world is experiencing an unprecedented shift in era. Who can be sure of what will happen in the future? Not just venerable revival, just talking about Great Dream Immortal Venerable alone. Will she still appear? Pseudo-venerable is just pseudo-venerable in the end. By now, Fang Yuan, I am sure that you no longer suspect our sincerity. As long as you help Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable revive, we will be the closest allies. Not only will we give you Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance, we will also provide clues for Eastern Seas and Central Continent's Paradise Earth True Inheritances. The value is simply immeasurable. Fang Yuan was silent. Lu Wei-yin was here to convince him. He was not just qualified to do so, he was incredibly skilled. As expected, every venerable had extremely deep wisdom. Fang Yuan was starting to understand the accuracy of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's scheme. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not need to worry that Fang Yuan would reject him, because the things that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable offered had immense value. Not only would Fang Yuan be moved, he also needed these venerable secrets urgently. The reason why Lu Wei-yin exposed these secrets to Fang Yuan earlier was not because he was stupid or generous. It was because Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable knew about Fang Yuan's nature. To work wholeheartedly with a person like Fang Yuan, the first condition was that he needed to be assured. Otherwise, even though Fang Yuan was a risk-taker with his immense vigilance, he would not help to revive a venerable while only being a pseudo-venerable. Thus, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable needed to help Fang Yuan become venerable. Red Lotus and Spectral Soul were worried that Fang Yuan would become unstoppable when he became a venerable. Thus they wanted to get rid of him. But Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to help Fang Yuan in this. While the other venerables were fighting alone, he had already cooperated with Fang Yuan. Venerables were the strongest existences in heaven and earth. They were at the limit of the world. In a contest between such individuals, their strength would usually be quite equal. Any bit of difference would decide the eventual outcome. Thus, if Paradise Earth worked together with Fang Yuan, the advantage would be huge. All these were simply alluring temptations. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not just tempt Fang Yuan with the present gains. He even lured Fang Yuan with the future benefits of working together. Of course, other than allure, there was also pressure. Lu Wei-yin had already told Fang Yuan clearly, "The venerables want to revive in Crazed Demon Cave. Would you not stop them? If not, after losing this opportunity, you will definitely suffer in the future. Fang Yuan, look at what you've done in the past. Longevity Heaven, Heavenly Court, and Shadow Sect were all his enemies. If the venerables revived, they would not let him off. Even if they had no grudges, he as a pseudo-venerable closest to the level of venerables, would those revived venerables want more chess players in this world to compete with them? Paradise Earth was a good person. He only expressed kindness to others. However, Paradise Earth's magnanimity and scheming ability definitely lived up to his title as a venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable tempted and pressured Fang Yuan at the same time. What would he choose? How else could he choose? At the next moment, Fang Yuan nodded with a grim expression. All right, I agree to this. Let's set the agreement. Lu Wei-yin waved his hand. I believe in you, Fang Yuan. Why would we need to set an agreement? He was bullshitting. The true reason was that Fang Yuan had methods like myriad beings assimilation transformation. Almost no alliance agreements in the world could restrict him. Lu Wei-yin had no choice but to show his tolerance in this issue. Fang Yuan was a logical person. If he was not logical and vigilant, he would not reach this stage today. Precisely because of his logic and wariness, he knew that working together with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had benefits, while refusing had its demerits. This was more effective than any alliance agreement in the world. Lu Wei-yin slowly stood up. Since we are in an alliance, Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance is yours now. Please follow me. Fang Yuan followed Lu Wei-yin and left the house, going to a mountain peak. Outside the house, the sky was tall and the clouds were wide. The fields under the mountains were green. The breeze was gentle and the trees were swaying slowly. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the base of the mountain. Fang Yuan, firstly, this Mushroom Man Paradise is now your property. You can freely annex it, of course. You can let it remain here as your territory in Southern Borders Gu Immortal World. Fang Yuan was moved. This gift was not a small one. Mushroom Man Paradise had existed for over 100,000 years. It had abundant resources, comparable with top-tier grotto heavens in the two heavens. Let alone the giant resource points inside. Just the countless mushroom men living here were definitely something unique among the 5 regions and 2 heavens. This was the best mushroom man resource in the world. There was no contest. Next, Lu Wei-yin handed Fang Yuan more than 10 immortal gu. They were mostly Earth Path. Among them, one was an information path immortal gu that recorded the details of Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. Fang Yuan's divine sense entered and saw everything at once. He found that this true inheritance had 3 components. The main part was the Earth Path True Inheritance. There was the core killer move Paradise Creation. After using this move, the immortal aperture would no longer have calamities and tribulations. The second part was related to human path. Feng Yuan had seen the contents before. When Lu Wei-yin tried to reform Feng Yuan in the dream realm, Feng Yuan had obtained this virtue true inheritance before. This true inheritance had a weird requirement. It needed the inheritor to maintain a just heart, to be a virtuous person. The greater the user's virtues, the easier it was when cultivating. The core immortal gu was accumulate virtue gu. As long as Feng Yuan did good deeds and acted kindly, it would continue to refine itself. The greater the accumulation of kindness, the higher the rank of the accumulate virtue gu refined. Accumulate virtue gu had many incredible uses. The most useful one was to modify Feng Yuan's physique into the righteous virtue physique that was only inferior to the 10 extreme physiques. But it did not have any of the 10 extreme physiques flaws. It represented a limitless future and potential. Feng Yuan only took a few looks before he sighed in amazement towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's talent. Earlier, he had only interacted with a small portion in his dream. He did not understand its full profundity. The human path segment of Southern Border's Paradise Earth True Inheritance opened a new door for Feng Yuan. He saw a new perspective of human path. It stemmed from the morals of people developing in this direction. If gu cultivators chose to cultivate this way, it would definitely create change and become a central part of gu cultivation in the future. If this cultivation information was spread widely, it would definitely cause the righteous path to prosper. Additionally, the refinement method of accumulate virtue gu was also incredible. It was able to refine accumulate virtue gu in the person's body through acts of righteousness and kindness. This was a type of human body gu refinement method, or rather, a human path gu refinement method. From this aspect, one could see that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had shocking refinement path attainment. Feng Yuan currently lacked this essence of refinement path. It was a huge inspiration to him. I am only a quasi-supreme in refinement path, mainly consisting of the hairy man gu refinement method. To become a genuine supreme grandmaster, I lack these things. But how many of these things are in existence? Where are they left at? This human path refinement method of accumulate virtue gu seems to have some similarity with Qing Chao's hatred gu refinement. Feng Yuan thought about it for a while. He was secretly happy internally. He next moved his attention to the third portion of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. This was regarding the dream path. The core killer move was 3 lifetime dreams reform a chosen one. This killer move used Fetus Earth Maze as the foundation to create a dream realm. It allowed the people who entered the dream to live in the same dream together for 3 lifetimes. One could experience the mortal lives fully and comprehend life and death, understanding the vicissitudes of human ways and forgetting the evil in their heart, turning over a new leaf. Feng Yuan had already been hit by this move before. Lu Wei-yin was the user. The reason why Lu Wei-yin understood Feng Yuan's nature and goal so well was also because of this move. Thus, Feng Yuan obtained 2 rank 7 Dream Path Immortal Gu from him. The first was Dreaming Immortal Gu. It was the core Immortal Gu of 3 lifetime dreams reform a chosen one. It was not a surprise. The other Immortal Gu made Feng Yuan very happy. Even though this Immortal Gu is only rank 7, it carries a huge significance in my case. Its importance surpasses rank 8 Immortal Gu, and even rank 9. The Dream Path Immortal Gu held in Feng Yuan's hands now was a round ruby-like jewel that was cut in half. This semicircular ball-shaped gu worm looked very cute. Its red color was also very attractive. Its head was only 10% of its body. Its back was round and smooth. There were black markings all over, resembling a tortoise shell. This was rank 7 Dream Path Immortal Gu Dream Armor. It was a defensive Dream Path Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan had many Immortal Gu currently, but he only had 1 Dream Path Immortal Gu. It was rank 8 Dream Token, the core Immortal Gu of Dragon Palace. Dream Token was shaped like a dragonfly. It had a round head and long body, with a pair of pink ruby eyes and 4 pairs of transparent wings. Looking closely at its thin wings, one would also see a faint layer of rainbow halo. Looking at the two, Feng Yuan found that Dream Path Immortal Gu seemed to all look very pretty. I wonder what dream travel and dream wings look like? Feng Yuan could not help but think. He had 500 years of memories. He knew that Dream Wings Immortal Gu was in the hands of Feng Jin Huang. while Dream Travel Immortal Goo was in Lady Poison Scorpion's hands. It was not that Fang Yuan had no intentions of targeting them. All along, he could not effectively deal with Feng Jinhuang, while he had little confidence in regards to Lady Poison Scorpion. In his previous life, Dream Travel, Carefree Travel, Fixed Immortal Travel, and Liquor God Travel were the publicly recognized four great movement Immortal Goo. Even though Fang Yuan was strong, Lady Poison Scorpion could travel through dreams and instantly enter any single dream realm. Currently, Dream Path is still not developed enough. Dream realms have not manifested everywhere in the outside world. Dream Path Immortal materials are still rare, while Dream Path Immortal Goo are even rarer, and yet I already own 3 of them. Fang Yuan was quite happy with this result. In the previous life, the manifested dream realms were even larger than Spectral Soul's dream realm. They were everywhere in the 5 regions. Thus, everyone could enter dream realms for exploration. It was unlike now where dream realms were occupied by the experts. A vast amount of dream realms meant countless opportunities for Goo cultivators to excavate Dream Path Goo materials. With these materials, Dream Path started to develop rapidly as a path. Thus, at this current time, Dream Path had only started to grow in its initial state. Thieving Heaven's Dream Realm, Paradise Earth's Dream Realm, and Spectral Soul's Dream Realm were just small flames that could not boil this entire pot of water. To boil the pot of water that was Dream Path, Spectral Soul's Dream Realm was just too small. The entire world's strength was needed. In Fang Yuan's case, the Immortal Goo Dreaming and Dream Token were even less important than Dream Armor, because Dream Armor was a defensive Immortal Goo. With this Immortal Goo, he would have the capability of resisting Dream Path tribulations. The pure Dream Reality Seeker clone would be able to undergo Immortal Ascension. Fang Yuan recalled his luck inspection results earlier. The pure Dream clone's luck was like a pink sandbox. It was very small, but yellow sand entered it continuously, turning into pink sand that strengthened the sandbox. The sandbox luck predicted that the pure Dream clone would receive the help of Paradise Earth. Now it seemed like that was truly the case. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot again to inspect his luck. His silver luck pillar did not change much. The pillar of light only became slightly larger, while most of the yellow sand below it had vanished. The pure Dream clone's luck was still like a pink sandbox, but no more yellow sand fell into it. The sand pile in the box was very tall. There was a feeling of collapse or breakthrough at the next moment. I gained Southern Border's Paradise Earth True Inheritance. With his help, the pure Dream clone has the opportunity to break through. But even so, the risks are still huge. I need to make even more preparation. Fang Yuan quickly understood. After Cooking Luck Pot reached rank 8, Fang Yuan obtained even more benefits from Luck Path. He was increasingly feeling the advantage of Luck Path. It was no wonder that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable managed to rise to the top back then. Crazed Demon Cave was definitely a place to visit, but Fang Yuan could not go now. Currently, his strength was growing explosively. Fang Yuan intended to raise his battle strength to the limit before heading to Crazed Demon Cave. Even though Lu Wei-yin claimed that the situation was extremely urgent, Fang Yuan had luck inspection. He knew that he still had some precious time left. More preparation leads to better future results. Let me first research on Dream Path methods before I help the pure Dream clone to ascend. Fang Yuan looked at himself. His Dream Path knowledge was undoubtedly the #1 in the current world. The knowledge of dream realm exploration that he brought along with rebirth was still the top-tier research result of the current world, but his advantage was quickly shrinking. However, after Fang Yuan was reborn, he still made incredible progress in Dream Path. The killer move Unravel Dream came from his memories. From Shadow Sect, he obtained Lead Soul into Dream, Switch Soul in Dream, and Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation. From Dragon Palace, he obtained Dreamy Light Smoke, Dream Within Dream, and Dream Revelation. And now from Southern Border's Paradise Earth True Inheritance, he obtained 3 lifetime dreams, reform a chosen one. Fang Yuan had more Dream Path killer moves than Dream Path Immortal Goo. Many of the Dream Path killer moves had core Immortal Goo of other paths. There was no helping it. He used a vast number of Dream Path Mortal Goo in place of a Dream Path Immortal Goo. For example, killer moves like Lead Soul into Dream and Switch Soul in Dream. What I need now is a Dream Path defensive killer move that uses Dream Armor Immortal Goo as the core. After that, I need a dream path movement method so that I can escape danger and gain some time to recuperate. After that is healing and finally offense. Even though Feng Yuan's dream path attainment level was ordinary, he was confident in creating new dream path killer moves. The reason was that he had unrestrained heavenly mark. He could create a large number of compound killer moves. Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court were definitely plotting to contest in Crazed Demon Cave. They would not send troops to attack Feng Yuan's variant human alliance. Not to mention approaching Feng Yuan. As for the Southern Alliance led by Wu Yong, they would be glad if Feng Yuan did not find them for trouble. Why would they come to him and court death? The external environment was unprecedentedly safe. Feng Yuan started to enter close cultivation. He created dream path killer moves. He made good progress every day. More than 10 days later, Feng Yuan suddenly stopped, entering a daze. He advanced to Dream Path Master. This was the explosive growth of his accumulation. It was extremely smooth after long periods of foundation building. When creating his killer moves, he had unknowingly succeeded and stepped into the next realm. Ever since rebirth, Feng Yuan had been pressured by external forces. He had never invested any time or energy into Dream Path. Until now, he started to truly cultivate Dream Path. He put effort into it. Because his foundation was deep, he was able to progress rapidly from the start, raising his Dream Path attainment level. Master attainment level, the goo cultivators' use of goo worms had already reached an artistic level. They were no longer amateurs. The most evident trait was the emergence of instinct. Their understanding of goo worms and the conceptualization of immortal killer moves for that path had also turned into the cultivator's innate ability. It was like a natural skill that came with them from birth, smooth and easy to use. For example, Feng Yuan had a very vague idea of Dream Path goo worm compatibility for killer moves. He had to try to find out if they would succeed or fail. But now, before trying, his instincts would tell him if some ideas were more feasible or if they were meant to fail even without trying, whether he would only waste his time, energy, and resource if he went ahead. Good. Having Dream Path Master attainment level is truly icing on the cake. My Dream Path achievement is definitely at the top of the current world. But this might change after some time. In the memories of Feng Yuan's previous life, there were many Dream Path geniuses. Among them were shocking talents like Feng Jin Huang and Lady Poison Scorpion. Raising Dream Path attainment level was much easier for them compared to others. Some people were born with compatibility with certain paths. Talent was something that could not be explained. Especially for great dream immortal venerable seeds like Feng Jin Huang and Lady Poison Scorpion. Feng Yuan had self-awareness. He knew that others would surpass him soon in the aspect of Dream Path attainment level. But Feng Yuan would not give up on developing Dream Path. He would not commit the same mistake as in his previous life. Dream Path was the great trend ahead, the revolution of the future. There was a huge advantage in a new path. But now is not the time to truly cultivate Dream Path. Feng Yuan understood his circumstances clearly. He had to become a venerable first to resist the external threats. Only then would he have time and opportunities to develop his Dream Path slowly. After hearing of the 4 venerable ascension conditions from Lu Wei-yin, after careful consideration, Feng Yuan guessed that refinement path would be the most likely path that he would become venerable in. First becoming a venerable in refinement path, then going on to becoming venerable in other paths. This was the advantage of the sovereign immortal body. The other venerables would only be able to stare at his growth. Even though Spectral Soul knew how to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo, after failing in his pursuit of Feng Yuan, he had already fallen behind in terms of progress. Feng Yuan had far greater potential for development than the current venerables. At the same time, Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House. In a certain goo refinement secret room within Spirit Affinity House, Feng Jin Huang's goo refinement was reaching its crucial stage. I am about to succeed. Feng Jin Huang's eyes shined. As long as I refine this Dream Path mortal goo, I will have defensive abilities in dream realms. This is definitely a huge breakthrough. Ugh. Suddenly, the light in front of Feng Jin Huang exploded. The goo refinement failed as she coughed out a mouthful of blood, falling down. How did this happen? Feng Jin Huang was extremely shocked. This was not supposed to happen. The Dream Path Mortal Goo recipe had been checked more than 10 times. How could there be a mistake? Even if any mistake was present, it should not have triggered at this crucial point. This is not a problem with my goo recipe. The problem is the goo material. Feng Jinhuang's head was hurting greatly, but she still understood what had happened. When refining the goo, I did my inspection. The goo materials must have been tampered with, and it must be the work of an immortal. That is why I could not notice it. I was plotted against. Someone wants me dead. Thinking of this, a deep chill emerged from the depths of Feng Jinhuang's heart. She struggled to get up, but halfway, she fell over. Her face was pale as her aura weakened. The strength in her body dissipated as well. I am going to die here. Feng Jinhuang gritted her teeth as tears appeared in her eyes. Her beautiful and elegant face was plastered on the cold ground. She had no strength to raise it herself. Master. Before dying, Feng Jinhuang thought of Duke Long, her mother, and her father. I am not willing to die here, Feng Jinhuang shouted in her heart. Suddenly, she heard some quarreling outside. Fairy, you cannot go in. I, Zhao Lianyun, am the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. I can use any goo refinement room I want. Why can't I choose this best room? Fairy, this room has been taken already. You barged in like this. What if an accident occurs when the person inside is refining goo? Accident. How can there be any accident? The moment she said that, there was a loud sound. The third door of the secret room was forcefully opened. Ah, what is going on? The goo master in charge of the goo refinement secret room became pale with shock. Her goo refinement failed. She suffered a backlash. Quickly give way. How can a goo master like you save her from these injuries? Zhao Lianyun pushed the goo master aside, a dark light flickering in her eyes. The goo master was covered in sweat, thinking about the history between Feng Jinhuang and Zhao Lianyun. She was flustered and did not know what to do. Aren't you scramming? If you interrupt my healing, can you bear the consequences? Zhao Lianyun called out again. The goo master gritted her teeth. Fairy, Zhao Lianyun waved her hand. A lump of profound light sent the goo master flying far away. Zhao Lianyun approached Feng Jinhuang as she squatted down. The two peerless beauties looked at each other. The goo refinement secret room fell into dead silence. This was truly a twist of fate. The two of them had reverse statuses at the moment. Feng Jinhuang was not flustered in the face of death. She said calmly, So you are the ones who want me dead. She was intelligent after seeing Zhao Lianyun. She thought of Li Juning and Su Hao. The latter two had deep grudges with Feng Jiugu. Zhao Lianyun sighed as she extended her hand towards Feng Jinhuang. Feng Jinhuang had no strength to resist. Her vision fell into darkness. Water vapor surged. 3 goo immortals flew rapidly among the clouds. Faster, faster. The goo immortal in front was the current first supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House. The 3 Spirit Affinity House immortals that were moving showed unease and anxiety on their faces. It turned out that after Zhao Lianyun forcefully sent the rank 5 goo master guarding the goo refinement room away, this goo master felt very worried and went to inform the higher-ups of Spirit Affinity House. After receiving the news, First Supreme Elder and the rest could not wait anymore. They quickly rushed towards the place. Nothing had to happen to Feng Jinhuang. Earlier, even though Feng Jiugu betrayed them in the Fate War and caused Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Jinhuang to fall from grace, Heavenly Court dealt with the issue calmly. They did not punish the two of them. According to the rules of the righteous path, they could not punish them. This was because Feng Jinhuang and Fairy Bai Qing did not betray their sect. Feng Jinhuang was even the disciple of Duke Long. During the pursuit of Feng Yuan, Qin Dingling handed out emergency orders. Spirit Affinity House's first Supreme Elder personally controlled the Immortal Goo House and brought Feng Jinhuang to the battlefield, where she collected all of the dream realms that Feng Yuan left behind. Feng Jinhuang made a huge contribution in this battle. Before the first Supreme Elder left, Qin Dingling secretly transmitted to her and said, Take good care of Feng Jinhuang. Even with the destruction of Fate Goo, Dream Path is still the future trend of the world. Spirit Affinity House instantly understood the intention of Heavenly Court. They still thought highly of Feng Jinhuang and wanted to nurture her. All of the dream realms that Feng Jinhuang collected were kept with her. Heavenly Court did not take a single one away. The three immortals flew into the Gu Refinement secret room directly. Fairy Lian Yun, you need to calm down, The three immortals were surprised. They did not see Feng Jinhuang's corpse. Instead, they saw that Feng Jinhuang and Zhao Lian Yun were facing each other. Traces of blood was still seen on Feng Jinhuang's lips, but using their investigative methods, the three immortals found that she was very healthy, completely uninjured. What is going on? Did Zhao Lian Yun really save Feng Jinhuang? This is too strange. Zhao Lian Yun has always been part of the anti-Feng faction. Feng Jinhuang failed her Gu refinement this time. She came at a peculiar timing. She evidently wanted to deal a fatal blow. Why did this happen? The three immortals were unable to understand. Looking at the situation, Feng Jinhuang had the upper hand, while Zhao Lianyun's expression was quite ugly. Feng Jinhuang, very well done. Zhao Lianyun looked at Feng Jinhuang deeply in the eyes. She spoke with deep meaning before leaving. She walked past the three immortals without even greeting them. This went against her usual demeanor. It showed how terrible her mood was. Feng Jinhuang wiped the blood traces off her lips as she smiled and greeted the three supreme elders. The three immortals quickly understood the reason. They sighed in their hearts. This must be due to Feng Jinhuang's plan. She must have sensed something and went along with the scheme to lure out the enemies, causing Zhao Lianyun to expose herself. Ever since the Fate War, Feng Jinhuang's improvement has been very evident. Predicaments truly help to train people. But what should we do about their conflict? The three immortals were secretly troubled. On one hand, there was the anti-Feng faction. Li Juning and Su Hao were the pillars holding this faction up. They helped Zhao Lianyun become the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. With her addition, the faction was already the #1 force within Spirit Affinity House. On the other hand, there were Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Jinhuang. This mother and daughter pair was not easy to deal with. They had deep foundations. Even though Feng Jinhuang seemed to have lost her grace, she was still very important to Heavenly Court. After all, her father was Feng Zhougu. Even though he betrayed the righteous path, as long as he was not dead, Spirit Affinity House could not ignore his existence. The conflict between the two factions became the greatest internal threat of Spirit Affinity House. But the first Supreme Elder was unable to do anything. Feng Jinhuang, if you want to refine Gu in the future, you can come to my mountain peak. The first Supreme Elder looked at Feng Jinhuang for a while before speaking amicably. She pretended not to know about the fact that Zhao Lianyun came to find trouble earlier. There was no direct evidence. The only evidence was the Gu refinement materials, but they were destroyed already. Even if there was evidence, the first Supreme Elder would likely not want to deal with it. Having it manifest now would just trigger the internal threat, causing the decline of the sect. The first Supreme Elder was very mature. She knew that Spirit Affinity House had fallen into some internal strife now. It was like a volcano bound to erupt soon. She needed to use a pot lid and cover the top, stalling for as much time as she could. During this period, she had to dig some routes to redirect the lava away and release the inner pressure to stabilize the situation. Zhao Lianyun returned to her mountain with a livid expression. She did not enter the hall. She stood on the mountain peak, looking at the dark weather. She knew that someone would come. As expected, a while later, Su Hao and Li Juning flew over together. This couple's expressions were not good. Along the way, they already knew that the plan had failed. But they still needed to find out the details from Zhao Lianyun herself. Before Su Hao or Li Juning spoke, Zhao Lianyun already asked them, "How did Feng Jinhuang find out the flaw in the Gu materials? Do you have anything to say about this failure?" Su Hao was silent. Li Juning said grimly, "I underestimated Feng Jinhuang. Lianyun, you know about my title as Illusory Fairy. I am skilled at such things. Especially when I became a Shadow Path Great Grandmaster recently. Even if the Gu material were to be placed in front of First Supreme Elder, she might not have found out." Zhao Lianyun's expression was cold as she waved her sleeves in anger. "But it happened anyway. What explanation do you have?" Su Hao spoke. Maybe Duke Long left Feng Jinhuang some defensive methods. Or maybe this is the power of Dream Path. After all, we are not familiar with Dream Path. That demon Feng Yuan has also relied on Dream Path to fight strong enemies while he was weak. Su Hao continued, "All right, this was our mistake. Fairy Lian Yun, according to our agreement, after helping us with this matter, we no longer owe each other anything. Since this plan failed, let it be, it was our fault after all, we will treat it as a completed task. From today onwards, we do not owe each other anything." Hearing his words, Li Juning showed anxiety on her face. She wanted to speak, but Su Hao stopped her with his hand. Zhao Lianyun's expression eased at this moment. She nodded at the two immortals before turning around and leaving without speaking. The two immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun went into her palace. They had to return. Along the way, Li Juning said angrily, "If not for our help, how could this Zhao Lianyun have gotten the divine concealment of thieving heaven's true inheritance? If not for our help, how could she have become the current generation fairy? She actually wants to keep a clear distance from us now. She is truly an ingrate. And husband, you actually let her off so easily. Do you know that she is the best weapon for us to deal with Feng Jiugu? To think that you are a wisdom path cultivator, Sai." Su Hao smiled. "My dear wife, don't worry. Even though we failed, there were gains too. Firstly, we learned about Heavenly Court's intentions through the first Supreme Elder's actions. Secondly, we now have Zhao Lianyun on our side for good. Thirdly, we also found out some of Feng Jinhuang's abilities." Li Juning was slightly dazed before she realized. That's right. Even though we failed, Zhao Lianyun also became enemies with Feng Jinhuang. Even if we do not look for Zhao Lianyun, Feng Jinhuang will eventually repay her for this. The enemy of an enemy is a friend, so she is still on our side. Precisely. Su Hao nodded. Li Juning smiled. "Husband, you are really a wisdom path cultivator. I was wrong earlier." Su Hao smiled, showing a gaze full of bitterness. "Feng Jinhuang is truly the daughter of Feng Jiugu. Her attitude, talent, and dream path methods surpass my expectations. Our original plan was to use Feng Jinhuang as the bait to lure Feng Jiugu into attacking Spirit Affinity House angrily, to make him conflict with Heavenly Court. Su Hao and Li Junying's target was still Feng Jiugu after all. Even though Feng Jiugu was strong and even 10 of Li Juning and Su Hao together could not fight him, was there really a need to face him in combat? Humans were the spirit of living beings. There were many ways to kill an enemy stronger than yourself. Su Hao, who cultivated Wisdom Path, thought of a plan to use Heavenly Court as the blade to exterminate Feng Jiugu. This was the flair of a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. He was skilled at using other people or situations to achieve his goal. This plan failed. I truly underestimated Feng Jinhuang. After this, she will definitely stay by her mother's side. We will not have many opportunities to strike again in the future. Su Hao was very worried. Feng Jiugu had once suppressed Su Hao, causing him to live a life shrouded by darkness. This was their grudge. When Feng Jiugu was in Spirit Affinity House, his family occupied all of the resources, causing Li Juning and Su Hao to progress slowly in cultivation. This involved their benefits. Feng Jinhuang cultivated Dream Path and was highly regarded by Heavenly Court. She was the forerunner of the new era. This was a future threat. Spirit Affinity House and Heavenly Court could not be depended on. The only one who could defend Su Hao's benefits was Su Hao himself. If he did not do his best, who would help him? The journey of cultivation involves competition and conflict. We can only win if we stake our lives on important gambles. Su Hao muttered, determination flashing in his eyes again. Some days later, Eastern Sea. On a nameless island in a nameless sea area, Feng Yuan let out his Dream Path clone. Start, Feng Yuan said plainly. The Dream Path clone nodded as he took a deep breath, shattering his aperture at the next moment. The complete pure dream reality seeker physique's aperture was different from an ordinary rank 5 aperture. It was constantly alternating between shattering and forming at all times, yet its aperture wall had a thin layer that was able to fix this Dream Path aperture in place. At this time, Feng Yuan's Dream Path clone only used primeval essence to assault the wall before it shattered. At the next moment, formless heavenly power surged towards him from all over the place, as the pure dream clone's body started to rise into the air. Rumble. Clouds gathered in the sky as thunder rumbled. The waves around the island became more intense, soon turning into huge tides. The environment became quite hostile. Using goo worms in this area, be they immortal or mortal, would result in backlash. If the backlash was severe, even immortal goo would be destroyed. Heaven's will was seemingly enraged. Feng Yuan was a hated scoundrel. He actually wanted to become a dream path goo immortal in advance. This was not part of the plan of Heaven's will. This went against the arrangement of fate. Could not be spared. Could not be forgiven. Feng Yuan looked up at the sky. His gaze was peaceful yet determined. So what if the heavenly Tao did not allow it? Then contest. Then fight. In this world, the most reliable thing was neither your clan or sect, nor your family or lover. It was yourself. Feng Yuan's pure dream clone had already shattered his aperture to start the immortal ascension. Once this process started, it could not be stopped. Either he became an immortal or he would face failure in death. Heaven Chi poured down like a calm yet swift breeze. Earth Chi rose up with a heavy and stable feeling. The pure dream clone emitted a dense human Chi as well. The complete pure dream reality seeker physique was the 11th extreme physique. It contained an immense amount of human Chi to begin with. As the three Chi converged, Chi currents surged and intertwined, creating a huge cocoon that enveloped the pure dream clone's entire body tightly, leaving no gaps outside. At this juncture, goo masters had to be mindful to regulate the three Chi and fuse them together. The three Chi had to be balanced. If human Chi was slightly in excess, it would lead to self-detonation. If heaven Chi was slightly more, the goo master would dissolve into the sky. If earth Chi was slightly denser, the goo master would turn into a fossil and suffocate to death. This step was precarious, but Feng Yuan had absolute confidence in the pure dream clone. He had already given the pure dream clone an abundance of memories regarding immortal ascension. This not only included Feng Yuan himself but also those he soul-searched. For example, the Northern Plains goo immortals like Heichang, or Southern Border goo immortals like Xiacha. There were also many Eastern Sea, Central Continent, and Western Desert goo immortals that Feng Yuan harmed. In the long history of goo cultivation, in terms of immortal ascension experience, the pure dream clone's accumulation was definitely rare. The difficulty of the pure dream clone's immortal ascension was not the three Chi, but the tribulation. In the sky, heaven and earth Chi rumbled like a turbulent sea. A vast amount of pink fog covered the sky of a few thousand li. It was grand and majestic, emitting a dense aura of dream path. Feng Yuan's main body was solemnly awaiting it. This immortal ascension definitely enraged heaven's will greatly. The difficulty was far beyond ordinary. Bam, bam, bam. At the next moment, rumbling thunder could be heard unceasingly. Within the sea of pink clouds, more than 10 balls of light shot down. These balls were all pink in color. They were large as mountains. The surfaces were smooth without any impurities. The balls of light did not move quickly. They gave people a feeling of being weightless. As the 10 pink balls descended, they were aimed at the pure dream clone who was floating in the air. Feng Yuan immediately acted to obstruct them. There were countless thoughts accumulated in his mind. At once, his thoughts collided. Killer moves were unleashed in rapid succession, creating a huge sky of fireworks that blocked the 10 pink balls. The following scene was a slight shock to Feng Yuan. One pink ball shattered into countless bubbles that spread in the sky. One pink ball engulfed everything in its path as it expanded by several times. One pink ball shattered and turned into desolate beast nightmare demonic colts, rapidly approaching the pure dream clone. One pink ball turned into a lump of dream realms that flew over. One pink ball turned into a dream path immortal goo, rapidly vanishing into thin air. The 10 pink balls had varying effects. It was a chaotic scene. Any ordinary goo immortal would have flustered by now, but with Feng Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment, he made the most appropriate reaction right away. He first released the desolate level year beasts in his immortal aperture to resist the nightmare demonic colts. Next, he waved his sleeves. Dense smoke flew out and captured all of the dream butterflies that got close to the pure dream clone. After that, He used pure dream reality seeker transformation on the dream realm. But this dream realm still approached the top of the pure dream clone's head as its form changed violently, resisting Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker transformation. It seems that this dream realm contains heaven's will. Fang Yuan did not worry. Even though he had not undergone a dream path immortal ascension before, he had already made many deductions regarding this. This was one of the scenarios that he deduced. A large amount of wisdom path and dream path goo worms were rapidly activated in the sovereign immortal aperture. They formed a killer move, Heaven's Will Dissipation. This killer move was modified by Fang Yuan. It was originally able to dispel the Heaven's Will in dream realms, but the efficiency was too low. After modification by adding in dream path immortal goo, the speed became faster. However, the brand new Heaven's Will Dissipation could not work on this dream realm. What is going on? Fang Yuan frowned. At the next moment, thoughts collided in his mind. Inspiration flashed. This dream realm is fake. This is why pure dream reality seeker transformation did not work earlier. Even if I use Heaven's Will Dissipation, the result is the same. But in that case, a dark light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes as he hesitated for once. Looking at the scene in front of me, what is real and what is fake? The seemingly chaotic tribulation had real and fake elements to it. But even with Fang Yuan's strength, he could not tell. One skill to dominate the world. This was the power of Dream Path. Even Fang Yuan's main body succumbed to it unknowingly. Indeed, the pure dream clone is only undergoing immortal ascension. The tribulation cannot be this powerful. There were desolate beasts and Dream Path immortal goo. Why did I not realize this earlier? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk uncontrollably. The Dream Path tribulation was truly peculiar. Not only could it blur reality and truth, it could even silently affect Fang Yuan's thoughts and mental state. Dream Armor Immortal Goo had been given to the pure dream clone long ago. Fang Yuan quickly used his compound killer move. Using Dreaming Immortal Goo as the core, his body started to shine in a layer of profound light. It was able to defend against some Dream Path abilities. Fang Yuan instantly felt his mind clearing up. He was no longer disrupted when thinking. But that did not help the tribulation that the clone was facing. At this time, Fang Yuan could only stop his actions. Just a mere rank 6 tribulation was able to force the pseudo-venerable Fang Yuan to no longer take action. Because soon, Fang Yuan realized that he could not decipher the reality and illusion of this scene. Was that the case for the pure dream clone too? Even though Fang Yuan felt that the pure dream clone's cocoon had never changed location, it was likely that its traces had already been concealed. If Fang Yuan did anything now, he might be killing the pure dream clone in reality. At this time, Dream Path defensive methods became extremely precious. Fang Yuan did not move. He let the Dream Path tribulation hit him, only using the compound killer move to defend himself. As for the pure dream clone, he was defended by Dream Armor Immortal Goo. The pure dream clone did not have the sovereign immortal body. He could not use Fang Yuan's compound killer moves. The pure dream clone also had to stabilize the 3 chi. He could not divert his precious thoughts into activating any Dream Path killer moves. The truth was, Fang Yuan was only a Dream Path master. He could not create Dream Path killer moves compatible with the pure dream clone in this short period of time. Thus, the pure dream clone directly activated Dream Armor Immortal Goo instead. Even though Dream Armor Immortal Goo was rank 7, the pure dream clone had the immortal essence that the main body gave him. Fang Yuan was very patient. He watched the dream realm descend upon his clone. He watched as the nightmare demonic cults got free from the year beasts and attacked the pure dream clone. The Dream Path tribulation lasted for over 45 minutes before the clouds in the sky dissipated. Heaven and earth was clear again. As heaven and earth chi faded away, the sea became calm again. The nightmare demonic cults on the ground returned to their original form. They were actually the desolate level year beasts that Fang Yuan released earlier. As expected, the cocoon was not far away. It was to the left of Fang Yuan. This discovery made Fang Yuan's heart turn cold. The cocoon was at a dangerous spot. If Fang Yuan used any killer move, he could likely implicate it. By then, Fang Yuan's main body would be the culprit that killed the pure dream clone. The dream path immortal ascension was truly dangerous. If Fang Yuan took risks, it was likely that his main body would be the biggest obstacle for his clone's tribulation. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was vigilant and only did the tribulation after getting dream armor immortal goo. Even so, this immortal ascension was very dangerous, he almost failed to pass it. This dream path tribulation even managed to affect my main body. Let's call it bewildering illusion dream tribulation. Even though Fang Yuan also had a compound killer move that contained dreaming immortal goo and could be used for investigation, this killer move was clearly not enough to decipher the truth. The key was that he had too few dream path immortal goo. Dream armor was with the clone, the main body only had rank 7 dreaming and rank 8 dream token. If dream token was used alone, the user would die from using it, because this immortal goo uses all of the goo immortal's foundation, immortal essence, emotions, true meaning, to create a dream realm. The size and power of the dream realm would depend on the situation. Back then, Wu Shuai was a peak rank 8 goo immortal. He was a quasi-supreme grandmaster in enslavement path. After sacrificing his life, Dragon Palace gained the power to enslave the 4 dragon generals. Dream token was very hard to use alone. Killer moves that used it as the core were very difficult to activate. In Fang Yuan's case, it was not even as useful as rank 7 dreaming immortal goo. The 3 chi fused into one lump. The pure dream clone tossed a rank 5 dream butterfly mortal goo into it. At the next moment, there was a loud sound as the 3 chi exploded, creating an immortal aperture. With the creation of the immortal aperture, it started to absorb the surrounding heaven and earth chi of the pure dream clone in a frenzy and grew rapidly. The pure dream clone put in dream armor immortal goo and the rest, quickly soothing the 3 chi and stabilizing the newly created blessed land. The blessed land was completed, even though it was not comparable to the sovereign immortal aperture. It was a super-grade blessed land, far beyond high-grade. The complete pure dream clone had a 10 extreme physique. Thus, it was not strange to have a super-grade blessed land that only 10 extreme physiques could obtain. With the blessed land, a portion of heaven and earth chi still remained. The pure dream clone used the chance to refine his vital goo. The dream butterfly mortal goo that he tossed in earlier was his vital goo. During the resonance with heaven and earth earlier, he learned of 3 dream path immortal goo recipes from natural inspiration. Dream butterfly immortal goo was one of them. Dream butterfly immortal goo successfully became rank 6. Fang Yuan finally had a total of 4 dream path immortal goo now. After the immortal goo was refined, new dream path tribulations appeared in the blessed land, but the might was far lower than the immortal ascension tribulation. This time, Fang Yuan's main body did not need to do anything. Fang Yuan gave dreaming immortal goo to the pure dream clone. The latter used the 3 immortal goo to pass the tribulation. Dreamy light smoke of the otherworldly guest, calling out the inner soul of my nightly dream, even if this is not fated for 100 years. I leave behind this mortal shell to seek reality in my dream. After the tribulation, the pure dream clone sang his poem. He placed his palm by his chest, bowing at the main body. From today onwards, my name is Meng Qiuzhen. Fang Yuan laughed. Good name, Meng Qiuzhen. Show me your dream path blessed land. He was very interested in the dream path blessed land. This dream path super-grade blessed land had a total of 8,000 square kilometers of land. The rate of time was 46 times. The immortal aperture origin core would produce 55 green grape immortal essence each year. This was the standard of a super-grade blessed land. There was nothing out of the norm. The truly satisfactory thing for Fang Yuan was the special environment of the blessed land. This is the best location to nurture dream path immortal material. The potential for development is huge. It did not disappoint me after all. After some observation, Fang Yuan was quite satisfied. The severe lack of dream path immortal materials had always troubled him. With this dream path immortal aperture, he had a foundation to develop more immortal materials. Throughout history, the signature development of a new path was the emergence of goo immortals that cultivate the path. Because of the unique and enclosed environment, the goo immortal's immortal aperture could rapidly grow a large amount of immortal materials of that path, These immortal materials would flow into the market and push the path to prosper and progress. Kill him. Don't let him bring the immortal goo away. That immortal belongs to me. Gu jiao gui men. Don't think of leaving. The pursuing group was closing in. Feng Jinhuang had two paths ahead of her to choose from. Only one could allow her to escape. The other path would lead to Jiao Gui Men's Blessed Land headquarters. Feng Jinhuang did not hesitate. She chose the left path and rushed out. With a loud sound, the view before her shined brightly. Feng Jinhuang was slightly dazed. She soon found that her soul had returned to the outside world. The dream realm from earlier had already vanished. I passed the dream realm. As expected, that wild soul path immortal goo is the key. After her soul returned to her body, Feng Jinhuang showed an excited expression. This time, my soul path attainment level rose. Dream Path Master attainment level is really helpful when exploring dream realms. Ever since that dangerous situation in the Goo Refinement secret room, Feng Jinhuang benefited from the ordeal instead and advanced to Dream Path Master. The last scene of the dream realm earlier was also Feng Jinhuang's first attempt. She did not know which way was the right one. But at the crucial moment, her Dream Path Master instincts told her which was the correct route to take. It is a pity that I cannot control the instinct gained by becoming a Dream Path Master. It works at times but does not have effect at other times. If I can become a Dream Path Grandmaster, this instinct will be many times stronger. I can even use Dream Path Goo Worms to form killer moves that mimic other paths as well. Feng Jinhuang sighed internally. This advancement to Dream Path Master was already an incredible experience to her. She had been fortunate to succeed after facing immense danger and the threat of death. Feng Jinhuang could clearly feel that her understanding and accumulated knowledge of Dream Path had been used up. She barely became a Dream Path Master. To raise her attainment level again, she would need to accumulate more foundation next. This would take a long time. After packing up, Feng Jinhuang stood up and pushed the door of the Cultivation secret room open. Passing the long walkway, she arrived in the living room. Fairy Bai Qing had already cooked food. The table was full of delicacies. Seeing Feng Jinhuang, Fairy Bai Qing smiled. Huang Heir, has your cultivation for today ended? Looking at your expression, you must have succeeded. Indeed, Mother. Dream Path Master attainment level is truly phenomenal. It is so helpful for my dream realm explorations. Feng Jinhuang sat down and described the final scene of the dream realm. If not for my instincts, my soul would have gotten heavily injured now. Fairy Bai Qing's smile faded away. I've already looked into it. That situation is quite clear now. The ones plotting against you are Li Juning and Su Hao. Li Juning secretly became a Shadow Path Great Grandmaster but kept a low profile, allowing her to tamper with the Goo materials. But eventually, Zhao Lianyun did not harm you but saved you instead. I am truly seeing this otherworldly demon in another light. No wonder she could become the current generation fairy. It was not just because she was the lucky person who received Love Goo's recognition. Feng Jinhuang had a complex expression on her face. She recalled the scene in the secret room, fear still lingering in her heart. Back then, she was completely defenseless. She was fish on the chopping block. Zhao Lianyun could decide her life and death. Even though Feng Jinhuang survived without any danger in the end, this situation still stirred her inner heart greatly. Fairy Bai Qing continued to speak. Huang Heir, I have already inspected your body. There are no problems. Did Zhao Lianyun really just save you? She did not list any requests. Feng Jinhuang shook her head. Even though she did not say it, I have already guessed her plan. After all, her eventual goal is very obvious. Mother, forget about this. Let's eat. After eating, I need to continue exploring dream realms. Fairy Bai Qing nodded. As long as you know what you are doing. But cultivating day and night all the time is no good. Cultivation has its own pace to follow. Mother! Feng Jinhuang interrupted Fairy Bai Qing. I know about the concept of pacing myself, but I also know that I need to be stronger. I can only protect you when I am stronger. I do not want to be the one who is constantly protected. Only by getting stronger can I fulfill Master's dying wish and become a Dream Path Goo Immortal. Only by getting stronger can I make people like Zhao Lianyun and Fang Yuan unable to bully and plot against me. Only by getting stronger can I face my father directly and engage with him in a fight to show him my true goals. Fairy Bai Qing was dazed for a moment. Feng Jin Huang's eyes were seemingly emitting bright light. 2 rays of light shot into Fairy Bai Qing's heart. Fairy Bai Qing held down her worries as she smiled. Huang Heir, since you have made your decision, go ahead and do it. I will support you all the way. If you have any needs, I will do my best to help you. Feng Jin Huang left her seat and came to Fairy Bai Qing. She held her mother's hands. Mother, I know you love me. Do you have any method to get Guts Goo? I need Guts Goo the most now. Fairy Bai Qing smiled bitterly. Oh Huang Heir, this request is too much for me. You know that Guts Goo is only produced on Danghun Mountain, and this mountain is in the hands of that demon Gu Yu Fang Yuan. He has already stopped selling Guts Goo publicly for a long time now. All of the Guts Goo in the market are just the remaining stock that he sold in the past. With the quantity dwindling, the price is also getting higher. Feng Jin Huang sighed. Mother, you know that many methods can heal my soul, but they will have certain side effects. Nothing can match Guts Goo. I must become a Dream Path Goo Immortal. If my soul has too many varying Dao marks at that time, it will limit my future potential. Fairy Bai Qing patted Feng Jin Huang's hands. I will do my best, Sai. If only your father was here. Feng Jin Huang's expression changed as she said in displeasure. Mother, don't mention him in front of me. All right, I won't talk about him. At the same time, affection peak. To think that the sect sent you to convince me. The owner of Affection Peak, Zhao Lianyun, looked at the person with a smile. Bu Zhenzi smiled bitterly. Fairy, please don't take offense. This was a task given to me. I had no choice but to come here and talk to you. Zhao Lianyun's smile widened. You are too polite. Back then, when we went to Northern Plains and fought on Snowy Mountain, if not for your protection, I would have died already. Please come in, I have prepared some tea for you. Bu Zhenzi was a rank 7 Gu Immortal who cultivated Phantom Path. Back then, he was ordered by the sect to protect Zhao Lianyun. He showed a good performance in Reverse Flow River and was heavily nurtured after returning to the sect. Spirit Affinity House's higher-ups also considered this point. They sent Bu Zhenzi here to convince Zhao Lianyun to stop her actions. Bu Zhenzi arrived in the evening. When the tea ceremony ended, the moon had already appeared into the sky. Fairy, there is no need to send me off, I will take my leave now. Bu Zhenzi cupped his fists. His expression was joyful. This discussion was quite successful. Zhao Lianyun was far more magnanimous and easygoing than he had expected. Zhao Lianyun nodded. Goodbye. Bu Zhenzi said sincerely. Fairy, I have already understood your circumstances and problem. I will go and inform First Supreme Elder. Please do not worry. Zhao Lianyun smiled. I will have to trouble you then. Zhao Lianyun watched as Bu Zhenzi left. Even after his figure vanished into the clouds, she still remained standing at the top of Affection Peak. Night winds howled. The surrounding mountains were covered in dense fog, nearly concealing even the bright moon in the sky. This was Spirit Affinity House's main headquarters. The moon in the sky was just an immortal formation in essence. Zhao Lianyun was dressed in white. Her clothes moved along with the wind. She had long black silky hair and clear skin. Her eyes were furrowed as she looked at the night sky. She was Spirit Affinity House's current generation fairy. Her status was very high. Even a rank 7 expert like Bu Zhenzi had to speak to her politely. She had the thieving heaven true inheritance of divine concealment. She controlled Love Gu. She could command people at will. It was really not easy for an otherworldly demon like her to reach this stage. However, none of these made Zhao Lianyun happy. Right now, I have become an immortal, but you are not by my side. Sai, being an immortal is no better than a mortal. The huge 5 regions and 2 heavens were still not her homeland. She could not truly feel at ease. She was once favored by fortune. She encountered Ma Hongyun, whom she entrusted her heart to. But destiny was also cruel. She got separated from Ma Hongyun, getting sold publicly as Feng Jiugu bought her. She participated in the Reverse Flow River battle but watched as Fang Yuan killed Ma Hongyun in front of her. She was used by Su Hao and Li Juning as a pawn. She had once knelt on the ground and begged. She tried all ways possible to become the current generation fairy. She was given trouble at the secret inheritance peak. At that time, spirit affinity houses Gu immortals were very cold to her. After hearing of Fang Zheng's successful immortal ascension, she went to visit him and even brought gifts. She helped Fang Zheng train his blood-turns-cold killer move. With the help of Su Hao and Li Juning, she became the affection peak lord. She knew about this couple's scheme, but she had to agree to deal with Feng Jinhuang for them. But not only did Feng Jinhuang not die, Zhao Lianyun saved her instead. This was Zhao Lianyun's scheme. Su Hao and Li Juning made use of me, but I can also make use of their hatred towards Feng Jiugu to manipulate them. If they want to deal with Feng Jiugu, they will need to rely on me. I can also use them to cultivate and grow faster. Thankfully, I have divine concealment. It allows me to face wisdom path Gu immortals with ease. Bu Zhenzi and I have some history of fighting together. We can become allies for benefits. Fang Zheng has already become the Demon Judgment Board Lord. My investment was truly worth it. And Feng Jinhuang also owes me this favor. Maybe we can join hands to deal with Fang Yuan. After all, he snatched her who immortal blessed land. Zhao Lianyun schemed with all her strength. A vague web that connected several forces was already forming around her. She only had one goal. That was to retrieve Ma Hongyun's soul from Fang Yuan and revive her lover. Fang Yuan? Zhao Lianyun muttered. The worry on her face deepened immediately. Fang Yuan was like the fog that covered the sky. He was grand and vast. Compared to him, Zhao Lianyun was insignificant and weak. Her goal was like the moon in the sky. Clouds covered it and hid everything from her. Almost completely obscured. She could not see the path ahead. She could not find a destination. Zhao Lianyun gritted her teeth. Her body was like a weak white flower that would be blown away by the wind at any time. But her eyes were still shining brightly. I need to persevere. I cannot give up. If even I fail, then who can still save Hong Yun? In this world, he can only rely on me. And I can only rely on myself. Tomorrow, I will head to Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. The traces of their fight can still be found there. I can gain first-hand information and deduce Fang Yuan's current strength. Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. In an ordinary and common cave, the four great obscenities of Central Continent chose to rest in this place. Eastern Obscenity Chan Yin Dao, Western Thief Yu Ba Guang, Southern Disturbance Shi Bao, and Northern Squandering Fan Chun Yao. They all had rank 4 cultivation level. They were infamous in Central Continent's Gu Master world. They had taken the chastity and lives of many innocent girls. At this time, these 4 men were standing in a circle. They stared at a young man who was unconscious, observing him. Why hasn't he woken up yet? He has been sleeping these last days. He has not even eaten anything, but he is still full of vitality. Do you guys think he is an immortal? The 4 Gu Masters were talking about Wang Xiao Er. Wang Xiao Er was an ordinary shepherd, but life was extremely cruel to him. During the battle to pursue Fang Yuan, the aftermath caused the mountain he lived on to be destroyed. All of his family members were dead. But for some reason, Wang Xiao Er did not die. He even fell into this peculiar state. Think about it. When we first met him, the grass and flowers around him were blooming and dying constantly. He might be a Gu immortal who joined that battle. He got injured and his enemies thought he was dead. But he used some method to preserve his life, except he fell into a coma afterwards. Yu Ba Guang tried to connect the events. They were just Gu Masters after all. They did not have the information that Heavenly Court was spreading around in Treasure Yellow Heaven. But if he is an immortal, why would an immortal dress like this? Shi Bao pointed at Wang Xiao Er's clothes as he showed a strange expression. Wang Xiao Er's clothes were tattered and patched up. He obviously had the lowest status in society. He was not even qualified to become a Gu Master. Fan Chunyao rubbed his chin. If only we can soul search him, we would know the truth. But these days, even though we used all our soul-searching methods, there was no effect. This is definitely something a Gu Master cannot do. Soul-searching methods had been widely spread ever since Spectral Soul created them. It was simply too convenient after all. Any demonic path Gu Master who did not know a single soul-searching method would be too ashamed to call themselves demonic. The four Gu masters gritted their teeth. They had never seen such a peculiar situation. They did not know what to do now. 8 eyes stared at Wang Xiao Air fixedly. Yin Dao spoke. Sigh. Look at his motionless state. If only this were a female immortal. The other 3 looked at each other. He. At the next moment they chuckled knowingly. After some silence, Shi Bao suddenly shouted, "Screw it. Waiting like this will have no progress. I am going to take action." "What are you thinking of doing?" Fan Chun Yao asked. Shi Bao snickered. "This." Before finishing his words, he attacked abruptly. He activated an offensive Gu worm and shot out a red light at Wang Xiao Air. "You are crazy." The others were shocked. But soon, all of their attention was drawn by the phenomenon around Wang Xiao Air. They saw that traces of silver threads glowing around Wang Xiao Air. These threads easily blocked the red light. It weakened and dissipated instantly. Shi Bao was dumbfounded. The others showed the same expression. They all knew that this was Shi Bao's strongest method, but it was easily dispelled by this Wang Xiao Air. Looking at his aura alone, this is clearly just a mortal. But he managed to block Shi Bao's attack in his sleep. This is something that even a rank 5 Gu master has to block carefully. If he is not an immortal, what can he be? This is not something a Gu master can do. Wait! His eyelids are moving! The 4 were shocked. The cave fell into dead silence. Wang Xiao Air slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurred. His mind was in a mess. He sat up. Plop! Plop! The 4 Gu masters knelt down on the ground, shouting, "Immortal? Spare us!" Wang Xiao Air was shocked. "Who are you guys? Where am I? Wait, who am I?" Wang Xiao Air hugged his head as pain could be seen on his face. The 4 demonic path Gu master looked at each other. A similar thought appeared in all their minds. Don't tell me, the immortal lost his memories? Several days later, in a valley at night, a raging bonfire was burning. "Come, drink wine." Yin Dao placed his arm around Wang Xiao Air's shoulder as he took out the precious wine that was kept for years, offering it to him. Wang Xiao Air's face was already red. He was covered in the odor of alcohol. Once he took the bowl, Shi Bao smiled as he handed the fragrant barbecued meat to Wang Xiao Air. "Come, eat, little brother." Shi Bao's tone was so mushy he even felt like vomiting. This evil individual had never been so nice to anyone. Wang Xiao Air was not only looking rosy, even his clothes had changed. The quality was much better than before. He drank wine and ate meat as he said, "Brothers, you are really nice people. Not only did you save me, you are treating me so well." "Don't mention it." Yin Dao patted Wang Xiao Air's shoulder. "It was fate that we met." At the same time, his heart was bleeding internally. "My wine that has been kept for more than 10 years. I couldn't even bear to drink it myself. We are all people in the same situation. This is nothing." Yuba Guang returned. He had just arranged some investigative Gu worms in the surroundings. He showed an honest and dependable smile. Rely on family when at home, rely on friends when outside. As long as everyone helps each other, I believe this world will become a better place. Seeing the other 3's performances, Fan Chun Yao did not want to fall behind as well. They were all shocked by the scene in the cave earlier. After confirming that Wang Xiao Air was a Gu immortal who had lost his memories, they decided to treat him like their own ancestor. After all, if Wang Xiao Air regains his memories in the future, seeing how well the 4 of them treated him, he would not do anything bad to them. Wang Xiao Air drank wine and ate meat. After filling his stomach, he went to sleep on the comfortable and large bed that the 4 of them prepared. He had truly gotten amnesiac. Even though he did not lose his ability to function as a person, he could not remember any of the details of his past. During this period, the 4 Gu masters had brought him back to the ruins, but his memories did not return. All that happened was that Wang Xiao Air remembered his own name. He told the 4 great obscenities. Wang Xiao Air felt that life was very blissful. But the other 4 Gu masters felt like life was currently torture. Since when did these 4 demonic path Gu masters act so subserviently before? They were ruthless and cruel, they did things without worry. Why would they put up this groveling attitude? Thus, a few days later, these 4 Gu masters could not take it anymore. Guys, even though I want to know the immortal ascension method from this immortal, this life is really too hard to live. I know we have to be careful all the time. It is really stifling. My worry is, if this Gu immortal recovers his memories, will he really reward us? If he is a righteous path Gu immortal, he will easily learn of our past deeds. What will he do to demonic path members like us? If he is a demonic path Gu immortal, if he recalls the scene of us attacking him, will he rip out our tendons and skin? The 4 of them had deep chemistry after years of living together. Their thoughts were quite similar. The 4 of them discussed for a while. They decided to get away from Wang Shao Air. Life was too painful while reward was nowhere in sight. In fact, they might be awaiting death instead. How can we get free from Wang Shao Air? We can't leave too directly. If he regains his memories, wouldn't he come after us for trouble? I have a good idea. Tell us. Tell us. We are currently here. There is Slaughter Soul Crater nearby. We will enter this place and get free from this problematic person. The next day, the 4 Gu masters brought Wang Shao Air deep into Slaughter Soul Crater. Slaughter Soul Crater had a plain terrain, but the actual environment was very complicated. This place was part of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range. It was originally an ordinary mountain that had nothing special in it. But after the huge battle involving Feng Yuan, this place was implicated. At that time, Black Heaven Temple's Gu immortals witnessed themselves how this Slaughter Soul sunken land formed. Spectral Soul shot out a black soul ball, but Dragon Palace dodged it. This soul ball shot into the mountain valley. There was no sound at the instance, with the valley as the core. The surrounding 1,000 li of mountains and valleys turned into black dust that flew away with the wind. The originally bountiful mountains vanished soundlessly. Only a huge crater was left. The crater was formed by Spectral Soul's killer move. It was filled with soul path Dao marks. The living beings who had once lived here were wiped out, but their souls remained. Soul path Dao marks, wind path Dao marks, earth path Dao marks, and others converged to form a dense fog. All sorts of soul beasts started to live in the fog. The surrounding living beings either entered by mistake or were attacked by the soul beasts. Either way, the more living beings that died here, the more souls that remained. This Slaughter Soul Crater's fog became increasingly denser. The 5 of them carefully avoided many strong soul beasts. They went to the center of Slaughter Soul Crater. Yuba Guang made an excuse of scouting the area as he left. The other 4 did not move away. Wang Shao Air did not understand the situation. He asked, "Brothers, why are we here? Clearly, we want to leave you here. Of course, we won't do it directly. We will lure some soul beasts here and pretend to be outmatched. In order to protect you, we will lure these soul beasts away while risking our lives." Chen Yin Dao smiled to himself as he thought. Other than putting up a show, the 4 great obscenities also had another thought. In the event that this immortal died at the hands of the soul beasts, would he leave any inheritance behind? Those who were in the demonic path were normally people with extraordinary guts. The 4 great obscenities were outstanding members in this aspect. Chen Yin Dao did not speak the truth, of course. He patted Wang Shao Air's shoulder. "Brother, we came to Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range to collect some Gu materials. This Slaughter Soul Crater was created by the fight between immortals. Before it calms down completely, we have a lot of opportunities to get rich here." Slaughter Soul Crater was still forming now. During the process of conflicting with the surroundings, many gaps would naturally appear. After it stabilizes and reaches balance with the surroundings, the living beings would return inside. Beast groups and beast kings would guard their own territories and expand the crater. By then, outsiders would not be able to enter easily. Right at this time, the howling of soul beasts could suddenly be heard. Chen Yin Dao was slightly surprised. Yuba Guang's ability to lure beasts has increased. But soon they found something amiss. What lured the soul beasts here was not Yuba Guang, but a group of Central Continent Righteous Path Gu masters. These people passed the soul fog and arrived in front of Chen Yin Dao. They were at first happy to see reinforcements, but soon their expressions changed. Someone shouted, "Oh no! The 4 great obscenities!" After observing the situation, Chun Yin Dao relaxed and smiled coldly as a sharp gaze flashed in his eyes. This is my lucky day. An intense battle ensued. The central continent, 4 great obscenities obtained great victory. Not only did they kill some soul beasts, they even captured some righteous path Gu masters alive. What a coincidence. These 5 remaining ones are all girls. Look at this one. She looks really cute. This one is not bad too. My favorite is this one. Look at her tiny mouth and big eyes. The 4 demonic path Gu masters assessed the girls with increasing fondness. As their captives, the female Gu masters were extremely fearful. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't have any evil thoughts. Otherwise, even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Humph. I am a Gu master of Spirit Affinity House. Consider the consequences before you act. Facing the threats of the girls, the 4 great obscenities laughed wildly instead. Yes, this is what I like. I love this expression. Go on and scream. Shout louder. Nobody is going to save you. So what if you are from Spirit Affinity House? Back then, we even targeted Heavenly Lotus Sex Fairy by Xia. It was a pity that guy called Fang Zheng ruined it. Humph. We will find him and settle the score eventually. The 4 great obscenities slowly approached the female captives as they chuckled lewdly to themselves. Brothers, what are you guys doing? Wang Xiao spoke from behind them. He was completely muddled. The other 9 people were all stunned. Chun Yin Dao frowned. The atmosphere from earlier was completely ruined by Wang Xiao's words. Shi Bao directly walked towards Wang Xiao and wrapped his arm around his neck, bringing him to the female Gu masters as he chuckled. Brother Wang Xiao, we will give you an eye-opener today. You will learn what the true joy of the mortal world is. The other 3 obscenities looked at each other. They communicated with each other subtly and nodded. All of them were daring people who had been on the righteous path's arrest warrants for years. They lived lives of worry and danger. They were used to maximizing their happiness regardless of consequences. Wang Xiao was going to be dealt with later anyway. In fact, dragging an immortal through the mud was also quite fun. Let's do that. Thus, the 4 great obscenities surrounded Wang Xiao. Oh, so little brother does not know this. Don't worry. Us elder brothers will teach you. Come on. This is a really fun thing to do. After one attempt, you will be hooked. Half the fulfillment of life lies here. Wang Xiao nodded repeatedly as he asked with interest, what should I do? Shi Bao had a muscular body and impatient nature. He immediately dropped his pants. Do this! The female Gu masters shouted in unison. Some had their eyes shut. Hee. Yu Guang had a slim body, he also removed his pants. There was another wave of screaming. Fan Chunyao was slightly chubbier. He pouted as he removed his pants, pointing downwards. Look! The female captives screamed even louder now. Shi Bao and Yu Guang stared with wide eyes. They showed an indignant expression, but the fact was right here. It made them feel helpless. Chun Yin Dao quietly pulled down his pants. The female Gu master's screams reached an unprecedented peak. The other 3 obscenities raised their thumbs in unison, saying, as expected of our boss. Let me do it too. Wang Xiao was excited, he quickly removed his pants. Eh? The female captives gasped at the same time. The 4 great obscenities cast their gaze at the same time. The surroundings fell into a state of awkwardness. Shi Bao was the most straightforward person. He walked towards Wang Xiao and patted his shoulders in sympathy. This is not your fault. You should blame your parents instead. Fan Chunyao consoled. Don't worry. Even though you have a poor foundation, this also proves that you have a lot of room for improvement. I have many Gu worms. I can help you. Yu Guang encouraged. Chun Yin Dao did not speak. He only thought to himself, this Wang Xiao really lives up to his name. Let's go. I can't wait anymore. Shi Bao walked towards the female Gu masters. No, don't come here. The female Gu masters quickly shuffled backwards. Some had pale expressions. Some had bright red faces. Let's go together. Fan Chunyao clapped. But they don't seem too willing. This isn't appropriate? Wang Xiao asked softly. Don't worry. Just follow what we do. Chun Yin Dao encouraged Wang Xiao. Just as the five were about to take action, they heard a cold snort. Instantly, the four great obscenities and Wang Xiao turned into motionless statues. The female captives were extremely shocked. Next, Zhao Lianyun walked out of the dense fog. She came here to try and deduce Feng Yuan's strength through the traces he left behind. But now, her mood was very heavy. While she was about to return, she found that a female Gu master of Spirit Affinity House had gotten into danger. She immediately took action. Thus, the central continent four great obscenities were taken down easily. After expressing her identity, Zhao Lianyun saved these female Gu masters. The female Gu masters thanked her profusely. The Spirit Affinity House Gu master was even filled with admiration and excitement. Fairy Lianyun. These four great obscenities have committed many atrocious acts. This is their retribution. These people have sinned greatly. Even killing them is too cheap of a punishment. Zhao Lianyun smiled. Taking their life is really too good for them. How can we uphold justice for those women they harmed? I have a good method. Just watch. Zhao Lianyun waved her sleeves as the five guys started to move again. Despite being so close in proximity, they could not see Zhao Lianyun and the rest. They were stuck in some illusion. Beauty, here I come. Bao pounced at Fan Chunyao. After Fan Chunyao was pushed to the ground, he continued smiling. Ah, you are really rough. The five men were stuck in a physical brawl, engaging in a chaotic battle. The female Gu masters watched with dumbfounded expressions. They quickly turned red. Oh heaven! A girl covered her eyes but continued to peek through the gap between her fingers. This hurts my eyes. Someone gasped. This position is possible? A mature female Gu master recorded this knowledge in her mind. All right. Zhao Lianyun waved her sleeve. Leave with me. These people will continue with this until the soul beasts eat them or when they die of exhaustion. The female Gu masters were shocked by Zhao Lianyun's method. They obediently followed her and left the place. But even Zhao Lianyun could not have anticipated this. After a few minutes, silver threads started to shine around Wang Xiao's body. These silver threads radiated the surroundings, causing the five who were locked in intense physical engagement to awaken. They remembered everything that happened. There was dead silence. We were so unlucky. A female immortal actually came. Fan Chunyao was internally shocked. This female immortal is too vicious. That was more cruel than just killing us. There were tears in Yu Bagwang's eyes as he grabbed his hair and screamed internally. I actually... Chun Yin Dao no longer had the disposition of a leader. His eyes were hollow. He muttered as he thought of suicide. Ugh! Bao started to vomit profusely. What happened, guys? Amidst the silence, Wang Xiao spoke with a confused expression. Why did we stop? The four of them were shocked. They turned around to look at the naked Wang Xiao. They were frozen like statues. Wang Xiao scratched his head. Brothers, why are you looking at me? Oh right, those female Gu masters were all brought away. I thought they were going to play a game with us. Bao stopped vomiting. The four of them looked at each other with complete silence. After some time, Chun Yin Dao spoke with a trembling voice. Brother Wang Xiao, you are really smart. Those women that we invited were audiences. Didn't you see their expressions? Think about it, they were all excited, very excited and focused. They were watching in amazement. We were helping these people feel joy and pleasure. Isn't this how us men should act? As expected of our boss. The other three obscenities raised their thumbs in approval. Wang Xiao clapped with his fist and palm as he realized. So that's it, brothers, you are all good people. Chun Yin Dao laughed loudly. Of course we are. Saying so, he wiped his tears away. Next, he said to the other three. So be it that this happened, don't tell anyone about it. We are doing a good deed, but we will not publicize it. This is how true gentlemen act. The other three nodded rapidly. Of course, if they spoke about this, it would be too humiliating. What would everyone think of them? Wang Xiao asked again. Brothers, are we still going to play? The atmosphere froze once again. Bao cursed. Play my ass. Play what? They have all left. Nobody is here to see it. Yuba Guang added in with a meek voice. After getting scolded, Wang Xiao'er felt quite happy as he smiled innocently. Oh, it is great that we're stopping. Brother Sherbao is right. My butt still hurts a lot now. The scene fell into silence again. Sherbao slammed his fists on the ground repeatedly. Yuba Guang lowered his head, biting his lips as blood started to appear. Fan Chunyao slammed his own head with his fists, trying to send himself into a coma. Chun Yindao stared at Wang Xiao'er with wide eyes. His lips were shaking. Wang Xiao'er looked at Chun Yindao as he asked in confusion, Brother Chun, do you have anything to say to me? At the next moment, Wang Xiao'er realized, oh, I get it. Does your butt hurt too? Cough. Chun Yindao spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell down on the ground. Boss! 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 The others who were still naked quickly ran over to him, trying to help Chun Yindao. Chun Yindao was very feeble now. He barely managed to open his eyes as he said weakly, in an almost sobbing voice, Go away! Don't touch me. Days later, sunlight pierced through the darkness, radiating on the world. In a certain valley near the periphery of Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, Eastern Obscenity Chun Yindao, Western Thief Yuba Guang, Southern Disturbance Sherbao and Northern Squandering Fan Chunyao had already woken up. They were sitting on an icy rock, looking at the sky as they laid spread-eagled. Their eyes were hollow. There was no life in them. Ever since that terrible ordeal in Slaughter Soul Crater, every night, the four great obscenities and Wang Xiao'er would lose control of their bodies. They would engage in the indescribable activity together. The four great obscenities would lose their senses each time. By the time they wake up, they would realize that they had done some horrifying act once again. Even though Wang Xiao'er got rid of a portion of Zhao Lianyun's method, some of it still lingered. This is a curse. The most vicious curse in this world. That fairy from Spirit Affinity House looks so kind and delicate, but she is truly too vicious. She is evil to the core. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, maybe I am just dreaming now. I will wake up from my nightmare one day, right? I am a great man. How can I do something so shameful? I have let down heaven and earth. I have let down my parents. I have let down myself. The four great obscenities were silent on the outside, but they were all crying out in their hearts, feeling sadness and anger, regret and pain. Wang Xiao'er walked out of the goo house at this moment. He had just woken up. He rubbed his eyes and looked at them, asking in concern, Brothers, why are you up so early? You are all naked outside. You might catch a cold. The four great obscenities' bodies shook intensely. They turned around and looked at Wang Xiao'er, showing a complex emotion on their faces. On one hand, they revered Wang Xiao'er because of Zhao Lianyun's method. If not for him, they would have died of exhaustion already. They believed in Wang Xiao'er's identity now. Only an immortal could dispel another immortal's method. But on the other hand, they hated Wang Xiao'er. Ever since they saved him, nothing good had happened. Not only did they return from Sorrowful Wind Mountain Range empty-handed, they even received the greatest humiliation of their lives. After a long silence, their boss Chun Yindao spoke bitterly. Brother, you woke up. Yes, our exercise last night was too intense. I slept very soundly. Wang Xiao'er smiled innocently. Recently, I've started to feel pleasure from this, brothers. What you told me earlier makes sense after all. The four great obscenities' bodies shook again. The four of them looked at each other, sensing the fear and horror in each other's eyes. Don't tell me this immortal was like this to begin with? What sort of person did we actually save? Maybe he has the ability to lift our curse, but he purposely chose not to. This is something we should think about. Is he really amnesiac, or is he pretending? If I like men too, as an immortal, I might want to play around in the mortal world as well. The four felt more terror as they thought about it. They wanted to get away from Wang Xiao'er, but they could not do that anymore. Each time the curse activated, they needed Wang Xiao'er to dispel it. If they left, they might die the following night. Thus, the four of them had to keep Wang Xiao'er happy, so that he would get rid of this fatal danger for them. Seriously, what is this situation? Chan Yindao wanted to cry, but he had to smile forcefully. Xiao'er, this is nothing much. We enjoy blessings and endure misfortune together. We are brothers after all. After finishing his words, Chun Yin Dao stared at the other three. They had to resist the disgusting feeling as they spoke in agreement as well. Indeed, this is our brotherhood. Otherwise, why would there be a saying about brotherly relationships? We were destined to meet. As your elder brothers, we need to take care of you. Wang Xiao'er smiled and nodded. It was really my fortune to have met you brothers. No, this is the greatest misfortune of my life. The four of them screamed internally. Wang Xiao'er added, let's continue to play tonight. Don't remind me, you scumbag. The four of them cried out in anguish in their minds. While Wang Xiao'er was away, the four of them gathered during the day. We cannot let this go on. We cannot live life like this. Guys, do you think Wang Xiao'er really lost his memories, or is he pretending? We need to test it. Go capture a few mortal women tonight. No matter what, we need to let Wang Xiao'er know we are normal people. If he really lost his memories, we will turn him back to normal. If he is pretending, we will make sure he cannot put up with the act anymore. The four great obscenities shouted in unison. They were going crazy these last days. This method was risky, but even if they angered the immortal Wang Xiao'er, death was still a good reward at this point. At night time, the four great obscenities captured over a dozen mortal women. The women were all brought into the goo house. Wang Xiao'er was a little excited. Brothers, you have worked hard to invite such a large audience tonight. Brother, let us teach you something tonight. Chun Yin Dao patted Wang Xiao'er's shoulder as he said solemnly. All right, I will do my best to learn it. I will listen with my heart. Wang Xiao'er clenched his fists, showing an excited expression. But reality was still cruel to them. When their activity reached the climax stage, the four great obscenities were shocked to find out. They could not do it. Quick, turn hard now. Oh, why? Why did this happen? I actually don't feel anything towards women. Why do I feel more excited and pleasured when I look at men now? The four men wanted to struggle, but the curse activated at the next moment. The female captives were shocked to see the battle of 5 men. It was a climactic fight. Some of them were very excited while the others felt disappointment. Some even wanted to join in but were sent flying with one slap. This incident was a huge blow to the four great obscenities. Let's suicide. This is not a life that we can lead. Living is worse than death. I'd rather die now. Can anyone kill me? Please come out now. The four of them were sick of life. They were listless and dejected all the time. Seemingly granting their wishes, not long after, righteous path Gu masters came to pursue them. We finally found you. You dared to target our Spirit Affinity House's disciple. Did you really think we would let you off? Qin Wan said with anger, attacking the four great obscenities. The four great obscenities were in despair and felt life was not worth living. After leaving sorrowful Wind Mountain Range, they did not bother to conceal their traces. They were no longer as vigilant as usual. After hearing that they were alive, Zhao Lianyun felt a little interested. She passed down a sect mission to kill these people and investigate the truth. Qin Wan was close to Feng Jinhuang, but she did not know that this mission, which carried a huge reward, was listed by Zhao Lianyun. The Spirit Affinity House Gu Master who got captured in Slaughter Soul Crater earlier was close to her. Thus, she took on this mission. The four great obscenities screamed about not wanting to live every day, but at the moment of crisis, they erupted with an intense will to survive. For half a month, they fought nearly 10 times. Qin Wan had rank 5 cultivation level. She suppressed the 5 of them. Even though the four great obscenities were famous demonic path Gu masters in Central Continent, they were just demonic cultivators that the 10 great ancient sects allowed to live. These demonic cultivators were useful in training their sect disciples. Thus, they made use of these people to act as a trial for their members. The 10 great ancient sects did not mind minor characters like the 4 great obscenities. Thus they were allowed to cause chaos in Central Continent and hide successfully from arrests. But the situation was different now. The Gu immortal Zhao Lianyun had sent a mission. The force pursuing them was different from usual. The 4 great obscenities escaped with Wang Xiao'er as they tried to come up with a plan. We can't live in Central Continent anymore. What do? We can only go elsewhere, boss. You can decide for us. Chanin Dao pondered. Northern Plains is dangerous and lacks resources. We can't go there. Even though Eastern Sea is rich, the righteous path is fighting against those variant humans. It is too dangerous. Western Desert is full of deserts, and the environment is bad. Let's go to Southern Border instead. All right, we will go to Southern Border. Southern Border. Underground. According to Lu Wei-yin, it should be here. Found it. Fong Yuan went deep underground. Suddenly, his eyes shined as he found his target. He saw that at the walls of this small earth trench, there was a field of pink grassland. Each grass was pink, moving without any wind. Looking at the grass, each was thin and long, resembling fur. This is the Earth Dream Fetus hair. Meng Qiuzhen, come out. Fong Yuan opened his immortal aperture door as the pure dream clone came out. Meng Qiuzhen took a glance and praised it as he took action, using dream path methods to carefully store the Earth Dream Fetus hair away. After Fong Yuan obtained Southern Border's Paradise Earth True Inheritance, he gained many Earth Path Immortal goo. He also had methods to search for immortal materials underground and the ability to control flying Earth. The Mushroom Man Paradise had existed in Southern Border for a long time. After tens of generations of accumulation, they found a lot of treasures deep under Southern Border. Among the treasures, Fong Yuan found some locations with Dream Path Immortal materials. The Earth Dream Fetus hair was just one of them. Dream Path goo materials and goo worms had appeared in the world long ago. For example, Fong Yuan's dream token and the spring dream fruit tree that Bo Qing and Mo Yao found. This was like how water path goo worms and materials existed during Renzu's era, but water path was only created by Central Continent's Shui Ni, the founder of Spirit Affinity House, during the medieval antiquity era. Dream Path was similar. Even though Dream Path had not been formally created, the Dream Path goo worms and materials that existed in history had already appeared. But Dream Path was different from Water Path. It would have an explosive growth in the future. By then, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would be full of dream realms. Because Dream Path goo materials would be too easily obtainable, and because a vast number of goo cultivators could use them, Dream Path would quickly progress as a path. Countless Dream Path goo masters would cultivate more Dream Path goo materials to refine more Dream Path goo worms, pushing the progress of Dream Path to an unprecedented level. If Great Dream Immortal Venerable truly appears, then Dream Path would reach its peak popularity in history. Thus, Fong Yuan was not surprised that some Dream Path Immortal materials were hidden away. Meng Qiuzhen successfully took the Earth Dream Fetus hair. He went back inside Fong Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Next, Fong Yuan went to another location. There were many 9-tuned dream flowers there. Meng Qiuzhen had a lot of things to do. On one hand, he had to organize Dream Path killer moves. On the other hand, he had to plant resources and develop his immortal aperture. According to Fong Yuan's plan, after these Dream Path Immortal materials were successfully retrieved, Meng Qiuzhen would have a complete set of Dream Path methods. At that time, he would take the place of Fong Yuan's main body and invest himself into exploring dream realms. To play safe, Meng Qiuzhen would first use up Spectral Soul's dream realms before moving on to Paradise Earth's dream realms, just in case there was a trap. Even though this was highly unlikely, Fong Yuan was still a vigilant person. Meng Qiuzhen was controlled by a goo worm. His eyes were shut. He was brought into a secret location by someone. All right, number 3, you can open your eyes now. A shrill voice could be heard beside him. The goo worm suppressing Meng Qiuzhen had been kept away. Meng Qiuzhen opened his eyes and found that he was in a dark cave. Meng Qiuzhen was kneeling on the ground. In front of him was an old man. The old man had a sharp voice. His face was covered in paint. He gave off a peculiar and cold feeling. This is the leader of painted faces. Sly Heart Old Man. Meng Qiuzhen thought. To think that I would meet this legendary person from 100,000 years ago. Indeed, Meng Qiuzhen was exploring a dream realm now. This dream realm naturally originated from Spectral Soul. This Sly Heart Old Man in his dream was a wisdom path and transformation path cultivator. He was a legendary person who existed between the eras of Spectral Soul and Paradise Earth 100,000 years ago. He was also the creator of a demonic path organization. It was called Painted Faces. This organization was like Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect. It was a huge organization that spanned across all 5 regions, something rarely seen in history. All of the members in the organization had painted faces of various colors to differentiate their varying statuses. Painted Faces was an assassination organization. Killing Goo Masters was just an ordinary thing. When they were at their peak, they even had Goo Immortal experts. As long as the price was paid, they could kill Goo Immortals for their customers. Meng Qiuzhen had already entered this dream realm for a long time. He went from the initial 108th position to 3rd position. According to my instincts, if I can become the number 1 position in the organization, I will pass this dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen was very certain. His dream pathmaster instincts told him the answer already. Sly Heart Old Man took out 3 goo worms. Number 3, you want to become number 2, but it will not be easy. There are 3 goo worms here, choose one. Each one contains the details of a mission. Meng Qiuzhen secretly activated Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo. Almost all the other paths goo worms could not be used freely in dream realms, but dream path goo worms were not restricted. After Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo was instilled with immortal essence, it vanished from within Meng Qiuzhen's immortal aperture. Meng Qiuzhen first placed his gaze on the goo worm to the left. At the next moment, he saw that after he chose the goo worm, he went into a seizure, saliva appeared from his mouth, he died on the spot. Sly Heart Old Man looked at his corpse as he said coldly, "What a pity, number 3. Even though you are skilled in transformation path, your wisdom path attainment is too low. It was your bad luck to have chosen this." Meng Qiuzhen retracted his gaze as the scene vanished. He looked at the middle goo worm. At the next moment, he saw another scene. After he took the second goo worm, Sly Heart Old Man suddenly attacked. With a loud sound, his palm slammed onto Meng Qiuzhen's chest. Meng Qiuzhen was caught unguarded. His ribs broke. His heart burst. His eyes stared widely as he died on the spot. Sly Heart Old Man sneered. "So you are the spy after all. You went after this goo worm, not knowing the trap that I set. I had already gave out some false information to trick those spies of the righteous path." Meng Qiuzhen retracted his gaze. Evidently, the first 2 goo worms could not be chosen, but the third one might not be correct either. Meng Qiuzhen wanted to continue checking, but Sly Heart Old Man rushed him. "Quickly choose? What are you waiting for?" Meng Qiuzhen knew that this painted face organization was dark and cruel. They had no regard for human lives. If he waited anymore, Sly Heart Old Man would activate the goo worm in his body and he would be punished. He might suffer heavy injuries or even die on the spot. Thus, Meng Qiuzhen did not use Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo again. He quickly spoke and chose the 3rd goo worm. For just a moment, a complex expression flashed on Sly Heart Old Man's face. After being silent for some time, Sly Heart Old Man nodded. "You chose the most appropriate goo for you. It seems your luck is not bad. Maybe you can gain some benefits there. You might even be able to return alive." Saying so, Sly Heart Old Man took a few steps and exposed the door behind him. "After opening this door, you will enter a tunnel. You need to walk quickly. Do not stop, otherwise the tunnel will digest you. After passing it, you will reach a place over there. Do your best to survive. If you can find a way back and meet me once again, you will gain our organization's number 1 position." "Yes, Lord." Meng Qiuzhen immediately got up, pushing open the door and entering the tunnel. This tunnel was quite unique. It was round in shape, but the inner walls were made of flesh and blood. There was slight vibrations in them as gastric acid flowed out constantly. Meng Qiuzhen activated the defensive method of this person but still felt deep pressure. Like what Sly Heart Old Man said, if he stayed for too long, he might really get digested. He quickly got past the creepy and wet flesh tunnel as he arrived in a huge world. Within the primitive forest, fierce beasts roared as strange birds growled. Far away, 2 beastman groups were fighting. Meng Qiuzhen turned around and looked back. The tunnel had already vanished. He only saw an ordinary mountain wall. Meng Qiuzhen was shook internally. To ensure that he could efficiently explore dream realms, the main body had given him many details of history. That tunnel really is the intestine of the gluttonous demon frog. This is the place where reckless savage demon Venerable left behind his true inheritance. Myriad beast fusion color heaven. Days later, the dream realm dissipated. Meng Qiuzhen had a tired expression as he started to inspect his gains. Transformation path and wisdom path attainment levels went up. Not bad. Meng Qiuzhen was rather satisfied. Forget about transformation path, but his wisdom path attainment level really needed a boost. Especially when Fang Yuan knew his own luck, and the fact that star constellation Immortal Venerable had very likely already revived. The true myriad beast fusion color heaven was naturally vast and boundless. But Meng Qiuzhen was only in a dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen had dream armor Immortal Gu's protection, and also dream creation Immortal Gu and dream butterfly Immortal Gu as methods, especially dream butterfly Immortal Gu, even though it was an investigative Gu worm. Its use in exploring dream realms surpassed dream armor and dream creation. Dream path master attainment level gave him instincts. When instincts worked, Meng Qiuzhen would use them to find the correct answers rapidly. When instincts did not work, then Meng Qiuzhen would use dream butterfly Immortal Gu to foresee the future possibilities of the dream realm and avoid danger. He would quickly find the most appropriate methods, like how Meng Qiuzhen used dream butterfly Immortal Gu in front of Sly-Hard Old Man earlier to find out the correct choice. In the past, Fang Yuan would have to test it one by one. If he chose wrongly, his soul would be injured. He would waste time healing himself and restart the dream realm all over again. Even though Meng Qiuzhen only had rank 6 cultivation level, his efficiency at exploring dream realms was many times that of Fang Yuan's main body. Southern border. Central continent's 4 great obscenities and Wang Xiao heir were forced into desperation by Qin Wan. There was a sinkhole behind them. "Don't come here, otherwise we will jump off," Wang Xiao heir shouted in anxiety. Qin Wan smiled coldly as she walked closer. "Then jump. You will die if you do that. Behind you is southern border's sun-moon sinkhole. The pit is unfathomably deep. Not just Gu masters, even Gu immortals cannot explore it easily. If you jump, you will surely die." The 4 great obscenities were currently injured. They gritted their teeth. "Qin Wan, we'll remember you, you lunatic. We already escaped to southern border, but you actually pursued us all the way here. What are you after? Even though we captured Spirit Affinity House's female Gu master, no matter what relationship she has with you, we did not touch her at all. Qin Wan, you received a sect mission to kill us. But if we die like this, you won't be able to report your mission easily too, right?" Chen Yin Dao suddenly said with a deep gaze. Qin Wan's movement froze for a moment. But in just a moment, she realized that the enemy was trying to probe her. And she fell for it. Some information was leaked from this action. Qin Wan concealed the shame in her heart as she placed her arms behind her back. Looking at these defeated individuals, she said arrogantly on purpose, "I can't report it? Killing you is the best evidence I need. But it is not that I cannot let you live. Hand over all your Gu worms and surrender. If I bring you back to Central Continent, you will still have a chance to live." Chen Yin Dao sneered. "We know about the crimes we've committed." After Miss Qin Wan said that, it confirmed my guesses. Qin Wan also sneered. "So what if you guessed it? Can you turn this around? Do you still have a chance?" A strange expression appeared on Chen Yin Dao's face. "Actually, we still have hope. Brother Wang Xiao heir will depend on you now." Saying so, he pushed Wang Xiao heir, who was hiding at the back, to the front. Wang Xiao heir was shocked. "Brothers, I am not a Gu master." Qin Wan also felt confused. She had fought with the 4 great obscenities for this long. She knew that Wang Xiao heir was immortal. Humph. Trying to bluster and act mysterious. Qin Wan was about to attack. But at the next moment, there was a loud explosion. A huge air current surged as wind blew strongly. Wang Xiao heir, Qin Wan and the others who were near the sinkhole were caught off guard. They were sent into the air by the currents before crashing down heavily. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Next, the figure of a southern border Gu master moved along this current as he flew into the sky. "Kong Ri Tian, don't think of leaving. The Gu master who landed on the ground first was the demonic path Kong Ri Tian. He escaped without even turning around as he shouted, "Wu Ji, you are the leader of Wu clan, yet you are not keeping your promise." Wu Ji chased after him as she shouted, "What's the use of keeping my word to a demonic path scoundrel like you? Leave behind the Gu worms of Shang Tian true inheritance." Next, Shang Xinci, Xiao Yan, counterfeit master, Tai Ruanan, Yi Chong, and others also descended from the sky. "Chase him. Don't let him escape. That is a Gu immortal true inheritance." As the group chased, a dust cloud was created along the way. Qin Wan, Wang Xiao and the rest were all stunned. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Kong Ri Tian shouted at Qin Wan and the rest, "The people in front, whoever can help me escape will share this Gu immortal true inheritance with me." Qin Wan and the rest heard this. Their eyes shined brightly. "You cannot escape. Everything belongs to my Wu clan." Wu Ji was enraged. She jumped into the air. Both her fists were clenched. She raised them above her head as she activated a mortal killer move. Boom! As she landed on the ground, she slammed down, the ground shook, rocks were sent flying. A huge vibration force spread to the surroundings rapidly. No one could avoid it in time. They quickly put up their defenses in a panic. Qin Wan and the rest were also implicated. Their expressions changed. Wu Ji was the #1 expert of the current Southern Border Gu Master world. Southern Border Wu Clan Headquarters. "Quick! Quick! Bring me the White King Head Flower Herb." Wu Clan's rank 6 Gu Immortal Wu Zhenju called out with an anxious tone. She was controlling the formation. Her thoughts were focused on it at the crucial moment. She could not distract herself. Thankfully, there were a few rank 5 Gu Masters assisting her. Hearing these words, they quickly got to work. White King Head Flower Herb was a rank 6 immortal material. It was tossed into the Immortal formation. This Immortal formation of Wu Clan was famous in history. It was called Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation. It originally belonged to an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal, but after this Gu Immortal came to Southern Border and provoked Wu Clan, they got killed instead. Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation was a healing Immortal formation, but the core Immortal Gu was only rank 7. That Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortal was indeed a rank 8 Gu Immortal, but before dying, all of their Immortal Gu were destroyed. Wu Clan spent 100 years to finally refine the relevant Immortal Gu, managing to set up this Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation again. Wu Ji and the rest had died on Etian Mountain. The reason why they were able to revive was mostly because of Fate Gu's destruction, and also due to the effect of this Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation. As the formation slowly stopped, light faded as Wu Ji woke up in the formation with a pale expression. "It seems that I revived again." Wu Ji smiled lightly. She wanted to get up, but her body was too weak. She only succeeded after 3 tries. "You should relax a little, Wu Ji. This is the 5th time this month." Wu Zhenju came to Wu Ji as she frowned deeply. Wu Ji smiled indifferently. "Don't we have this formation? Even if I die, I can revive." Wu Zhenju scoffed. "Don't think so highly of Gu Immortal methods. Wu Ji, do you know that you almost died earlier? You managed to revive because of the Dead Sea Life Retrieval Formation. But this method has less and less effect as a person uses it continuously. You are playing with your life. You have a good future. Why don't you care a bit more about yourself? At this rate, you will die for real." Wu Ji raised her brows as her eyes shined brightly. "I'm someone who has died before. What is there to fear about death? Precisely because I had died before, I treasure life even more now." Wu Zhenju rolled her eyes in anger. "This is considered treasuring your life? Since you already obtained Shangtian true inheritance from Kong Shangtian, you can give it to the clan already. Why did you still go after him relentlessly? Why did you not retreat even against the attacks of everyone?" Wu Ji laughed loudly. "This is how I treasure my life. After dying once, I reassessed my own life. How should people live? Everyone has their own answer. This is my answer. The duration of life does not matter as much as the value of the life that is being lived. Even though I am not a Gu Immortal, I know about your circumstances. Lady Zhenju, why do you think Gu Masters want to become an Immortal so badly? After becoming an Immortal, There will be countless calamities and tribulations. Wouldn't they be courting death? How many Gu immortals have died from tribulations? Don't they know the danger? Aren't they continuing to face danger head-on because they want to obtain the true meaning of life? In this great era, if I do not advance bravely, I will be letting down heaven for giving me this life. I will be wasting my second chance. I Wu Ji want to become immortal. I want to see things at a greater height. I want to gain more strength. This is the meaning of my life. After hearing Wu Ji's words, a complex expression appeared on Wu Zhenju's face. She actually had high expectations of this junior Wu Ji. Therefore she came to talk to her. But after talking, she found that she failed to convince Wu Ji. Instead, she became the one who was convinced. Since you have decided this, I have nothing else to say. Wu Zhenju sighed. Wu Ji had a sincere expression as she bowed. Lady Zhenju, Junior will remember the concern that you have shown to me. Saying so, another Gu immortal appeared. Ha ha ha, Wu Ji, I heard your words earlier. As expected of the number 1 Gu immortal seed of Wu clan, you did not shame our reputation. Wu Zhanping, you came here for? Wu Zhenju asked, but she had a guess in her heart. She was quite happy for Wu Ji. Wu Zhanping nodded at Wu Zhenju as he looked at Wu Ji. I am Wu clan's supreme elder in charge of guidance. Wu Ji, you have sufficient cultivation level and merit. I am tasked to guide you along the road of becoming an immortal. Wu Ji took in a deep breath. She clenched her fists unconsciously. This moment had finally arrived. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. Wu Zhanping said solemnly, Wu Ji, you are a senior of the mortal Wu clan. After being the clan leader for many years, you know of many Gu immortal secrets. Our Wu clan cultivates many paths. We are most proficient in wind path. It is the reason why we are at the top of southern borders Gu immortal world. Our status is immovable. You can choose other paths too. We have almost all paths in our inventory. But I have a suggestion for you. Wu Zhanping had heard Wu Ji's words earlier. He liked this junior and was willing to say more things. Wu Ji quickly replied, Please teach me, senior. I will listen. Wu Zhanping continued, Rather than choosing a path, it is more like you are choosing a true inheritance. Our Wu clan has the strongest wind path true inheritance. Our first supreme elder Lord Wu Yong also cultivates wind path. He uses the strongest wind path true inheritance in Wu clan as well. However, there are many wind path cultivators. Competition is very steep. I would not recommend you to choose it. Right now, Wu clan has 2 true inheritances that even us Gu immortals feel desire towards. It is only that our paths have been set. Changing it has too high of a cost. During normal times, we might have the opportunity to do that, but with the turbulent era now, chaos is everywhere. It is the best opportunity for you juniors. Wu Zhenju heard this. She agreed and said with happiness. This means that First Supreme Elder is really taking out these 3 true inheritances to nurture our Wu clan's descendants? Indeed. Lord Wu Yong has incredible foresight and magnanimity. Everyone in Wu clan holds him in high regard. Wu Zhanping praised from the bottom of his heart. He told Wu Ji, There are 3 true inheritances of high value that even us Gu immortals want. I will list them for you. Choose wisely. The first true inheritance is called Corpse Emperor True Inheritance. He was a southern border rank 8 Gu immortal who turned himself into a zombie when his lifespan was near its end. Hence the title. Corpse Emperor was in the demonic path. He was ruthless and vicious, causing super forces to join up and attack him. He died during the battle and his immortal zombie body turned into a corpse mountain upon his death. This mountain is hundreds of meters tall. Zombies roam all over the mountain. It produces transformation path zombie goo and chi path corpse chi goo. Back then, Southern Borders Zombie Alliance wanted ownership of this mountain and offered a high price to buy it from us to use as their headquarters. But we rejected them. Right now, it seems like our decision was right. Zombie Alliance was a front of Shadow Sect. But that's not our issue now. The point is that with the shift of the era, a true inheritance appeared on Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, which is this Corpse Emperor True Inheritance. This is a rank 8 enslavement path true inheritance. Wu Ji, if you choose it, Wu clan will definitely nurture you well. An enslavement path Gu Immortal can fight a group on their own. The problem with enslavement path is the huge amount of resources needed, but Wu Clan can help you with it. The only downside is that this true inheritance lacks immortal Gu. Wu Ji considered it for a while before shaking her head. Enslavement path is not my style. Immortal Gu are also hard to refine. I am not skilled in Gu refinement. It is too hard to cultivate this true inheritance well. Even with the clan's help, I will not choose it. All right, then on to the next one. Wu Zhanping continued to speak. This true inheritance is a soul path true inheritance. It has a greater origin. It concerns spectral soul demon venerable. This true inheritance is called 7-7 profound soul true inheritance. The most amazing method is to raise soul beasts and nurture them into 7-7 profound soul birds. Once a 7-7 profound soul bird is created, it is almost impossible to kill. Even if they were gravely injured, as long as one of them is still alive, they will reappear in a short time. Even though this true inheritance also lacks immortal Gu, it is able to bypass that and nurture soul beasts instead. The cultivation journey will be easier. Wu Ji shook her head. Even though soul beasts are strong, I dislike it. I cultivate my own body. Raising soul beasts is like becoming a nanny. It does not suit me. Wu Zhanping frowned slightly. Choosing a true inheritance is not child's play. Wu Ji, consider it well before making a decision. Indeed. Wu Zhenju also nodded. Be it Corpse Emperor True Inheritance or the 7-7 Profound Soul True Inheritance, they are extremely rare. Wu Ji, you need to treasure this opportunity. Wu Ji was unmoved. Immortals, thank you for the advice. May I know what the third true inheritance is? Wu Zhanping. The third true inheritance is the Shang Tian true inheritance you retrieved. The person who left this true inheritance behind is famous in Gu master history. He is called Kong Shang Tian. Kong Shang Tian had Qi escape immortal Gu. This Gu is incredible. It was once 4th place on the list of mystical Gu. But in recently years, because of the number 1 demon in the world, Gu Yu Fang Yuan, Spring Autumn Cicada received public recognition and got elevated to the 3rd mystical Gu, causing Qi escape Gu to fall in ranking. Speaking of Gu Yu Fang Yuan, Wu Zhanping and Wu Zhenju showed complex expressions. Wu Ji could acutely sense that these two Gu immortals' breathing became slightly disoriented. Fang Yuan had once disguised as Wu Yihai and made his way into Wu Clan. Even someone as intelligent and perceptive as Wu Yong fell prey to his acting. But Wu Clan was no longer qualified to take revenge on him. Over the course of the Fate War and the pursuit over Fang Yuan afterwards, even the variant human battle that happened in Eastern Sea recently cemented Fang Yuan's throne of the number 1 demon in the world. Nobody could topple his status. Not wanting to continue talking about Fang Yuan, Wu Zhanping got back to the topic. Kong Shang Tian was a Qi Path Gu Immortal. He was most skilled at movement methods. The Qi Path movement killer move that he created back then was named Kong Shang Tian. It is incredibly powerful. If you obtain this true inheritance, you will move unhindered in the world. You will always have the initiative. This true inheritance was retrieved by you after all. It could be said you are fated for it. But the immortal Gu in the true inheritance are likely in the hands of that Kong Ri Tian now. Wu Ji's expression sank. If that Kong Ri Tian did not have Kong Shang Tian's bloodline, I would not have lost that contest. Wu Zhanping shook his head. You did not lose. That Kong Ri Tian has immortal Gu, but he is just immortal, even though he escaped luckily, so what? He cannot run for long. Many righteous path Gu immortals are already targeting him. If my Wu Clan's Gu immortals succeed, this true inheritance's value will rise greatly. It will suit you more. But Wu Ji still shook her head. These 3 true inheritances are enslavement path, soul path, and Qi path. They are all wonderful. It is a pity they do not suit me. I should continue cultivating my strength path. Wu Zhanping frowned. Wu Zhenju urged her. Wu Ji, I know you have a strength path true inheritance. But that true inheritance has a low quality. Its original owner was only a rank 6 Gu immortal. It cannot compare to these 3 true inheritances at all. Seeing that Wu Ji was unmoved, Wu Zhenju continued to speak. And most importantly, strength path is declining. It cannot compare to enslavement path or soul path. Even though Chi path was declining, with the merging of the 5 regions, Chi tides appeared and Chi path started to experience a rise again. Choosing Chi path is definitely wiser than staying with strength path. But Wu Ji shook her head. I'll choose strength path. Even though other true inheritances will allow me to have an easier time, if there is a strength path true inheritance, I'll still choose it. I will walk on strength path in my life. If I cannot use someone else's foundation, I will create my own. Wu Zhanping was unhappy. Wu Ji, you are not a Gu immortal yet. You do not know the difficulties that we face. The benefits of these 3 true inheritances are simply indescribable, but you cannot feel them yet. Listen to me and choose one of the 3. In the future, when you cultivate on this long journey, you will be glad about the decision you made today. Wu Ji's expression had never been so solemn. She bowed deeply at the 2 immortals. Great immortals, I, Wu Ji, will never forget the care and concern that you have shown me. But if I do not choose strength path, I will regret it at the next moment. I have already decided on this, I will not change it further. Even if I fail in the future, I am willing to bear the consequences. You, Sai? Wu Zhenju and Wu Zhanping shook their heads. They felt pity for Wu Ji, who had given up such a great opportunity. Mengzhen Immortal Aperture. The sky here was filled with a pink aurora that constantly moved and changed. At the center of the Immortal Aperture, there was a field of pink grassland. It was the Earth Dream fetus hair that Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort to dig from southern borders underground. There was also a small sea of flowers situated at the northmost part of the Immortal Aperture. The flowers were all 9-tune dream flowers. This type of flower only had 1 petal each, but it spiraled upwards from the roots and showed a spiral form with 9 layers. It was quite peculiar. At the southeast of the Immortal Aperture, Meng Qiuzhen specially created a lake. The lake had little water. It was hundreds of feet lower than the water level of the nearby shore. The entire lake was like a bowl that had a bit of water left inside it at the bottom. This lake water was called Dream River water. In the lake, there was a type of monstrous fish that looked like a tongue. It was bright red and moved agilely. It was called tongue-tip small dreamfish. Finally, at the northmost part of the Immortal Aperture was a field of desolate bones. Hundreds of huge bones were buried on the ground. A portion of them was still exposed externally. These bones were also Dream Path Gu materials. They were obtained from the corpses of a few Dream Path ancient desolate beasts. Meng Qiuzhen placed them here and set up the Gu formation, creating this bone dream sand farm. The sand farm was nourished using the bone marrow, gradually turning the soil into dream sand. Earth Dream fetus hair, 9-tune dream flower, Dream river water, tongue-tip small dream fish, and dream sand. These were all the Dream Path Gu materials that Fang Yuan obtained during this period of time. Currently speaking, Dream Path Gu materials were still very rare. Fang Yuan had almost ransacked the entire underground area of southern border, but he only collected this much. But inside Mengzhen Immortal Aperture, these Gu materials will be nurtured well. Soon, a stream of immortal materials will be produced. Meng Qiuzhen was quite confident about this. Even though there were Dream Path Dao marks at these Dream Path Gu materials' original locations, the surrounding Dao marks were still mostly Earth Path. They were suppressed and could not develop well. They were simply living between the cracks. But now they were moved into Mengzhen Immortal Aperture. They were like flood dragons released into the ocean, or tigers entering a mountain. They could grow freely without restraint. In this relaxed environment that was predominantly made of Dream Path Dao marks, these Dream Path Gu materials would have great growth. In addition, Fang Yuan had memories of the future. He had outstanding methods to nurture them. Mengzhen Immortal Aperture's time difference with the outside world was also quite good. This way, my dream path development has finally gotten on track. As long as I work hard, I will have ample gains in the future. Fang Yuan assessed himself. His investment into Dream Path would stop here. In terms of Dream Path Mortal Gu recipes and experience in exploring dream realms, Fang Yuan had 500 years of memories. He still had the upper hand. In terms of Dream Path Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had 4 of them. He was definitely the top person in the current world. In terms of attainment level, Fang Yuan was a Dream Path master. There might be others who were at this level as well, but he was without doubt still among the fastest group of people. Furthermore, in terms of Dream Path Immortal Gu recipes and immortal materials, Fang Yuan was certainly the person with the number 1 results. He had 2 Dream Path Immortal Goo recipes that were undoubtedly accurate and exceptional. In terms of immortal materials, Fang Yuan also had an absolute advantage. Feng Jinhuang was just a mortal. Even if Lady Poison Scorpion was a Goo immortal, she was not an immortal ascended from the pure dream reality seeker physique. She could not compare to Fang Yuan. Comprehensively, Fang Yuan was definitely the number 1 person in the world in terms of dream path. Such results already exceeded Fang Yuan's expectations. In his plan, he only had to maintain a certain lead in dream path. And now was still not the time for the true rise of dream path. Taking Mengjin Immortal Aperture for example, it was definitely the number 1 dream path Goo material production ground in the world, but it could only produce rank 6 dream path immortal materials. The quantity was also pitifully small. Without sufficient dream path immortal materials, Fang Yuan could not raise the ranks of his dream path immortal Goo. The truth was, even though he had rank 8 immortal Goo like Dream Token and could use killer moves like Dreamy Light Smoke, he could not gain an advantage against Dukelong or Spectral Soul in combat. In battles of the highest level, Dream Path was only a special method that could intimidate and make the foes wary. Fang Yuan wanted to explore Crazed Demon Cave. He would need to face the likely revived star constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who was inside the door of life and death. Facing such existences, his dream path methods that were still at the early stages of development were unreliable as his main methods. The truth is, by combining the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique and Spectral Soul's split soul method, I can create dream path Goo immortals in bulk. But the extra dream path immortal apertures are useless. The greatest gain will still be natural inspiration. I will obtain new dream path immortal Goo recipes. Even if I try to use the Ascension Tribulation to refine immortal Goo, it will not be easy. Tribulations were controlled by heaven's will. They could be strong or weak. When strong, there would be more heaven and earth chi. After succeeding the tribulation, there would be a lot of heaven and earth chi left behind to use for refining immortal Goo. But if heaven's will reduced the strength of the tribulation, there would not be extra heaven and earth chi. He could not refine dream path immortal Goo in that case. If heaven's will did that, Fang Yuan's gains would be very small. Firstly, the cost of creating pure dream reality seeker physique bodies was high. He had to use a large number of dream realms. If heaven's will tried something new and altered the tribulation contents, Fang Yuan would be in danger as well. After all, Fang Yuan's dream path foundation was already exposed to heaven's will last time. Thus, recuperating for some time and using Mengjin Immortal Aperture to hide from heaven's will and develop rapidly, while refining new dream path immortal Goo before undergoing tribulation was the best method now. Continuing to invest in dream path would not have much relative returns. If Fang Yuan continued his investment, he would face heaven's will suppression and also the pressure of being a front runner. It would be difficult and troublesome. He might as well wait until dream path flourished and dream realms were everywhere. After the trend grew to that extent, he could use the opportunity to develop, saving time and energy. Thus, Fang Yuan did not want to keep the dream realms that he had. In the hands of others, these dream realms would give them an opportunity to stay ahead of the era. Be it Western Desert's Tang Clan, Central Continent's Feng Jinhuang, or Northern Plains' Lady Poison Scorpion, they would be the same. But for Fang Yuan, the true value of these dream realms was that they could raise his attainment levels and allow him to annex more grotto heavens. Meng Qiuzhen was truly the dream path clone that Fang Yuan took effort to create. His dream realm exploration efficiency was many times higher than the main body. As Fang Yuan's attainment levels rose, he made great gains. At the same time, he also continued to annex the grotto heavens in the 2 heavens. Each grotto heaven had at least 1,000,000 Dao marks, 1,000 heaven path Dao marks, as well as a vast amount of cultivation resources. These grotto heavens had long histories behind them. Fang Yuan annexed everything. It was the same as instantly taking the accumulations of others for countless years. Fang Yuan's strength grew time and again. Each time his improvement was huge. This speed was simply unheard of. The specialty of the sovereign immortal body and the power of unrestrained heavenly mark, they surpassed the logic of the cultivation world. Either one would allow a person to rise to the top, leaving their name in history. The most terrifying thing was when they were used together, the effect would be even greater. The actual result created would far surpass a simple addition of the two. But be it a rise in foundation or strength, Fang Yuan still remained as a pseudo-venerable. He might be the number one pseudo-venerable in history, but that was pointless. Without becoming a venerable, there would be no qualitative change. Fang Yuan cultivated secretly while annexing immortal apertures. He also inspected his own luck very often. The silver-white pillar of light was getting thicker, but the clouds above him were also growing in size. Be it the black cloud representing spectral soul demon venerable or the golden cloud representing giant sun immortal venerable, they were growing. As for the star cloud representing star constellation immortal venerable, it had expanded by several times, far surpassing the other two. The situation had not reached the worst scenario yet. Fang Yuan still had time to continue his cultivation and recuperation. Rotten Mud Mountain was one of the famous mountains of southern border. If it were in Western Desert, Eastern Sea, or Northern Plains, it might be more famous, but southern border had too many mountains. It had the most number of famous mountains in the 5 regions. Rotten Mud Mountain became quite inconspicuous. It gave people a feeling of being ordinary. This place produced rotten mud. It was a common goo material that had poison path and earth path Dao marks. It had very little value in the market due to abundance. During rainy seasons, Rotten Mud Mountain would turn into a temporary swamp. The rotten mud would turn into rotten swamp mud, which was a widely used goo refinement material. During winter, the rotten mud would combine with the ice and snowpath Dao marks and turn into rotten frozen mud. It was also a common resource. Because it was very fertile, when mixed in soil to nurture crops, the effect would be outstanding. Many southern border villages made use of it. Furthermore, rotten frozen mud was the food of the smelly fart fatworm. Thus, this rotten mud mountain also produced the smelly fart fatworm as well. The smelly fart fatworm was a rank 1 poison path goo worm. It looked like black boar goo, often sold by unscrupulous merchants as fake black boar goo. Similar to the smelly fart fatworm in name was smelly fart goo. It was also a rank 1 poison path goo worm. Similar to the smelly fart fatworm, smelly fart goo was also living in Rotten Mud Mountain. Living on what grew around them, there were several villages that survived using the resources of the Rotten Mud Mountain. These villages were all scattered around the periphery of Rotten Mud Mountain. Even though they competed with each other, they were more likely to work together. Because Rotten Mud Mountain was a famous mountain, it could obviously produce immortal materials. The mountain even had poison path desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. These villages did not have goo immortals. They were at most rank 5 goo masters. They would not dare to live on the mountain. Rumble. On this day, the people in the few villages heard thunderous sounds. They became shocked and uncertain. What is happening on the mountain? Why is there thunder for no reason? The mountain is dangerous. We goo masters cannot understand what is happening. Next, people heard the shouting of people. Kong Ri Tian, you cannot escape. I know that you are hiding here, but can you hide here forever? Come out now and hand over your goo worms. I can still spare your life. If you miss this chance, after I search the mountain and find you, you will wish you were dead instead. Wu Clan's goo immortal shouted, his voices creating sound waves that spread around the area. The people in the villages at the periphery of the mountain were instantly shook. An immortal appeared. Oh heavens! I know about this demon Kong Ri Tian. He specially targets pure and innocent girls. To think an immortal would go after him, he's dead meat. Did Kong Ri Tian get an immortal goo so an immortal is coming to snatch it? Humph! This is not snatching. The immortal is just upholding justice and righteousness. Do you guys think we will meet an immortal if we go there? Will we obtain a way to become immortal? After the Fate War, everyone in the world learned of the existence of immortals. Before that, because most people lived in isolation, many people thought that immortals were just legends. Damn it! Kong Ri Tian was covered in injuries. He hid in a rotten mud cave with a face full of despair. Wu Clan's immortal is too domineering. I have implicated you all. Kong Ri Tian looked at Wang Xiao and the 4 great obscenities, feeling guilt. On that day, after leaving the sinkhole, the situation turned chaotic. The 4 great obscenities were originally after Kong Ri Tian's immortal inheritance, but they ended up getting chased together. Kong Ri Tian also knew about the four great obscenities desire. He used the inheritance to lure them. They ended up working together and escaping for their lives. After all, Shang Tian true inheritance had only showed itself slightly. Gu Immortals did not pay attention to it yet. Kong Ri Tian only had to face rank 5 experts like Wu Ji or Shang Xinci. The four great obscenities had great strength themselves. Together with Kong Ri Tian, who was a famous demon in southern border, they managed to escape by working together. However, good times did not last because Shang Tian true inheritance was exposed. All the super clans started to go after it. They sent Gu Immortals out. Kong Ri Tian and the rest got into huge danger. They hid everywhere they could, eventually ending up in Rotten Mud Mountain. But now, Wu Clan's Gu Immortal was here to send them into despair. So be it if we die, so what? Brother Kong. Say no more. This is our fate. Speaking of which, dying in the hands of an immortal is quite glorious too. The Central Continent four great obscenities chuckled. They were all demonic path members. At this desperate moment, they displayed their grand attitude towards life. Alright, enough of such talk. Who said you would die? Suddenly, from Kong Ri Tian's body, a will floated out. Seeing this will, Central Continent's four great obscenities showed a complex expression. This was Kong Shang Tian's will. Other than the will in Shang Tian true inheritance, there were also Immortal Gu and Immortal Essence. This way, Kong Ri Tian had Gu Immortal methods to use. This was also the reason why the four great obscenities did not attack Kong Ri Tian to snatch the inheritance. These people were able to struggle until now from the pursuit of Gu Immortals. It was all thanks to Kong Shang Tian's will. Lord Ancestor, you are finally awake. Are your injuries healed already? Do you mean we can still survive? Kong Ri Tian's eyes shined with bright light. He asked in succession. Kong Shang Tian's will sighed. I am not injured. Using Gu Immortal methods just takes a huge toll on me. Thus, I had to sleep and use Gu worms to replenish my will. As for whether you can be saved, of course you can. Why did I ask you to come here before I fell asleep? It was because this place allows us to escape from these people. After saying this, Kong Shang Tian took action and activated his Gu Immortal method. Everyone was shocked to find out that a long tunnel secretly appeared in this rotten mud cave without any commotion. They all entered the tunnel as they went deeper underground, arriving in a hall. Kong Shang Tian's will sighed deeply after returning here. Back then, my main body spent 100 years and used all sorts of clues to investigate and track down this place after much effort. I finally found this Huland. It was a pity that my body was too old then. I did not have long to live. I could only make arrangements and leave. Huland? Is it the secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Renzu? Everyone was surprised. They had heard of it before. The legends of Renzu was simply too widely known in the world. Kong Shang Tian's will smiled arrogantly. Of course, Huland shares the same reputation as Shiland. It is a supreme secluded domain of Chi Path. Little Ri Tian, you know that my main body's most signature method was to shoot out currents from my body's pores and move rapidly. Huland and Shiland are complementary. It is a perfect pair with my killer move. Using it, we can definitely escape from these pursuers. That is great. Everyone was surprised and joyful. Even though they did not fear death, the best situation was obviously to survive. Kong Shang Tian's will sighed as he added, It is a pity that you are not a Gu Immortal, little Ri Tian. You cannot bring this secluded domain of heaven and earth with you. Once I use this killer move, you will scatter and fly out like meteors. The speed is incredible and nobody can catch you. But this Huland will be left for those Gu Immortals outside. Kong Ri Tian did not mind it. Ancestor, keeping our lives is already good enough. Since we cannot bring the secluded domain of heaven and earth away, Wu Clan can keep it safe for us now. One day, I will take it back. That Wu Ji or Shang Xinci will moan under my legs. They will suffer for this. Kong Ri Tian said this. His gaze turned ruthless. He emitted the aura of a demonic path member who had no fear for anything. He was filled with evil intentions. Kong Shang Tian's will laughed loudly. Good. This is how my descendant should act like. Kong Shang Tian was also a demonic path member back then. He liked descendants like Kong Ri Tian. Speaking of which, even though Kong Ri Tian had committed countless sins, he did not lack talent or a proper nature. Otherwise, he would survive in southern border for so long and even gain the reputation of a strong demon. Chanin Dao spoke. Lord Gu Immortal, these people are my brothers. We would like to travel together. I heard from Lord's words that we will be separated. Kong Shang Tian's will nodded. Indeed, if my main body was still here, I can use Hulan to let you guys escape together. But I am only a will now. I can barely use Hulan, be it direction or destination. I cannot control either. Maybe you can stay here and hide elsewhere. After I leave with little Ritian, that southern border Gu Immortal might go after us instead. Chun Yin Dao and the rest were troubled. Since they could leave, they definitely should leave. Staying here was too risky. Central continents for obscenities were experienced with living like fugitives. They knew that staying behind was the same as courting death. But if they escaped, they would not be together with Wang Xiao Heir. And if they were separated and the cursed activated, Brother Kong, I would like to speak to you. Thinking of this, Chun Yin Dao sighed deeply. He decided to speak the truth. Kong Ri Tian was a little surprised. Even though he cooperated with the Central Continent for great obscenities, he kept his guard up. But now that his ancestor was awake, he was not afraid of the 4 great obscenities' sneak attack. Kong Ri Tian went to a corner with Chun Yin Dao as they conversed quietly. So that's it. Kong Ri Tian gasped. Why else would we be like this? Chun Yin Dao spoke very helplessly. Kong Ri Tian blinked wildly. I thought that Central Continent people had such interests. Speaking of which, when I first saw that, I was shocked to think that you brothers would have such interests. Their conversation could be heard as muffled voices in the air. Brothers, what do you think boss is telling Brother Kong? Wang Xiao Heir was confused. He asked in curiosity. The other 3 obscenities had ugly expressions too. Kong Ri Tian was not just in the demonic path, he had the same hobbies as them. They could be considered the same kind of people. To think that they would have to expose the truth to him now, it was truly shameful and humiliating. Hearing Wang Xiao Heir's words, they even felt their anus tightening up. The 4 great obscenities were already in deep anguish while Wang Xiao Heir was starting to enjoy himself. Because he was a mysterious immortal, the 4 great obscenities did not dare to say anything. Thus, the 3 of them gave vague replies. Boss has his own good reasons for not telling us. Xiao Heir, we need to believe in him. Boss is definitely thinking for our sake. He just does not want us to worry. This is not a problem. Wang Xiao Heir felt a little embarrassed from their words. I was wrong. I was wrong. Brothers, don't blame me. I was just curious. After Kong Shang Tian understood the situation, he returned to his ancestor Kong Shang Tian's will and explained everything to him. Hearing this, Kong Shang Tian's will showed a peculiar expression. Let me try first. Kong Shang Tian's will did not say that confidently. Immortal, please go ahead. Chun Yin Dao and the rest quickly shouted with expressions of endless gratitude. Kong Shang Tian's will was in no rush to treat them. He first used investigative methods to inspect their fortune. After taking a look, Kong Shang Tian's will had an idea. The size of these people's fortune chi is much larger than normal. It is not weak at all. Especially that Wang Xiao Heir. Is he really an amnesiac immortal? Kong Shang Tian's will decided to save them. The Central Continent 4 great obscenities were mere mortals. Whether it was worthwhile to help them would depend on their fortune. Kong Shang Tian was a demonic path Gu Immortal. He naturally did things with a focus on benefits. Just using Hulan to let them escape would not consume much immortal essence. He would only have to use a method. But to treat the 4 great obscenities problem would incur a huge cost. Especially when the immortal essence that Kong Shang Tian left behind were limited in quantity. Next, Kong Shang Tian started his true investigation. A moment later, Kong Shang Tian's will showed a serious expression. He shook his head. I cannot treat your problem. Kong Ri Tian was surprised. Ancestor, even your methods cannot work? Kong Shang Tian's will sighed. I can heal most injuries in this world. But the immortal method on you guys is quite extraordinary. It is caused by the legendary love goo. This goo belongs to Spirit Affinity House. It seems that the person who used it on you is the current generation fairy. You are quite lucky to have even met Spirit Affinity House's fairy. The four great obscenities expressions turned pale. Wang Xiao Air was confused. Do my brothers have a huge hidden problem in their bodies? He became anxious. All of you hid this from me. Didn't we say that we would share good times and bad times together? What problem do you have? Even though I can't help, I can at least try to share your burden. Wang Xiao Air said this. He got anxious. There was even slight rage in his tone. The four great obscenities looked at Wang Xiao Air, feeling pain internally. Or more accurately speaking, their butts were starting to hurt again. Was it their good luck or bad luck to have met such a person? They were lucky because they could survive until now because of him. But why was it that they would rather have never met him? This is our fate. Chanin Dao sighed bitterly. Immortal, since you cannot save us, we might as well stay here and wait for death. Kong Shang Tianzwell chuckled as he waved his hand. Even though I cannot save you, I have a method that can alleviate your problem. I can temporarily suppress this problem within you. It will not bother you for some time. You can do that. The four great obscenities became excited. They quickly thanked him profusely. Wang Xiao Air was also quite excited. Kong Shang Tianzwell pondered again. According to my deductions, your fortune does not exist in southern border. It is still in central continent. What? The four great obscenities looked at each other. They were chased out of central continent after all, but hearing Kong Shang Tian's words, they still had to return to central continent? Kong Shang Tianzwell snorted coldly. This is all I'll say. Whether you believe it is up to you. Go! The reason he spoke to these mortals for so long was because of his inheritor Kong Ri Tian. As for Wang Xiao Air, Kong Shang Tianzwell did not want to involve himself. If his main body was around, he might intervene. But now, who knew what background Wang Xiao Air had? Was he really having amnesia or was he pretending? Even if he did lose his memories, looking at him, he still had defensive methods. Kong Ri Tian had not become a Gu Immortal yet. He was even pursued by Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu Immortals. Kong Shang Tian decided to act ignorant. He wanted nothing to do with Wang Xiao Air. Go! Kong Shang Tian spoke as he activated a killer move utilizing Hu Land. Normally speaking, when Gu Immortals used killer moves, a strong aura would leak out and cause others to be wary. But Kong Shang Tian's method could conceal the aura to a relatively perfect degree. This method was really rare. In the current 5 regions, only Wu Yong could do it. This meant that when Kong Shang Tian was alive, he was definitely a huge headache for his enemies. They could not easily defend against him. Thus, when Wu Clan's Gu Immortal found something amiss, it was all too late. He watched as these people flew away in all directions, unable to stop them. Wu Clan's Gu Immortal was upset but also filled with shock and uncertainty. Because he found Hu Land. This is a chi path secluded domain of heaven and earth. I am going to make a huge contribution. After Wu Clan's Gu Immortal confirmed it, he became intensely happy. He started to contact Wu Clan's first supreme elder Wu Yong. When Wu Yong received the news, he was settling the clan affairs in his room. Hu Land! He immediately stood up from his seat, his eyes shining with bright light. Next, he opened his mouth. He blew out a mouthful of green wind. After the green wind moved around and grew into the size of a fist, it entered Wu Yong's mind. Thoughts collided in Wu Yong's mind as they were constantly produced. The green wind would absorb them and assist in the collision speed, allowing him to think faster. Even though Wu Yong was a wind path expert, his attainment level was beyond the level of mimicry. He could easily copy the trait of wisdom path. Hu Land is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. If Wu Clan can obtain it, this might be the chance for me to start my domination. Wu Yong was extremely happy. It was as if a fire burned in his heart, blazing intensely. There were many secluded domains of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Renzu. For time path, there was the River of Time. For space path, there was Space Cave, also known as Space Door. For chi path, there was Shi Land and Hu Land. For rule path, there was Reverse Flow River, Chong Bai Mountain, and Minuscule Mountain. For information path, there was Chen Kuan Crystal Wall, Whisper Forest. And for soul path, There was Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. There were also some secluded domains of heaven and earth that comprised several paths. For example, City Well, the Blue Sea of Life, and Ordinary Abyss. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, fragments of the great Tao. Even though secluded domains of heaven and earth had scattered Tao marks, the total number usually surpassed rank 9 Immortal Gu. These secluded domains of heaven and earth were not just recorded in the legends of Rinzhu, very rarely. They had been obtained by Gu immortals or super forces, leaving behind their own legends. If a secluded domain of heaven and earth was used well, it could give a huge benefit to the super force. Even pseudo-venerables and venerables would benefit greatly from them. Ignoring anyone else, just the pseudo-venerable demon immortal Chiju, he had used Shilan to participate in a top-level fight of the Gu immortal world immediately after reviving. Wu Yong knew, for a super force, if they could develop a secluded domain of heaven and earth well, they would gain immense profits from a monopoly in the market, for example, like Danghun Mountain. For a Gu immortal, a secluded domain of heaven and earth was the replacement of a rank 9 immortal Gu. It could shake the entire era, causing a new trend to emerge in the immortal world. Rank 9 immortal Gu were too hard to get. There were not many rank 9 immortal Gu even in history. For example, Fate Gu, Heavenly Court spent millions of years trying to protect and restore it. Or Wisdom Gu, for example, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable spent a lot of effort to keep it within 88 Truyang building. There was also Hatred Gu, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable plotted for hundreds of thousands of years before succeeding. The Venerables in history were the group that had the most number of rank 9 Immortal Gu. All of their vital Gu were rank 9. Other than them, the number didn't even reach 5. Thus, the value of a secluded domain of heaven and earth was apparent. Using a secluded domain of heaven and earth as the core to activate an immortal killer move would often have great effects. Like Fong Yuan's reverse flow protection seal. I need to do my best and obtain this secluded domain of heaven and earth. I need to get it secretly and prevent information from leaking. Wu Yong made up his mind. The secluded domain of heaven and earth had huge implications if it was exposed. The whole of southern border would get involved. The other 4 regions might even come to snatch it. But now, this secret had not been exposed yet. Wu Yong saw a great chance for himself. Other forces only knew about Shang Tian true inheritance. They did not know about this Hu land. Earlier, Wu clan's Gu immortal had already fought against the other clan's Gu immortals. They left on their own accord. Right now on Rotten Mud Mountain, there were no other lone and demonic cultivators. In the past, if a rank 8 inheritance like Shang Tian true inheritance appeared, the entire southern border Gu immortal world would be moved. Many people would be sent out to fight for it. But it was different now. All 5 regions had inheritances appear. They were all exposed due to the Chi tides. Wu clan's Gu immortal was able to defeat the competitors mostly due to this reason. The other super forces were busy dealing with their own territories. They were trying to get the inheritances of the highest value. Shang Tian true inheritance was just one of them. Compared to southern border's righteous path, Wu Yong was more worried about the pseudo-venerables. Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Chi Si Ancestor are both Chi Path Gu immortals. This Hu land has huge significance to them. But luckily, Demon Immortal Chi Ju is currently suppressed by Divine Emperor City, while Chi Si Ancestor is fighting against the Variant Human Alliance led by Fong Yuan. He has no time to spare. As for Fong Yuan, Wu Yong was still most worried about Gu Yu Fong Yuan. In the past, Wu Yong chased after Fong Yuan and forced him to go from southern border to western desert. Now, Wu Yong was afraid that Fong Yuan would approach his clan and snatch Hu land away. Wu Yong knew that if Fong Yuan came for it, he would not be able to block him. Immortal Gu were easily destroyed. Fong Yuan might act carefully, but these kinds of secluded domains were hard to destroy. He was almost certainly going to succeed in snatching it. Fong Yuan has the sovereign immortal body. He can cultivate any path. That is quite terrifying. Hu land is definitely useful to him. If this Hu land is exposed, my Wu clan will not be able to keep it. It will be taken away. By then, not only will we waste our time and resources, we may also incur deaths. Wu clan's prestige may also fall. It will be better if we leave it alone. Wu Yong thought about the situation. He decided to send people and secretly take Hu land away. If it got exposed during this process, he would immediately abandon it. Even though Wu clan was big, it was not the match of someone like Fang Yuan. In this world, the number of people did not matter, only individual strength was of importance. Those villages around Rotten Mud Mountain have no Gu immortals, but we need to prevent the mortals and Gu masters from exposing the news. Maybe we can make use of the beast tide to settle this problem. There is no rush to find Kong Ri Tian, we can just investigate it secretly. Hopefully, he does not expose his location before I get Hu Land. If he still kept up the commotion, he would cause suspicions. Wu clan's Gu immortal was actually unable to capture Kong Ri Tian. Wasn't that too strange? What method did Kong Ri Tian use to escape from Wu clan's rank 7 Gu immortal? By then, they would cast their suspicions on Rotten Mud Mountain. Thus, Wu Yong would rather have Kong Ri Tian hide himself these few days without exposing his location. To lure the attention of Southern Border's Gu immortal world, I might need to activate my arrangement in Ba Clan in advance to create a smokescreen for me to take Hu Land. Of course, there is the one biggest flaw in this plan, that is Kong Ri Tian. Kong Ri Tian has Kong Shang Tian's will. He can connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. At the crucial moment, if he exposes the secret of Hu Land, it would cause our Wu clan to suffer a huge amount of conflict. But this possibility is quite unlikely. Wu Yong analyzed to himself. Firstly, Kong Shang Tian cultivated Chi Path. Kong Ri Tian would definitely cultivate Chi Path too. If Wu clan obtains Hu Land, from their perspective, they would want to compete with Wu clan in the dark and retrieve Hu Land without a commotion. They would not want a large number of competitors to emerge. Secondly, if Kong Ri Tian exposed the secret of Hu Land, he would be the mortal enemy of Wu clan. It was not a wise thing to do since it would cause them to take revenge. At the same time, Kong Ri Tian would expose the secret that he was still escaping. Other Gu immortals would go and capture him. Even though the possibility was unlikely, the chance was still there. The risk of secretly taking away Hu Land was very huge to Wu clan. But the benefit it involved was also massive. Wu Yong was willing to take the risk. Some days later, above Red Dragon River, Wu clans, Xia clans, and Ba clan's Gu immortals were nervously anticipating a contest. River water surged as ripples spread with explosive sounds. This was the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River. It produced Fire Path and Lightning Path Gu worms. A newly discovered rank 8 true inheritance was hidden at the bottom of this river segment. The person who set up this true inheritance was called Fire Thunder Divine Lord. He cultivated Fire Path primarily with Lightning Path secondarily. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he had above average luck and experienced many fortuitous encounters. He was not a Southern Border Gu immortal, he came from Western Desert. He had once caused chaos in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Several Western Desert superforces chased after him. Even though he managed to survive, by the time he got to the Fire Thunder River segment of Red Dragon River, his injuries could not be healed. Before dying, he made his arrangements. Precisely because of his arrangements, this river segment turned into the Fire Thunder River segment gradually over time. Fire Thunder Divine Lord's methods were not eye-catching, they were very close to that of nature. Even though this was the intersection of Ba clan and Xia clan, the two superforces did not notice anything strange, they thought it was a natural development. Even though Fire Thunder River segment produced Fire Path and Lightning Path Gu worms, no immortal Gu had ever been produced. Thus, Ba clan and Xia clan did not pay attention to it. For mortals, even though the Fire Path and Lightning Path mortal Gu were alluring, the environment was too dangerous, few rank 5 Gu masters would take the risk. Thus, Fire Thunder Divine Lord's true inheritance remained hidden for so long, until now when the Chi tides swept through the world, it was unveiled. Fire Thunder Divine Lord was a rank 8 Gu immortal. The rank 8 true inheritance he left behind was quite high quality. It caused almost all of Southern Border superclans to compete for it. After some probing and fighting, only 3 competitors were left. One was Wu clan, the other 2 were Ba clan and Xia clan. Ba clan's current first supreme elder was Bada. He was tall and had a plain look. He had a strong body with broad shoulders and chest. His skin that was not covered looked like 1,000-year-old tree bark. There was even green moss growing on it. He had a large mouth and broad nose. His eyes were covered by a black cloth, covering them completely. His dark green beard hung down to his waist, while his jade green hair extended to the back of his waist. Bada floated in the air as he called to Wu Yong. Wu clan, you are overstepping your boundaries. This is the territory of my Ba clan. Regardless of what true inheritance it is, this belongs to Ba clan. Wu clan, as the leader of the Southern Alliance, the leader of Southern Borders Gu Immortals, why are you not being a role model? Are you ignoring the rules of the righteous path? Wu Yong smiled as he said gentlemanly, since when has this Fire Thunder River segment become yours? The territorial boundary between Xia clan and Ba clan is a sensitive area. Bada, you need to speak more carefully. At least, you need to ask about the opinion of our comrades from Xia clan. Before he finished, Xia clan's Gu Immortal Xia Zhao spoke. Lord Wu Yong, regardless of whether this is Xia clan's or Ba clan's territory, it is still our matter. Wu clan is far away at the southernmost area. Even Chao clan is nowhere close to the Fire Thunder River segment. Even though Xia Zhao only had rank 7 cultivation level, Xia clan's original first supreme elder Xia Cha had already been turned into a mortal Gu master by Fang Yuan. Xia Zhao was now the current first supreme elder, on the same status as Bada. Thus, it was not strange that he spoke. Xia clan and Wu clan had conflict between them even from before now. Their relationship was not good. Ignoring anything else, just merely in recent years. Xia clan and Wu clan conflicted over Frosty Peak. Fang Yuan had disguised as Wu Hai and forced Xia Fei Kuai away, winning the contest. After that, Xia clan still made an attack and took over Chao clan's empty origin pit. Chao clan was Wu clan's subsidiary force. Invading Chao clan's territory was offending Wu clan. After that, Wu Yong used clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building to turn the situation around. Xia clan was forced to return empty origin pit. Xia clan's external supreme elder Immortal Yen Huang had once owned Moon Bowl, but Wu clan had already taken possession of this territory. Thus, even though Xia clan and Ba clan were not harmonious because Wu clan was the strongest among them, these two clans were actually standing on the same side now. Chao Si Lu's expression changed slightly. She was one of Southern Border's 3 great fairies. Her beauty was on par with Fairy Miao Yin. Her cultivation level was also rank 7. This time, with Wu clan's action, Chao clan had to show some effort as their subsidiary force. Thus they sent Chao Si Lu to accompany Wu Yong. Chao Si Lu knew about the rules of the righteous path. Seeing Ba clan and Xia clan joining up against Wu clan, she became anxious internally. Righteous path Gu Immortals had a set of rules to follow. They were not as free as the demonic path or carefree as the lone cultivators. Even though Wu Yong was strong, seemingly the number 1 person in Southern Border, without a good righteous reason, he could not take Fire Thunder true inheritance by force. At this moment, Wu Yong's reputation and his status as the Southern Alliance leader became the chains that bound him. If Wu Yong took it by force, he would lose everyone's support. Southern Border's righteous path would lose faith in his impartiality as the Alliance leader. Wu clan was a powerful force, but they did not cultivate Fire Path or Lightning Path. A rank 8 Fire Thunder true inheritance was really not significant to Wu clan. If Wu Yong tried to take it now, Wu clan's losses would be even larger instead. Against Xia clan and Ba clan's resistance, the smile on Wu Yong's face became even more evident. Go! Bring the person here, he instructed. The Wu clan Gu Immortal behind him opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance. A mortal Gu master came out. Wu Yong introduced. This Western Desert Gu master is the bloodline inheritor of Fire Thunder Divine Lord. Whether Fire Thunder River segment belongs to Ba clan or Xia clan does not matter. What is clear is that the Fire Thunder true inheritance in the river belongs to this little friend. The expressions of Ba clan's and Xia clan's Gu Immortals changed. Wu Yong smiled again with calm composure. As righteous path members, how can we snatch other people's inheritances? This true inheritance has its owner. It belongs to this friend from Western Desert. As the Southern Alliance leader, I need to be impartial in my actions. If anyone suspects his identity, you can extract his blood and test it. As expected of Lord Wu Yong. So he came prepared. Chao Si Lu's eyes shined as she calmed down. With this excuse, Wu clan had the right of reason. They could block any accusations that came at them. Wu Yong could use his full strength. In contrast, Ba clan and Xia clan fell into an awkward spot. Bada and Xia Zhao looked at each other. Their expressions were ugly. Wu Yong made such ample preparation. They were quite surprised. Even though Wu Yong had just risen to power recently, his political skill was a huge lesson to the entire southern border Gu immortal world. Bada and Xia Zhao knew that since Wu Yong brought out this bloodline descendant, his identity had to be authentic. Even if Wu Yong was faking it, he would have done it with a superb method that could not be seen through for now. Bada and Xia Zhao discussed among themselves and took a few steps forward. Bada had a solemn expression. How can we return an inheritance of southern border to western desert? Xia Zhao added, since Fire Thunder Divine Lord died here and left his true inheritance in southern border. This is simply the will of heaven. Ba clan and Xia clan could not back out. The true inheritance was in between their territories. If they backed off now, would they still keep their reputation? Wu Yong was not surprised by their words. He waved his sleeves. Then let the three of us compete for it. The situation had reached this stage. They could only fight to determine the outcome. Let me exchange blows with you, Bada shouted as he acted first. Xia Zhao only had rank 7 cultivation level. He quickly flew away and attacked from afar, helping Bada to restrain Wu Yong. Wu Yong laughed heartily. Intense winds blew as the sky turned dark. Bada cultivated wood path. He activated his killer move. Countless ancient trees and flying leaves appeared in the sky. But against Wu Yong's killer moves, the trees were sliced apart and the leaves wilted away. After 3 rounds, Bada and Xia Zhao got defeated by Wu Yong. The superior side was very obvious. Anything else to say? Wu Yong smiled. Xia Zhao had a livid expression. He remained silent. He could not help but recall the time when Xia Cha was still rank 8, at least back then. Wu Yong was not so arrogant. He actually became this strong. Bada was internally shaken as he clenched his fists. But I still have another trump card killer move unused. If I try, can I defeat Wu Yong? Bada thought about it. He relaxed his clenched fists. Just this Fire Thunder true inheritance was not important enough for him to expose the killer move that he had kept a secret for years. Ba clan and Xia clan left in the end. Wu Yong brought the Western Desert Gu Master to the bottom of the river as he retrieved the Fire Thunder true inheritance. The Western Desert Gu Master knelt down on the spot, requesting to join Wu clan. Wu Yong agreed immediately. This Western Desert Gu Master was called Zhong Yi. He had ample talent and a good character. He could become a Gu immortal seed with some nurturing. Wu clan had no losses in taking him in. Because of Fang Yuan, a number of Wu clan's Gu immortals had died. Wu Yong needed more Wu clan Gu immortals to emerge now. Thus he took in the surrounding Gu masters of other regions as their clan's future external elders. Congratulations to Lord Wu Yong. You easily defeated Ba clan and Xia clan, obtaining Fire Thunder true inheritance. Xiao Si Lu said with deep politeness. In the current southern border, who dares to contend with our lord? Wu clan's Gu immortals gained a surge in morale. They spoke excitedly. Wu Yong acknowledged their words. He said calmly, spread news of today's battle. I want the entire southern border Gu immortal world to hear of it. Yes, Wu clan's Gu immortals answered. Lord Wu Yong, I, Mushroom Man Gu immortal Ku Xian Hong, seek your audience. At this time, a Mushroom Man Gu immortal approached from the southeast direction, riding waves along the way. What? A Mushroom Man Gu immortal? Does he come from Mushroom Man Paradise? Such guts. The Gu immortals around Wu Yong had changes of expressions. Ku Xian Hong wore a white shirt. He had a plain face. He did not conceal his appearance. There was a large mushroom above his head, looking like a hat. Wu Yong's heart jolted. At the next moment, Ku Xian Hong transmitted to Wu Yong. Lord Wu Yong, I come from Mushroom Man Paradise. I carry the orders of Lord Gu Yu Fang Yuan. Wu Yong's expression did not change. He replied, for what matter have you come? Ku Xian Hong smiled. Sheng Tian true inheritance. Wu Yong's pupils shrunk immediately. Wu Yong tried to stay calm as he exchanged some words with Mushroom Man Gu immortal Ku Xian Hong. So Fang Yuan wants my Sheng Tian true inheritance, but he has not discovered who land. After some probing, The worry in his heart was finally lifted. The truth was, as long as Kong Ritian did not expose this secret personally, there was only a slight possibility that Hu Land would be discovered by anyone else other than Wu Clan. Back then, Kong Ritian and the rest used Hu Land to escape. No other Gu Immortal saw them. After Kong Ritian and the rest escaped, no news of them had emerged. Thus, outsiders like Fang Yuan would think that Kong Ritian is in my hands. Thus, he came to me for Shang Tian true inheritance. Wu Yong thought, my actions earlier were not good enough. I should have announced immediately that Kong Ritian was captured by my Wu clan. Even though that was not true, if Wu clan publicized that, Kong Ritian would not come out to refute him anyway. If Kong Ritian exposed himself, the Gu Immortals that were after Shang Tian true inheritance would charge towards him like jackals. They would tear his weak little body to shreds. If Kong Ritian hears such an announcement from my Wu clan, he will also understand our motive. Keeping Hu Land a secret will also be ensuring his safety. He will not reject it. Wu Yong had another plan. He could make up for his previous mistake. Hu Land was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It had immense value. If Wu clan wanted to own it, he would need to do it in secret. I can let you have Shang Tian true inheritance. Wu Yong rapidly transmitted and replied Ku Xian Hong. For Hu Land, giving up Shang Tian true inheritance was a wise decision. Moreover, this Shang Tian true inheritance had just been obtained by Wu clan. It had contents but not immortal Gu. The immortal Gu and immortal essence were still in Kong Ritian's hands. Ku Xian Hong was slightly stunned. Wu Yong agreed so readily, it was out of his expectations. He was a Gu immortal expert of Mushroom Man Paradise. After Lu Wei-yin submitted to Fang Yuan along with the entire paradise, he became Fang Yuan's subordinate. This was the first mission that Fang Yuan gave him. When Ku Xian Hong received this mission, he felt great internal pressure. He had heard of Wu Yong's name long ago. Along the way, he was thinking of what to do if Wu Yong rejected or refused to agree with this. To think that he would agree so easily after they met. I finally understand the might and prestige of my lord now. Ku Xian Hong sighed internally, filled with deep emotions. Ku Xian Hong added, Lord Wu Yong, my lord is willing to pay for the entire Shang Tian true inheritance. It was Wu Yong's turn to be stunned. Hearing Ku Xian Hong's words, it seemed like Fang Yuan wanted a fair trade. He was not going to extort or snatch it by force. Wu Yong quickly reacted. He listed his condition. Ku Xian Hong frowned slightly. Because Wu Yong wanted a rank 9 wind path immortal material, it was quite rare in the market. Ku Xian Hong could not decide this alone. He quickly communicated with Fang Yuan. After receiving an answer, Ku Xian Hong started to smile again as he looked at Wu Yong. Using Treasure Yellow Heaven, this transaction was quickly completed. Fang Yuan obtained the full details of Shang Tian true inheritance, while Wu Yong obtained a rank 9 wind path immortal material. Fang Yuan has a large number of grotto heavens from the 2 heavens. It is not strange that he has rare immortal materials. But he really went ahead to transact with me? Surprisingly, getting a rank 9 wind path immortal material, Wu Yong's preparatory work for refining 8-faced prestige wind immortal Gu achieved a significant breakthrough. But Wu Yong could not be happy. Fang Yuan had the battle strength to snatch Shang Tian true inheritance, but he did not do that. He only sent a Mushroom Man Gu Immortal and expressed his sincerity in making a fair trade. Afterwards, he held his word and paid with a rank 9 wind path immortal material. Fang Yuan is truly amazing. Wu Yong sighed deeply. As the saying goes, an expert swimmer would eventually drown. An expert combatant would die in battle. Relying on one specialty without possessing other skills was a dangerous thing. Once people started to rely on something, they would unknowingly stay within their comfort zone. They would develop a mental pattern. When they encounter problems, they would use their specialty trait to resolve the issues. As time passes, all of their other methods and perspectives would vanish. Eventually, they would face the greatest predicament of their lives. It might be their end. But Fang Yuan did not do that. He had great battle strength and could snatch the true inheritance. But if he did that, he would waste a lot of time and energy. There was even a chance of failing. After all, the information could be erased. But using this transaction, Fang Yuan easily obtained Shang Tian true inheritance without a hitch. Wu Yong analyzed, this can mean at least two things. Firstly, Fang Yuan has a lot of immortal materials. One rank 9 wind path immortal material is not important in his eyes. Secondly, even though he is the #1 person in the world, he still keeps his composure and scheming mind. He does not overly rely on his strength. It would have been great if I managed to kill him back then. Fang Yuan has already grown fully. With such a nature, he is too terrifying. When Shang Tian True Inheritance's transaction ended, Fang Yuan's main body was already in Western Desert. Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters. Fang Clan's supreme elders were almost fully gathered. They stared at Fang Yuan like he was a fatal enemy. Everyone, don't be too nervous. Really? I came here to make a transaction with Fang Clan. Fang Yuan smiled. But Fang Clan's immortals felt huge pressure weighing on them. Fang Clan's first supreme elder Fang Gong said, is it our fortune or misfortune to have received your attention? Everyone, we have quite the relationship actually. Fang Yuan started to activate his killer move. As the aura leaked, all of Fang Clan's Gu immortals stood up from their seats. They quickly activated their immortal Gu. A battle was about to start. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? This is our Fang Clan's headquarters. Earlier when we were outside, you said you wanted to make a transaction. If you attack now, who will believe your words in the future? Fang Clan's Gu immortals called out with intense nervousness. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. If I wanted to harm you, I could have attacked from the start. Can your Fang Clan stop me? As he said so, his appearance changed. Fang Clan's Gu immortals were shocked. Xuanbu Jin. Fang Yuan activated familiar face again, changing into another appearance. Fang Clan's Gu immortals saw Fang Yuan's appearance. They became shocked again. Fang Dichong. Fang Yun frowned. He was the adopted son of Fang Dichong. Seeing Fang Yuan's transformation, he felt repulsed. Lord Fang Yuan, did you come all the way to our clan just for this display of transformations to mock us? Fang Yuan looked at Fang Yun, saying with deep meaning, Yun heir, during this time when I was gone, why didn't you convert to wisdom path? Father gave you 3 wisdom path immortal Gu and even my wisdom path inheritance. Fang Clan has no wisdom path Gu immortal at the moment. If you do not take up this responsibility, who will? You. Fang Yun pointed at Fang Yuan. He stared with wide-opened eyes, filled with shock. The other Fang Clan Gu immortals also had a change of expression. They realized something from his words. They had a guess regarding the truth. The reality of it made them sink into panic. Indeed, I am Xuanbu Jin, who also became Fang Dichong later on. I have interacted with you guys much more than you think. Fang Yuan looked around as he laughed heartily. Fang Gong's expression was livid. He could not wait anymore. He stood out. What evidence do you have? Fang Yuan gave a bunch of evidence to the Fang Clan Gu immortals as he transmitted to Fang Gong. Snickering, Fang Gong, you and Fang Dichong decided to sacrifice Xuanbu Jin to refine Divine Bean Palace. Do you really want me to expose it? Fang Yuan not only had evidence, he even had accurate facts. Fang Clan soon realized the whole story. So Fang Yuan infiltrated our Fang Clan long ago. He even became our external Supreme Elder. Oh heavens! Even our second Supreme Elder Fang Dichong was replaced by him. We did not even notice. After Fang Clan's Gu immortals realized the truth, they all turned pale as cold sweat broke out. It was too terrifying. If not for Fang Yuan's reveal, they would still think that Fang Dichong was currently trapped inside Divine Emperor City. Ever since the Fate War ended, Fang Clan had been trying to negotiate with Heavenly Court to get back their Supreme Elder Fang Dichong. This means that Divine Bean Palace trapped your clone, while our second Supreme Elder died at your hands. Fang Gong looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. Fang Gong was tall and sturdy, with long white hair and beard spreading around his head like a lion's mane. He had bulging muscles that resembled rocks. Facing the murderer of his second Supreme Elder, if it were any other person, he would have attacked already. But against Fang Yuan, he could only restrain himself. He looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. There was anger and hatred in his eyes, but also helplessness and wariness. Fang Yuan was too strong. His demonic might was unparalleled. His reputation was unmatched. Fang Gong did not dare to make a rash move. Fang Yuan continued, saying that Fang Dichang died at my hands is both correct and also wrong. Fang Dichang's body is destroyed, but his soul is in my hands. Do you want it back? Back then, to avoid the detection of Soul Lantern Gu, Fang Yuan did not kill Fang Dichang. He only separated his body and soul. Fang Dichang's soul was still kept in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Clan's Gu immortals heard this. They became excited. Fang Dichang's soul is in your hands? Great. Our second Supreme Elder can be saved. No wonder Central Continent has been so vague all this time, so they did not even have our second Supreme Elder in the first place. In the current world, fate has been destroyed. As long as Fang Dichang's soul is around, if he gets a Gu immortal body, he would return to Fang Clan again. If this Gu immortal body cultivates wisdom path, then after Fang Dichang revives, he will be an immense help to your entire clan. Now tell me, friends from Fang Clan, do you want to make a transaction with me? Fang Yuan stated his ultimatum. Fang Clan's Gu immortals were silent. They looked at Fang Gong. At the crucial moment, only a rank 8 Gu immortal like Fang Gong could make the decision. The answer to Fang Yuan's question was obvious for Fang Clan. Fang Gong nodded as he thought about his words before saying in a solemn tone, "Of course we are willing to transact, but Sir Fang Yuan, what do you want? If your request is too much, or if it exceeds our capability, then—" Fang Yuan waved his hand, interrupting Fang Gong. "Firstly, I need Thieves' Den. Secondly, I need Fang Clan to take over Green Ghost Desert and provide me with a vast number of soul cores. What I will give to you is not just Fang Dichang's soul. We can slowly discuss the details later." Fang Yuan gave loose conditions. Fang Clan's Gu immortals were excited about it but also held suspicions. Fang Yuan seemed to know what they were thinking. "I can easily destroy your entire Fang Clan. Why would I need to resort to other methods? I'll let you know I've already done a transaction with Wu Yong. I am not a brutal person. Killing is just a method. Unless I have to, I will not use brute strength to satisfy my requirements." Fang Clan's immortals were shaken internally. Fang Yuan's words had hidden meaning. He was saying that if they did not satisfy him, he would wage war on them. They would lose terribly and even get wiped out. Fang Gong felt bitter internally. Against this powerful and domineering Fang Yuan, what could he choose? Actually, the moment Fang Yuan showed up, Fang Clan no longer had a chance in the matter. Fang Clan had to cooperate with Fang Yuan. They had to undergo transactions. Otherwise, death. Heavenly Court could not stop Fang Yuan. Spectral Soul was even killed by him. Even before that, Southern Border's rank 8 Gu immortals were also harmed by him. What could the mere Fang Clan do against him? Even a super force would be exterminated. Looking at the past, Northern Plains He tribe had been destroyed, replaced by Zhu tribe. There was also Qing clan. Back then they were incredibly powerful, but after provoking the young spectral soul, they were wiped out. Green Ghost Desert was now Qing clan's graveyard. It was right beside Fang clan. Sometimes one person could wipe out an entire force. In the Gu world, strength ruled above all. Thus, even though super forces had deep foundations, they would often be very careful when dealing with lone immortals or demonic immortals, especially when engaging in combat. In order to survive, Fang Clan agreed to Fang Yuan's requests. The two sides negotiated for some time before they arrived at a conclusion. Fang Yuan's terms were too relaxed. Fang Clan could barely believe this was real. Was this the #1 demon in the world, Gu Yu Fang Yuan? Because reality was much better than their expectations. These Fang Clan Gu immortals' moods improved drastically. I said before, I am not someone who enjoys killing brutally. Cooperating with me has great benefits. The person who slaughtered his clan, killed all the Gu immortals in Heifan Grotto Heaven, participated in the Dongfang tribe incident, partially accountable for Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's destruction, annexed his allies in Langya sect and the variant humans, destroyed 88 Truyang building, captured Southern Border's Righteous Path Gu immortals, killed Gu immortals from all the 5 regions and 2 heavens, participated in Heavenly Court's climactic battle, and the one who slaughtered spectral soul, Fang Yuan, said with an earnest expression. Fang Clan's Gu immortals had twitching eyelids as they quickly agreed with him. Lord Fang Yuan is right. Working with Lord Fang Yuan is our clan's greatest blessing. Actually, we know about your circumstances back then, Lord Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court was simply too much of a bully. Fang Clan's Gu immortals uttered words that seemed to be their heartfelt feelings. They showed no signs of insincerity. Fang Yun and Fang Lung were still too young. They remained silent. If Lord Fang Yuan is interested in creating a clan, my Fang clan will do our best to help you. Fang Gong ended the conversation with a promise that held great meaning. Fang Yuan looked at him with a deep gaze before leaving. At the next moment, he activated a killer move and vanished from everyone's sight. Fang Gong tried to induce Fang Yuan into creating a clan. It was for the sake of Fang Clan. If their secret transaction was exposed in the future, Fang Clan would be in a passive spot, their reputation would fall, they might even get attacked by other super forces. But if Fang Yuan creates a clan, he would go from the demonic path to the righteous path. By then, if this transaction was exposed, Fang Clan would only face some criticism. Gu Masters and Gu Immortals who were lone and demonic cultivators could convert their statuses into members of the righteous path. Heavenly Lord Baizu was one such example. If a demonic or lone cultivator had enough battle strength to make the righteous path forces wary, they would not want to fight. When these Gu cultivators create their clan, if they were adept at dealing with the surroundings forces to create beneficial relationships, they might reach a certain agreement and balance, they would become part of the righteous path. The truth was, many super forces in history, be they in Western Desert, Eastern Sea, or Southern Border, involved such cases. Fang Yuan's transaction with Fang Clan made Fang Gong realize that Fang Yuan was someone with such political view and ability. If a strong demonic cultivator stops focusing on fighting or killing, he would act like a righteous path member. He would be able to change his status. It is a pity that is not my goal. Fang Yuan smiled lightly to himself. In the 500 years of his previous life, he created the Blood-Winged Demon sect at its peak. There were 10,000 members. He learned of the true essence of strength at that time. In this world, a person's strength can surpass an entire organization's. Any sort of organization was just icing on the cake. Only when an individual had high battle strength would they truly be strong. Even the number one super force, Heavenly Court, had to rely on venerable methods to survive at the moment of crisis. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed already. Thieves Denver. Fang Yuan started his closed cultivation, deciphering this damaged immortal Gu house. Meanwhile, his clone in Eastern Sea, Qi Si Ancestor, was also negotiating a transaction with Song Clan. Right now, there were only Qi Si Ancestor and Song Xiaqi in the hall. Song Xiaqi was a rank 7 Gu immortal of Song Clan. He was tasked to be stationed in Qi Si. He was their representative. Right now, Song Xiaqi had an ugly expression. He could not sit still. Because earlier, he had received a small request from Qi Si Ancestor, Tian Nan's true inheritance. Qi Si Ancestor claimed that his descendants wanted some development in refinement path. Thus he wanted to make a transaction with Song Clan. Song Clan had once competed with Ruolai Clan and Kai Clan over the ownership of Ascending Heaven Plane. In the end, they won the true inheritance of Old Eccentric Tian Nan. Old Eccentric Tian Nan was a genius of the remote antiquity era. He had high seniority, the first refinement path supreme grandmaster recorded in history. He was on par with Old Immortal Kong Ju and Long Hair Ancestor. Even after 3 million years, Old Eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance still had immense value. Song Xiaqi was silent for a while before replying. Reporting to Ancestor, I would not dare to lie. Ever since we obtained this refinement path true inheritance, our Song Clan has been researching upon it. We specially chose to nurture Gu immortal seeds to make Tian Nan's true inheritance one of our signature strengths in the future. This is a huge matter. I cannot decide on it. Allow me to report it first. But I would guess that the result might disappoint you, Ancestor. Song Xiaqi said in a polite tone that he would report it, but he was clearly rejecting the idea. Qi Si Ancestor smiled as he waved his hand. You do not need to worry, that was just a thought that I had. Since Tian Nan's true inheritance is so precious to Song clan, why would I snatch it from you? We can forget about this matter. Song Xiaqi had a grateful expression. As he stood up to express his gratitude, he mentioned several other superforces in Eastern Sea. They also had deep foundation in refinement path. Qi Si ancestor had a compassionate smile as he said, I'll remember your suggestions. Don't be in a rush to leave. I have made some new tea. Meng Qiuzhen passed many dream realms recently, causing Fang Yuan's food path attainment to jump through master level from zero foundation, becoming a grandmaster. Qi Si ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. They shared attainment levels. While he organized his combat system, he created some new Qi path tea as well. After drinking the tea, Song Xiaqi bid farewell to Qi Si ancestor respectfully. After returning to his estate, he used an immortal killer move to communicate with Song clan's headquarters. This matter concerned Qi Si ancestor. It was too important. Song clan's immortals soon learned of this situation. Song clan's Gu immortals put everything else aside as they quickly discussed. Back then our Song clan spent so much resources and manpower to gain ownership of ascending heaven plane and obtain Tian Nan's true inheritance. This Qi Si ancestor wants to take the fruit of our labor just like that? Wishful thinking. I think it was inappropriate to reject him on the spot. We need to give Qi Si ancestor some respect. At least we should listen to his offer. No, Tian Nan's true inheritance is not for sale. Even though our Song clan specializes in light path and water path, these two true inheritances are not outstanding compared to other superforces. But with this Tian Nan's true inheritance, our success rate of refining immortal Gu will rise sharply. The benefit for our clan is long-lasting and immense. Song clan had been looking for a refinement path true inheritance all this time. The truth was, many Eastern Sea superforces were doing the same. Because Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources and immortal materials, once they had a high-quality refinement path true inheritance, the amount of benefits they would gain far surpassed the other regions. Tian Nan's true inheritance belongs solely to Song clan. This advantage might not be clear in the following years, but after decades or centuries, our Song clan's strength will definitely surpass the other superforces. But offending Qi Si ancestor like this might not be appropriate? Thinking about our current situation, after the Qi tides settled, all sorts of inheritances emerged. Us superforces have been competing for them. Once we get into a deadlock, Qi Si ancestor would make the decision as the leader of the righteous Qi alliance. We need to consider if Qi Si ancestor will become biased after this. When he makes a decision in the future, will he purposely strip away our benefits? During this period of time, Qi Si ancestor was truly very busy. Eastern Sea's righteous path forces joined his righteous Qi alliance. When they competed for true inheritances, it became the righteous Qi alliance's internal affair. At some point, it became a trend to ask Qi Si ancestor to make the decision in a case of dispute. More and more forces started to find Qi Si ancestor. Fang Yuan had very profound political skills. Qi Si ancestor was able to make decisions that could satisfy both parties in the dispute most of the time. Thus, Qi Si ancestor's reputation rose every day. Song clan's Gu immortal had such a worry. It was not strange. We can satisfy any of his other requests. There is nothing wrong with improving our relationship with Qi Si ancestor. But he wanted Tian Nan's true inheritance. How do I put this? Qi Si ancestor has a really keen sense, as expected of someone who could contest with Fang Yuan. Earlier, Eastern Sea's superforces were friendly to Qi Si ancestor, wanting to rely on him to resist Wu Shui and the variant human alliance. But now, after the battle to pursue Fang Yuan, Qi Si ancestor was enemies with Fang Yuan. The attitude of many Eastern Sea forces, including Song clan, had changed a lot. Song Xiaqi, when you rejected Qi Si ancestor, what did he do? Song Qi Yuan asked. Song Xiaqi quickly replied. He gave up very quickly. There was no change in his attitude. He is very understanding and magnanimous. He even asked me to drink his tea. That new Qi path tea is really amazing. Qi Si ancestor named his new tea triple-layered Qi tea. This tea was made using heaven Qi, earth Qi, and human Qi. In the cup, heaven Qi was at the top, resembling floating clouds. Human Qi was condensed into a lump, resembling a pill that floated in the middle of the cup. Earth Chi sank to the bottom. The fragrance of the tea was deeply concealed. Only after it was drank would it emit the fragrance and leave a lingering aftertaste. After Song Clan's Gu immortals heard the description, the unease in their hearts faded away slightly. Chi Si ancestor is really magnanimous. Our Song Clan has always been respectful to him. Seeing his attitude, we should not have much to worry about. Even if he was angry, as the righteous Chi Alliance leader, he would not go overboard. Tian Nan's true inheritance concerns immense benefits. It will be the core inheritance of our clan in the future. We cannot lose it. After the Song Clan Gu immortals discussed for a long time, they made up their minds they would leave this as it is. Several days later, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Dream Realm, after an intense battle of life and death, the opponent in front of Meng Qiuzhen finally fell to the ground. I want to see who you really are. Meng Qiuzhen lost control of the body. He was acting as a young man who angrily went up and pulled off the opponent's veil. But the appearance shocked the young man deeply. Father, how can it be you? The young man shouted as his body trembled. The one who fell was his father. He smiled in satisfaction as he said, My son, you did well. You've learned all the killer moves of our clan. But your heart lacks sufficient hatred and sadness. I have a terminal illness anyway. I cannot live for long. It is better to sacrifice myself for you. The young man broke into tears. Father, why can't we give up on hatred and live in seclusion? Why must we take revenge at all cost? The young man's father stared at him fixedly. Our entire family was killed by the enemy. Your mother, your grandparents, your younger brothers and sisters, they were all killed. This hatred is above anything else. How can we not take revenge? Remember, your father died because of this. If you do not take revenge, my death will be in vain. I would have died because of you. The young man's body shook as he said in a hoarse voice, Father! He wept in pain as a pale blue flame started to burn around his body at this time. His father saw this flame as became very happy. Good, good, good. Such a powerful agony blue heart flame. It is enough to take our revenge. We can take revenge now. Saying so, the young man's father took his final breath. Oh no! Meng Qiuzhen cried out internally. Seeing his father's death, the agony blue heart flame on the young man's body expanded rapidly. It burned with at least 10 times of the intensity as before. Meng Qiuzhen's soul was still in the dream. He instantly felt a surge of sadness, anger, and hatred. They poured into his heart like a torrential river. I cannot lose myself. This is the hardest part of the dream realm. Meng Qiuzhen desperately held on, but he started to lose his grip in a few moments. Create dream. Without a choice, he immediately used a dream path immortal killer move to defend his soul. In a newly created dream within a dream, he was situated in a large room. The room broke out in flames. It was burning in blue flames. Meng Qiuzhen quickly took action, extinguishing the fire all over the house, trying to save it. After a chaotic period, the fire started to dwindle. The sturdy house was also burned to a crisp. Only an intact guest room was left. I survived. Meng Qiuzhen let out a breath of air, dispelling the killer move dream within dream, as he returned to the original dream realm. The final hurdle of the dream realm was simply too fatal. Meng Qiuzhen was almost engulfed by emotions. He nearly forgot about reality and the dream completely, submerging entirely into this dream. Of course, each time he explored a dream, his main body would stay outside to guard against any accidents. He would take action if something happened. This dream realm was finally passed. Together with the gains of the earlier few dream realms, Fang Yuan's fire path attainment level reached Great Grandmaster. Fire path attainment level reached Great Grandmaster. I can finally annex those fire path grotto heavens in the 2 heavens. Looking at the time, Wu Shuai's method should have activated already. Fang Yuan's main body assessed. Immemorial 2 heavens. Fire plane grotto heaven. On a vast grassland, there was red-colored fire beard grass growing everywhere. It was harvest season. Gu masters of the grotto heaven started to use gu worms to collect the fire beard grass. Crack, crack. From somewhere, a terrifying sound could be heard from below. The moment the goo masters sensed something, they were faced with a fatal threat. Countless ants came up from underground. Some were finger-sized. Some were large as carriages. The number of ants was uncountably large. They instantly engulfed the entire fire-beard grassland. Skeleton Grotto Heaven. What is going on? What is going on? The Grotto Heaven goo immortal in charge of raising the bone armor hounds was flustered and helpless. The 1,000 or so bone armor hounds that he was in charge of rearing started to growl in anguish. Some were rolling on the ground, biting in a frenzy. The goo immortal had a pale expression. "Oh no, I'm finished. Granny said that I had to take care of these bone armor hounds with utmost carefulness, but I actually screwed up so badly." Some bone armor hounds started to die. A large number of ants crawled out of their corpses. The goo immortal gritted his teeth in anger. "So these ants are the cause of this. I want you all to—" Ugh! The goo immortal was quickly shocked and uncertain, because more and more ants came out of the bone armor hounds. Some were even coming out from the ground. These ants were like raging tides. The size was growing rapidly. The goo immortal was very shocked. There was even immortal goo aura among them. The goo immortal did not dare to stay here. He quickly retreated. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Imperial Court. Your Majesty, Chuzhou, Qingzhou, Lianzhou and other areas are experiencing ant plagues. The ant plagues are too terrifying. In just half a day, hundreds of thousands of mortals died. 100 cities got wiped out. Within the ant plague, there are rank 6 and 7 immortal ants. All of the officials in the various provinces are troubled. The current dynasty's emperor frowned with a solemn expression. The ant plague is too vicious. It is not something we can resolve. The current matter at hand is to contact the Grotto Lord, Song Clan headquarters. Grandpa, you're so nice to me. Thank you for the immortal goo. Song Yishur held the rank 6 water path immortal goo in her hands as she spoke happily. Song Clan's first supreme elder Song Chi Yuan was her grandfather. At this moment, Song Chi Yuan looked at his beloved granddaughter. He said in concern, "Our clan is researching Tian Nan's true inheritance. This water path immortal goo is our first success. But my dear granddaughter, don't go around flaunting it. Tell others that you captured this wild immortal goo by chance. Even though I am the first supreme elder, I cannot be openly biased towards you." I get it, I get it. Song Yishur looked at the water path immortal goo in her hands with overflowing joy. While she was toying around with it in her hands, her face suddenly turned pale as she held her tummy. So much pain, so painful. She fell down weakly, her face had turned white like snow. Initially, only her stomach was hurting. But soon, the unbearably intense pain spread to her entire body. "My granddaughter, what's happening?" Song Chi Yuan was shocked. He quickly checked. At the next moment, Song Chi Yuan found that there were countless ants roaming around in Song Yishur's body, devouring her flesh. The thing that made him even angrier was that these ants were actually eating away at her Dao marks. Such evil ants, such vicious methods. Song Chi Yuan quickly made his move. A pure white light shrouded over Song Yishur. The light split into countless threads that entered her body, killing all of these ants in an instant. Song Chi Yuan cultivated light path. His attainment level was very high. He used his methods with great proficiency, easily suppressing the situation. But good times did not last long. Soon, new ants grew out and continued to torture Song Yishur. Song Chi Yuan's brows were tightly locked. He felt heartache at her plight, but also deep anger. He soon realized the problem. It turned out that these new ants were emerging from Song Yishur's immortal aperture. "My granddaughter, bear with the pain. Take a look at your immortal aperture." Song Chi Yuan tried to speak to her in a gentle tone. Song Yishur took a look at her immortal aperture as her face turned pale with shock. She cried with reddened eyes, So many ants. Grandfather, my immortal aperture is going to be destroyed by these ants." The terrifying ant plagues spread around the many goo immortals of the righteous Qi alliance. The grotto heavens of the two heavens were the main victims. Old immortal Hua Yu, Granny Skeleton, and Fire Plain Grotto Heaven's owner were the main targets. Other than them, there were the Song clan, the Ruolai clan, and the Kai clan. As for the remaining Eastern Sea super forces, even though they faced the Ant Plague too, it was to a smaller extent, involving their external resource points. Once the Ant Plague appeared, it immediately received the attention of the entire Righteous Chi Alliance. This Ant Plague is too strange. It is clearly targeting us. We didn't find anything strange earlier. The Variant Human Alliance is completely intact. Such powerful ants. Even an idiot knows that this is the work of Wu Shuai. To think that Wu Shuai is just a mere clone of Fang Yuan. Yet he has such a terrifyingly vicious method. The Righteous Chi Alliance soon found the culprit. They were furious and gathered to discuss it. Many of the victims displayed the ants in their territories. The aura of these ants varied from weak to strong, from mortal to immortal. They came in all sorts of shapes and sizes. There was no clear pattern. These ants are very scary. The most terrifying thing is that they can devour Dao marks to refine and raise their rank themselves. They are too hard to eliminate. We could not find any ant eggs. And the biggest question now is, when did we get hit by this move? The Gu Immortals discussed among themselves while Chi Si Ancestor sat at the main seat, holding this session for them. He had a worried expression, but he secretly admired Wu Shuai internally. I've been trying to complete my combat system and create core killer moves. Thus, I asked the main body to get Shang Tian true inheritance. To think that Wu Shuai has already gone one step further and innovated, creating an even more complex killer move, lingering poisonous ant plague. Chi Si Ancestor knew some details. Even though Fang Yuan's main body and Wu Shuai did not tell him, they were not keeping things a secret either. In their interactions, they exposed some details. It turned out that after Meng Qiuzhan became an immortal and obtained multiple Dream Path Immortal Gu, his efficiency in exploring dream realms rose tremendously. Fang Yuan's Food Path and Poison Path rose to Grandmaster level. Clones shared his attainment levels. Wu Shuai used his Quasi-Supreme Refinement Path and Enslavement Path attainment levels, as well as Wood Path Grandmaster, to create a qualitative change and make a breakthrough. Originally, Wu Shuai's ants came from green antiseptic. Even though this method had great battle strength, a long time had passed since his era. This time, Wu Shuai referenced the killer move Qingqiu. On the basis of green antiseptic, he made a breakthrough and allowed his ants to devour Dao marks to auto-refine themselves into higher ranks. But Wu Shuai's main body could not use the move. Only Fang Yuan's main body could use it. Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague was in essence a compound killer move comprising Poison Path, Enslavement Path, Refinement Path, Wood Path, and Food Path. It even expended unrestrained heavenly marks. This move had an incredibly powerful concealment effect. It began by using the advantage of Poison Path, possessing concealment and infectiousness. After the killer move's Dao marks infect the target's immortal aperture, it would turn into miniature ants that devour the surroundings to grow stronger and increase in numbers. After they reach a certain size, they would turn into the terrifying ant plague. To completely get rid of the ant plague, one would need to eliminate the respective Dao marks. But currently, the Righteous Chi Alliance had not found out this fact yet. Even if they knew, they would not have efficient methods to deal with this compound killer move either. In the hall at the bottom of Chi Si, the representatives of the clans in the Righteous Chi Alliance gathered with many different wills, discussing on how to resolve the lingering poisonous ant plague. The ant plague had just been discovered. The clans did not have any good ideas. Thus gradually, their gazes shifted towards Chi Si Ancestor. The Grotto Heaven owners that resided in the two heavens were already gritting their teeth. They asked Chi Si Ancestor to stand up for them. The ant plague harmed almost all the two heavens Grotto Heaven's Righteous Chi Alliance members. These people were considered closest to Chi Si Ancestor. As for Eastern Seas forces, only Song clan, Ruolai clan, and Kai clan were affected. Thus, Eastern Seas Gu Immortals deduced. Did this method originate from the two heavens? Song clan, Ruolai clan, and Kai clan got hit by it because they have ascending heaven plane. Nobody suspected Chi Si Ancestor to be the culprit, because the ones who suffered the most were Chi Si Ancestor's closest allies in the Righteous Chi Alliance. After staying silent for a moment, Chi Si Ancestor said, "We need to resolve this ant plague. In my opinion, this problem is even greater than the chi harvest fruit from before. As long as the chi harvest fruit does not explode, it would not damage the grotto heaven. But this ant plague harms Gu immortals and their foundations at all times. Among us here, some have not encountered this problem. But if we do not try to resolve this now, nobody will be spared in the future. The immortals in the hall were all very worried. Gu immortals were astute people. Everyone acknowledged Chi-Si ancestors' words. If not for this, they would not have gathered to discuss this so quickly. The ant plague was like a fire, even though it was only burning some people now. If it was not put out in time, everyone would be affected by it eventually. Chi-Si ancestor continued, resolving this ant plague will not be like the Chi harvest fruit problem. During that time, I could still try to solve it, but this ant plague does not concern Chi path. Thus, we will have to rely on all of you. We must work together to get through this. We need to gather the wisdom path Gu immortals of the respective clans and make deductions together. During the process, if they need any immortal Gu killer move, a particular path's Gu immortal great expert, or even the help of a true inheritance, you need to provide it without holding back. Chi-Si ancestors' expression became increasingly solemn. Even if we cannot resolve this, we need to be able to suppress and slow down the ant plague for now. If we cannot even suppress it, we will need to wage war on the variant human alliance again. Chi-Si ancestor spoke with a firm tone. His expression was very serious. The hall fell into silence. The Gu immortals stopped talking. Chi-Si ancestors' words made good sense. The terrifying part of the ant plague was that it consumed the foundation of the Gu immortal. If it could not be restrained or stopped in time, the ant plague would grow increasingly strong while the righteous Chi alliance would become weakened severely. After a long time, a clear difference in strength would be apparent between the righteous Chi alliance and variant human alliance. If they did not attack early and deal with the variant human alliance, eventually, the righteous Chi alliance would not have the strength to contest the variant human alliance anymore. The killer move lingering poisonous ant plague involved many paths and even used up unrestrained heavenly marks. This killer move was at the strategic level, it had terrifying might. But waging war on the variant human alliance? Isn't that simply waging war on Gu Yu Fang Yuan and Wu Shuai? How can we be Fang Yuan's match? Even spectral soul fell at his hands. But if we do not fight, are we going to wait for death? There is no longer an option for us. This demon Fang Yuan is too overbearing. No, even Heavenly Court could not do anything against Fang Yuan. Even though our righteous Chi alliance has many members, isn't Fang Yuan also accumulating strength right now? Maybe we can get help from Heavenly Court? Humph, Heavenly Court is not worthy of being the leader of the righteous path. Our Lord Alliance leader has already contacted them, wanting to work together to deal with the variant human alliance. They have been stalling with excuses. In my opinion, the best situation is for us to work together and resolve this ant plague. Even though Fang Yuan is behind this, he has not taken action personally. This is his probe towards us. We need to perfectly resolve this ant plague and show him our strength. The immortals in the hall discussed. They soon came to a consensus. They did not want an all-out battle to the death. Eastern Seas Gu immortals did not have the same nature as Northern Plains Gu immortals. Furthermore, all of the clans were busy competing for the newly exposed true inheritances. They were too busy. Why shouldn't they strengthen themselves instead of pitting their lives against the enemies? For normal fights, they would be wins or losses. There was hope. That was why people would want to fight. But to fight against Fang Yuan to the death? It would not lead to the enemy's death. They would certainly die themselves. All the Gu immortals did not say this, but they had the same opinion internally. Heavenly Court's distressed state, spectral soul's loss. All these proved that Fang Yuan had terrifying might and incredible craftiness. Eastern Seas Gu immortals did not know that spectral soul's main body was still around. In their eyes, Fang Yuan even managed to kill a former venerable. His strength was simply too much. His demonic might was unparalleled. Unless they had absolutely no choice, they did not want to provoke such a person. In that case, let's try to resolve the ant plague. Chi-Si ancestors' final sentence ended this meeting. The righteous Chi alliance started to put in effort to research on how to resolve this. But was the killer move lingering poisonous ant plague so simple? The more the Gu Immortals from the Righteous Chi Alliance researched, the less confident they got. Facing everyone's expectations, even the Wisdom Path Gu Immortals doing the deductions felt increasing pressure as time passed. Days passed, they did not produce any good results. All the clans were unhappy. Chi Si Ancestor also personally came to ask about it. The Wisdom Path Gu Immortals with Hua and at the lead had to ask, "Don't be anxious. We have a discovery. The ant plague contains wood path profundity. These ants are able to grow while growing is a specialty of wood path. This is likely because Fang Yuan fought against Qing Chou and gained some inspiration from it." To be honest, these Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were quite impressive to have realized this. Thus, Eastern Sea's wood path experts were brought over and participated in the research. There was no result again. The Wisdom Path and wood path Gu Immortals felt increasing pressure. They shouted, "Enslavement path, enslavement path. The ant plague contains enslavement path profundity. These ants are organized in an orderly manner. They work in unison to create a huge plague. This is the power of enslavement path." Thus, the Righteous Chi Alliance's enslavement path experts also joined in the group and participated in the research. But the research still made no progress. The Wisdom Path, wood path, and enslavement path Gu Immortals could not stand the pressure. They shouted again, "We need poison path experts." There were not many poison path experts, but they still existed. Under everyone's expectations, the poison path experts also joined in the research. "We also need food path experts. These ants have the ability to grow from devouring food." The researching Gu Immortals said in agreement. However, food path Gu Immortals were just too rare. After talking among themselves, the Immortals had to invite the famous Eastern Sea Lone Immortal, Zuexian Wang. Zuexian Wang had many acquaintances. He had some sort of connection with most of the Righteous Path forces, but he was not currently in Eastern Sea. "We need refinement path as well. We found that the core of the ant plague is refinement path. Undoubtedly, after Fang Yuan obtained Langya sect, his refinement path attainment is too deep. These ants are able to devour Dao marks and refine themselves into immortal Gu. This is too shocking." Eastern Sea's clans quickly put in effort together. They sent most of their clan's refinement path Gu Immortals over. With everyone's collective effort, progress in the research was showing. These clans' elites were really talented people. But they could not find the most important and fundamental result. Did this single move, lingering poisonous ant plague, overwhelm the entire Eastern Sea Righteous Path? That was the fact of the matter. This was simply unbelievable to the Righteous Chi Alliance's Gu Immortals. But they had no choice but to admit it. Shin Tsongshang said some words that showed deep wisdom. "At this point, I've already understood some things. That Fang Yuan has the sovereign immortal body. He cultivates all paths. He is an all-round genius. This compound killer move comprises poison path, wood path, refinement path, food path, and enslavement path profundities. He put the specialties of all these paths together in an intrinsic manner. As for us, we can only cultivate one path or two at most. If we cultivate poison path, we cannot understand wood path. If we cultivate wood path, we know nothing about food path. Because of this, even if we work together, we cannot solve this ant plague problem." Even now, the Righteous Chi Alliance had not discovered that lingering poisonous ant plague killer move also comprised heaven path profundity. However, nobody in history had ever cultivated heaven path. It was normal that they did not discover this. How can a person cultivate every path like this? Speaking of which, Spectral Soul is too useless. Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance spent over 100,000 years of accumulation to refine a rank 9 sovereign immortal fetus Gu. But he actually lost it to Fang Yuan like this. Creating compound killer moves is simply as easy as breathing for him. After some time passes from now, he is going to have even more new methods. This demon only used one move to send us into panic and helplessness. Why is it that our Eastern Sea has to be the one suffering from this number one demon's method? The Righteous Chi Alliance could not find a solution. While venting their frustrations out loud, they felt disdain towards Spectral Soul. They felt increasing hatred towards Fang Yuan. Along with dense wariness, They also felt helpless and tearful about their own fate. In that case, let's fight with them. Chi-Si ancestor surged with fighting spirit. He said with a firm tone. Lord Alliance leader, the situation has not reached that stage yet. Agu Immortal immediately interjected. Chi-Si ancestor sighed. Our righteous Chi Alliance's losses have been severe these days. Carrying on like this is pointless. We will fall into that vicious Fong Yuan's trap. If we wait anymore, we will not have the strength to fight anymore. These days, the two Heavens Gu Immortals suffered tremendous losses. Among Eastern Sea's righteous path forces, Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rualai Clan suffered the most losses. As for the other clans, even though the ant plague also affected them, it had just started for them after all. Thus, most of the righteous path clans did not want to wage war now. Of course, this situation was something that Fong Yuan intended for when he took action earlier. We still have hope. We are not in a truly desperate situation yet. That's right, even though we gathered most of the elite Gu Immortals of our clans, we have not taken out our true inheritances for them to use as reference. With these true inheritance contents, if we can come up with ideas together, there is a high chance of resolving the ant plague crisis. Chi-Si ancestor was silent for a while before nodding slowly. The situation is very severe. I believe all of you know that even without me saying it. Thus, everyone needs to contribute their true inheritances. Please show us your utmost sincerity. If anyone dares to hide their inheritance or conceal it, don't blame me for taking matters into my own hands. As long as we can get rid of the ant plague, the entire righteous Chi Alliance will benefit. Everyone's efforts will be rewarded and compensated. I believe that our contribution board would be the best answer to you. To resolve the ant plague, all the clans started to make contributions. Hua clan took out their snake poison chi thread true inheritance. Nangong clan took out great profound true inheritance. Xia clan took out remnant leaves true inheritance. Su clan took out big belly true inheritance. Originally, even though Righteous Chi Alliance had a contribution board, there were few names on it. Before this, Chi-Si ancestor also asked the clans to exchange inheritances and killer moves mutually, but these were all superficial exchanges. After all, if there was no need to, who would take out their unique inheritance to trade to others? But now, the situation was different. Not only did the contribution board's length get longer, the intensity of the competition over rankings also rose. The names on the list moved up and down constantly. Different inheritance details had varying value. Some were more precious than others, while some were hard to assess. But Chi-Si ancestor was Fong Yuan's clone. They shared attainment level. He had deep knowledge about this and gave all the clan's inheritances an appropriate assessment of value. Even if the contributor was not happy with it, Chi-Si ancestor would gather the immortals and discuss together each time. His arguments would convince all the Gu immortals and leave them unable to rebuke him. As this happened with increasing frequency, Chi-Si ancestor's prestige also rose as well. The Righteous Chi Alliance's members were all in awe towards Chi-Si ancestor's wealth of knowledge. First Supreme Elder, are we really handing over Tian Nan's true inheritance? This is Tian Nan's true inheritance after all. Back then, in order to get ascending heaven plane and obtain this true inheritance, we spent so much effort and suffered immense hardship. Song Clan's Gu immortals went to find Song Chi Yuan. They were very unwilling. Song Chi Yuan sighed deeply as he said helplessly, "Can't you see the current situation? It has gone out of our control. Everyone knows that we possess Tian Nan's true inheritance. They have already been asking us to contribute it time and time again. Even dragging it until now is our limit." Xia clan gave their molten casting true inheritance while Tang clan contributed their myriad fusion true inheritance. If we do not give them Tian Nan's true inheritance, we will not be able to explain for ourselves. Everyone is looking at us now. Who would let us off? Song clan's Gu immortals turned silent. The situation had unknowingly gone out of their control. Initially, all the clans had good intentions. In order to avoid war and to resolve the ant plague, they contributed some true inheritances. Even though these true inheritances were of wood path, food path, and other relevant paths, they were not too important or valuable. But even if the value was not high, they were still ranked accordingly. Some people became higher ranked, some were lower ranked. If the difference was not obvious, so be it. But this contribution board indicated everyone's contribution very clearly. The clans at the top would feel unhappy when they looked at it. Why did we contribute so much while others make barely any contribution? Let alone the rest. Doesn't that clan have that true inheritance we need? Why are they still keeping silent? Look at us. We even gave up our important true inheritance. With such pressure, those at the lower end of the list had to choose some inheritances to contribute. This way, the people at the bottom would go to the top, they would feel unhappy again. If they still ranked below the rest, they would be mocked at by the top contributors, they might even face humiliating criticism. Is this all that your clan has? You can't even give us anything good. You dare to call yourselves a super clan? Immortals were astute people. When they took out their inheritances, they would think of offering those with similar value, to make sure everyone had around the same ranking. But how could that happen? There were too many names on the contribution board. Who could be certain that their inheritance was just about right? And even if some Immortals felt that it was about right, others would think differently. Even if everyone was happy about it, don't forget who the person evaluating these inheritances was. Chi-Si ancestor pretended to be regulating this exchange, but he was creating problems for them secretly. Thus, all the different clans competed and mocked each other. The competition became intense. The clans started taking out more and more valuable inheritances. This led to the pain of loss, which turned into anger and unhappiness when they saw those people who contributed less than them. Thus, the situation got out of their control. All the clans had to take out their top-tier true inheritances. Song clan was not the first one. And Tian Nan's true inheritance was already an eyesore to some people. They wanted it to be contributed. I've already given up this true inheritance. Why is your Song clan keeping Tian Nan's true inheritance? Do you think this is the right thing to do? Humph. My clan's sacrifice is so big. I need to make sure Song clan suffers as well. Song clan's Tian Nan's true inheritance definitely has huge value. Using this chance, we can obtain it easily while having a good reason for it. This is great. All the clans had many Immortals, these were all elites. The contribution of true inheritances became a competition. It turned into a political conflict between the clans. The righteous Qi Alliance's members were tearing at each other, while the biggest beneficiary was the high and mighty Chi-Si ancestor who watched the spectacle from his main seat. Fang Yuan not only obtained Tian Nan's true inheritance, he also got several other refinement path true inheritances. There were also some food path inheritances that he was interested in. Undoubtedly, Eastern Sea was very rich, these super forces had very deep foundations. They definitely had even better things, but it was not wise to ask them for more. If the pressure intensified, it might backfire instead. What made the righteous Qi Alliance slightly happier was that after the immense contributions, they finally saw some results. Even though they could not get rid of the lingering poisonous ant plague, there were methods that could restrict its growth now. Brainstorming was still an effective strategy. Even though Fang Yuan's killer move was unique, with the hard work of the entire Eastern Sea righteous path, it was only a matter of time until they resolved it. Using one killer move to decimate the entire region's righteous path was impossible to begin with. Killer moves were fixed, they had flaws, that was why Immortals could improve upon them. Fang Yuan did not think this would work. His true motive was to get refinement path inheritances. Everything else was an added bonus. He wanted to become venerable through refinement path. He had to become venerable to reach a qualitative change that would give him the strength to resist star constellation, giant sun, and spectral soul. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan could not snatch these inheritances using force. His current battle strength had surpassed the entire Eastern Sea righteous path. But the efficiency was just too low. How could it compare to the speed of their willing contribution? Also, true inheritances could be destroyed. It was a risky thing to do. And finally, it would waste Fang Yuan's time and energy. His growth would become slower. Fang Yuan would also waste his luck. All these super forces had immense foundation and huge luck. Fighting against them would expend his own luck. When he went to Kray's Demon Cave, Fang Yuan would need to face venerable opponents. It was better to conserve his strength instead of wasting it. This was also why Fang Yuan made transactions with Southern Borders Wu clan and Western Deserts Fang clan. Fong Yuan's main body soon got hold of the contents of Tian Nan's true inheritance and the others. Among all the inheritances that the righteous Qi alliance took out, Tian Nan's true inheritance had the highest value. Right now, on the contribution board, Song Clan was placed at the top spot. Old eccentric Tian Nan described his grand and maniacal ambitions in this true inheritance. He wanted to refine the immemorial two heavens and even the five regions, to turn them into his own external immortal aperture. There was no doubt about it, he failed. Even a venerable could only refine the Tao marks of their own path in the outside world. Yet, old eccentric Tian Nan wanted to refine all the Tao marks of the world. In Fong Yuan's case, this was completely possible in theory. When Gu cultivators refine Gu, weren't they just refining the relevant Tao marks or Tao fragments of the Gu? The biggest obstacle to old eccentric Tian Nan was none other than Heaven Path. He found that no matter what idea he came up with, he could not refine Heaven Path Tao marks. Eventually, he found an extremely risky method but ended up failing. In historical records, old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric nature. He tried to refine the heavens and ended up dying as a result. It was said that being half a step ahead of the era was genius, while being one step ahead of the era was insanity. Old eccentric Tian Nan was such a lunatic. 2 million years passed and the eras progressed. One person who managed to resolve old eccentric Tian Nan's biggest problem finally appeared. Limitless Demon Venerable. He succeeded in his heaven path refinement. Over 1 million years passed again. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable entered Crazed Demon Cave in his exploration. He obtained Limitless Demon Venerable's method that could do this. Indeed, it was Unrestrained Heavenly Mark. The Unrestrained Heavenly Mark killer move that Lu Wei-yin gave to Fong Yuan had a long history. It was not created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth merely modified it. The source was limitless. And what surprised Fong Yuan was that in this Tian Nan's true inheritance, there were Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's notes. It turned out that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had also obtained Tian Nan's true inheritance in Ascending Heaven Plane. Even though he learned the true inheritance's details, he did not destroy it. He even made it more sturdy to pass on to the future generations. In his later years, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable returned here and added his own refinement path experience in Tian Nan's true inheritance. This old man Tian Nan is really daring. Speaking of which, if I can refine the entire heavenly Tao, that would be so cool. It is a pity that refinement path does not suit me. I still prefer close combat using my body. But I can make use of those remaining beastmen. Didn't they want to use food path to claim victory? Hee. Wishful thinking. They think I have not discovered that gluttonous demon frog. Using the notes, Fong Yuan saw that the mystery of the past history was unveiled to an extent. In historical records, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable used the lingering beastmen in his old age to create Reckless Savage Grotto Heaven. He left behind his true inheritance inside it. It turned out that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was using Tian Nan's true inheritance to scheme against and make use of those beastmen's methods instead. The night wind howled in his ears. Fire Plane Grotto Lord flew in immemorial white heaven. He concealed his traces as he moved. If others looked, they would only see a vague figure moving rapidly. The only thing was that the trail he moved on had high temperature, but wind soon blew the anomaly away. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had rank 8 cultivation level, but in an environment like immemorial white heaven, he still had to be very careful. If he acted more brazenly, he would cause immemorial desolate beasts to attack him. Especially those Fire Path immemorial desolate beasts. They had a huge interest in Fire Plane Grotto Lord. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was not weak, of course, but he was not in the frame of mind to bother with such problems. If he wanted to hunt immemorial desolate beasts in immemorial white heaven, he would need to plan and make preparations beforehand. Fire Plane Grotto Lord rushed back to his grotto heaven as he assessed his own body. The ant plague in his body had already been suppressed. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was affected long ago. The Gu immortals in the grotto heaven had also been hit by this vicious method. Poison Path excelled in traits like concealment and infectiousness. The Righteous Qi Alliance was right to ask Poison Path experts to participate in the research. The situation is stabilized at least, but Fire Plane Grotto Heaven is still in deep trouble. We need a lot of contribution points to salvage it. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was very worried. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's losses were severe this time. Inside the Grotto Heaven, the largest fire beard grassland had perished, turning into ruins. The fire beard grass that had great vitality was gone without a trace. Not even the roots were left. The vermilion flame wolves and red grass horses were also nearly extinct. The ant plague spared nothing. These wolves and horses were all eaten with no bones left behind. Our losses are too severe, but we still need to spend a huge sum to salvage this disaster. Fire Plane Grotto Lord frowned tightly. The Righteous Chi Alliance members paid such a huge price to research and gain some results that could suppress the lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. Even brothers became sensitive when it came to money, not to mention this Righteous Chi Alliance that had barely any cohesiveness. For the groups to survive and resist the powerful Fong Yuan Wu Shui and the Variant Human Alliance, they created the Righteous Chi Alliance. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path paid a huge price for this. They would not allow the rest to use these gains without paying a cost. According to the rules set by Righteous Chi Alliance, Fire Plane Grotto Lord had to pay a huge amount of resources or use high-quality true inheritances in exchange for contribution points, which could be used to save Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. But what else could he do except that? Fire Plane Grotto Lord sighed deeply in his heart. He was filled with worries towards the present and the future. This is only the first move by that demon Fong Yuan. This is likely just a test, but our clan has already suffered greatly. He will definitely make a second or third attack. Fong Yuan possesses the sovereign immortal aperture. He can annex rank 8 Grotto Heavens. Those Grotto Heavens of the Variant Human Alliance are dwindling. He has already annexed many of them. My clan's Fire Plane Grotto Heaven is definitely on his hunting list. Or more accurately speaking, all the Grotto Heavens in the 2 heavens are now his prey. Ever since Fong Yuan annexed Grand Swine Grotto Heaven and Time Difference Grotto Heaven, he had not stopped annexing others. The Variant Human Alliance had been subdued by him long ago. They could only watch as he annexed their Grotto Heavens, helpless against Fong Yuan. Many were definitely furious that their homelands were annexed by Fong Yuan, but they did not dare to say anything in spite of their rage. The commotion from the annexing of the apertures was too great. It was impossible to hide. Therefore, Fire Plane Grotto Lord and others clearly were aware of this information. The enemy is too powerful. Our Righteous Chi Alliance is clearly at a disadvantage. If we cannot match them in combat, we can only place our advantage in development. Fire Plane Grotto Lord analyzed inwardly. The Grotto Heavens of the 2 heavens had limited space. After countless years of development and accumulation, they had long since reached the point where they had no more development potential. However, Eastern Sea was vast and rich. Even if all these Grotto Heavens were added together, they could not compare to the size and wealth of Eastern Sea. This advantage was also the source of Righteous Chi Alliance's confidence against the Variant Human Alliance. Even though the latter occupied Xia Clan's territory, they only had a tiny area of Eastern Sea. In this aspect, the Righteous Chi Alliance had a clear advantage. Fong Yuan can also tell that we have this advantage, thus he used the compound killer move to weaken us. He is definitely not going to stop here. By then, us Gu Immortals of the 2 heavens will become his main targets. Sigh. When will we finally be able to? Suddenly, the scene before Fire Plane Grotto Lord changed abruptly. The surroundings were covered in blue fog that trapped him in many layers. Fire Plane Grotto Lord quickly stopped moving. He activated his defensive and investigative methods. At the next moment, his expression changed. Battlefield killer move. Who are you? How dare you attack a member of the Righteous Chi Alliance? Come out. Don't try to act mysterious. Fire Plane Grotto Lord shouted. But he only heard a wave of chuckling noises that resembled a child's voice. The laughter spread around Fire Plane Grotto Lord, causing this rank 8 Gu Immortal to be unable to discern where the voice was coming from. Suddenly, a child attacked him from the huge blue fog without any notice. He stretched out his chubby little arm and quickly grabbed at Fire Plane Grotto Lord's back. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had already used an investigative killer move, even though its range was restricted to less than half of the usual because of this battlefield killer move. But it was enough for Fire Plane Grotto Lord to detect this child's action. However, Fire Plane Grotto Lord was still too slow. The mysterious child succeeded. Fire Plane Grotto Lord grunted as he was hit by the move. Bam! At the next moment, Fire Plane Grotto Lord unleashed a fierce attack and sparks of flames burst out and slaughtered the mysterious child on the spot. The child died, but there was no blood or flesh. He turned into a lump of blue fog. This mysterious child is made from the battlefield, but thankfully, the attack is not strong. Still, my defensive killer move was weakened by this. It has half of its strength left. Fire Plane Grotto Lord started to feel uneasy and anxious. He needed to break this battlefield killer move quickly. Even if he could not, he had to create a hole and communicate with the outside world to seek help. Fire Plane Grotto Lord started to use his methods. He attacked the surroundings and tried to break the battlefield. But it was useless. His methods were like harmless wind. The surrounding blue fog was endless and limitless. From time to time, mysterious children would appear from the blue fog. They were either male or female, having blue eyes. They surrounded Fire Plane Grotto Lord as they attacked continuously. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was clearly able to detect their appearance, but he could not stop them from attacking each time he got hit by them. This seems to be a wisdom path battlefield. It is influencing my thoughts, causing me to act slower and slower. I cannot attack in advance to stop the children. While Fire Plane Grotto Lord was thinking, his expression suddenly changed. He felt that a fire path immortal goo was stolen by the children from his immortal aperture. Fire Plane Grotto Lord quickly destroyed the child, but the surrounding blue fog surged towards him, sweeping the exposed fire path immortal goo away. Fire Plane Grotto Lord chased after it for a while but could not find anything. Oh no! This is a theft path battlefield. These mysterious children can steal my immortal aperture's immortal goo when they attack. I cannot stay here anymore. It is too dangerous. Originally, Fire Plane Grotto Lord felt that even though these mysterious children could not be guarded against, they were not strong, he could last a long time. But now, Fire Plane Grotto Lord became deeply shocked. His hair was standing on end. His expression turned very ugly. There was a pessimistic guess in his heart. This is a compound battlefield of theft path and wisdom path, or at least, it definitely contains these two paths. I've never heard of such a compound killer move before. If this is a new killer move, then the user is most likely. Fire Plane Grotto Lord thought of a name. He could not help but shudder. Just this name alone made him break out in cold sweat. He wanted this guess to be wrong. But at the next moment, Fong Yuan's figure slowly emerged. Life was this cruel after all. Guyu Fong Yuan. Fire Plane Grotto Lord took in a sharp breath. His eyes were staring wide as he looked at Fong Yuan in a daze. This was the #1 demon in the world. He was smiling and appearing in front of him. This is my new killer move, what do you think about it? Fire Plane Grotto Lord. Obediently hand over your immortal goo and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. I might allow you to surrender. Fong Yuan said calmly. The surrounding blue fog concealed his body, making his smile even more peculiar and sinister. This battlefield killer move was Fong Yuan's newest creation. Fong Yuan ventured into the territory of battlefield killer moves. The results were quite promising. This killer move used Sneak Attack Immortal Goo as the core. It was a compound battlefield killer move that contained Wisdom Path, Theft Path, Refinement Path, Time Path, and others. After getting the information of Fire Plane Grotto Lord's route from Chi-Si Ancestor, Fong Yuan arranged an ambush here and used this method to test out the effect of his new killer move. Guyu Fong Yuan, I am not your match. Let me consider your request. Fire Plane Grotto Lord had a hoarse voice as he lowered his head. At the next moment, blazing flames started to burn around Fire Plane Grotto Lord's body with a loud sound. Immortal killer move. Furious red heart flames. Fong Yuan. Within the fire, Fire Plane Grotto Lord shouted, Don't force me. With just one thought, I can burn all of the goo worms and resources in my immortal aperture. Let me off. Give me a way out. Let me leave the battlefield. I will hand my goo worms to you. Fire Plane Grotto Lord said with a distorted expression. He knew that Fang Yuan was vicious and heartless. He tried to use this threat to survive. But Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Do you think I care about those few immortal goo? Or even the resources in your immortal aperture? Go ahead and burn. Incinerate your entire immortal aperture if you can. That will be a show. Fang Yuan did not take action personally. He vanished into the blue fog behind him. Next, a large number of blue-eyed children jumped out and attacked Fire Plane Grotto Lord continuously. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was extremely furious and sad as the children attacked him. After enduring for a few breaths of time, he growled in anger as the flames exploded around him. He had actually burned himself to a crisp. An exposed immortal aperture floated in the air. Its entrance was not open, but it absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth chi. Fang Yuan easily grabbed onto it. His immortal killer move could capture and relocate immortal apertures. It had originated from Blazing Heaven Demoness Fire Hand Killer move. Now, this method had been modified by Fang Yuan into a compound killer move. Its power rose greatly, the effects were shocking. Next, Fang Yuan deactivated the compound battlefield killer move and used heaven and earth travel to leave the place. Soon, the immortal aura leaked and the surrounding ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts were attracted. Fang Yuan could not conceal his aura yet. It was not his expertise. After arriving at a safe location, Fang Yuan tossed Fire Plane Grotto Lord's immortal aperture into the sky. This was a rank 8 grotto heaven. It could only be attached to the 2 heavens. It would not land in the 5 regions. After the grotto heaven door opened, it took in heaven and earth chi and quickly settled into this location. But Fang Yuan did not move in. He only sent his immortal aperture's goo immortals to scavenge the grotto heaven. During this time, Fang Yuan annexed more grotto heavens. His Dao marks increased in numbers again. The amount was so much that if he entered this unstable grotto heaven, he might cause it to burst. Soon, his goo immortals returned. There were no immortal goo and they only brought very few immortal materials. Everywhere is burning. Everything went up in flames. These are the only resources left. Lord, please forgive us. The newly born heavenly spirit is also trying to destroy everything in the grotto heaven. This seems to be the obsession left by that rank 8 goo immortal. His goo immortal subordinates reported. Fang Yuan did not mind this. He let them back into the sovereign immortal aperture. After the grotto heaven stabilized, Fang Yuan would forcefully annex this grotto heaven. Even if the heavenly spirit was unwilling to, Fang Yuan had a method to suppress the heavenly spirit. He had already modified it into a compound killer move. Fang Yuan's ability at modifying compound killer moves was limited to only usual killer moves and battlefield killer moves. When using his usual killer moves and battlefield killer moves, all the goo worms were inside Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. With the amplification of the unrestrained heavenly marks, he could unleash the might of a compound killer move. As for ancient battle formations, goo formations, and immortal goo houses, their goo worms were all in the outside world, without an environment of unrestrained heavenly marks. Even if these methods were turned into compound killer moves, there would be no effect. As Fang Yuan annexed grotto heavens, he thought about the battlefield killer move he used earlier. This killer move was not strong enough offensively. It was focused on combining theft path and wisdom path. But in actual combat, this battlefield killer move's effect was not good. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was just an ordinary rank 8 goo immortal, but Fang Yuan only managed to steal one rank 8 immortal goo from him. Immortal goo were too easy to destroy. The goo immortal could destroy them with a single thought. Even if Fang Yuan exerted his wisdom path methods to the limit, he could only affect the thinking speed of rank 8s. He could not stop all their thoughts. It was extremely difficult to reach that step, unless there was a huge difference in actual strength. Fire Plane Grotto Lord was a rank 8 goo immortal after all. He had many Dao marks that naturally protected him. Furthermore, he also had decent defensive killer moves. In history, almost no wisdom path goo immortals could reach this step against other similarly ranked immortals. Looking at it carefully, certain people like Peeping Gentleman, Sect Leader May, Finger Deducing Steward and others had such achievements. Many situations were unique and could not be replicated. But the total number was still less than 5. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not in this list. Of course, nobody knew if she could reach this step. there were no clear records in history. This showed that it was extremely difficult to suppress all the thoughts of a similarly ranked expert and make them unable to resist at all, even if it was only for a short period. The strongest methods of wisdom path GU immortals against their enemies were still emotion-based. Thought, will, emotion. These were the three main wisdom path cultivation aspects. In this case, Fang Yuan's compound battlefield killer move did not have much value in actual use. It needed to be modified further. Even the best theories had to be tested in practice. Like a combat system, creating a combat system out of nothing by simply staying in isolation was very difficult. There was a need for a powerful opponent or intense battle of life and death to test if a combat system was really superb or not. Thus, as Fang Yuan considered his own combat system these last days, he felt some gratitude towards people like Duke Long or Spectral Soul. Precisely because of them as reference, Fang Yuan had the qualifications to create his own combat system. After annexing this rank 8 Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan's fire path Dao marks rose in numbers again. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He continued to move. This time, he placed his sights on Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Immortal killer move. Heaven form. Fang Yuan created a huge entrance into Fire Plane Grotto Heaven through brute force. The heavenly spirit of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven was a rabbit. Because it had devoured a 9 heavens fragment before, the rabbit was dazed and slow. But now it was jumping around, screeching in fear and panic. The GU immortals of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven noticed this and became very uncertain and shocked. The heavenly spirit is muddled, but the past Grotto Lords have used the killer move Humanly Flame Smoke to help it gain a bit of clarity compared to heavenly spirits of other Grotto Heavens. As long as the Grotto Heaven faces danger, the heavenly spirit will be uneasy. This is a warning for us. When the ant plague occurred, the heavenly spirit became anxious already. In the Grotto Heaven's history, there were several disasters too. For example, when immemorial desolate beasts attacked or when enormous fires burned, the heavenly spirit became uneasy. But we have never seen the heavenly spirit in such a wild mood. Its voice even went hoarse from growling. The immortals in Fire Plane Grotto Heaven looked at the heavenly spirit with increasingly uneasiness as well. The heavenly spirit was becoming increasingly frenzied. Its expression was fearful, and it even slammed its head at the surrounding pillars. Unfortunately, the heavenly spirit was not a real rabbit. It would not faint from this no matter how hard it hit the pillar. Go investigate. We need to get a result. We need to know what the danger is. This danger is very severe. It might lead our Fire Plane Grotto Heaven into the brink of destruction. Quickly contact the Grotto Lord. Only he can make the decisions in such a serious matter. Is the ant plague going to continue intensifying? Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's GU immortals were very anxious. They quickly got to action. Oh no! Grotto Lord's Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU have been destroyed. What? How is this possible? The immortals of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven became dazed. Next, they found a huge hole in the sky. Fang Yuan used Heaven Form Killer move without concealing himself. He came openly and grandly. If Fire Plane Grotto Lord was still alive, he might be able to use the entire Grotto Heaven to resist Fang Yuan for some time while waiting for reinforcements. But now he was already dead. Fang Yuan, it's Fang Yuan. Seeing the person beyond the hole, many of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven's GU immortals became anguished. Why did this demon come for us? Even more GU immortals turned pale as they shuddered with fright. Grotto Lord is dead. This demon Fang Yuan might likely be the culprit. What are we going to do? Everyone, we've already requested for help from Righteous Chi Alliance. Now is the time we stake our lives and fight for survival. This is our home, the place where we were born and grew up in. Our friends and family all live here. We cannot run. We cannot let that demon devour our homeland like this. After their initial panic, the immortals gathered their spirits and united to resist Fang Yuan. It is a pity I cannot go inside now. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin as he thought. Looking at the huge hole formed by Heaven Form, he could only stand outside. He had too many Dao marks. According to his calculations, this Fire Plane Grotto Heaven could not hold him either. As long as Fang Yuan went in with the conflict of Dao marks, countless cracks would spread from this hole. The fire path Dao marks inside would be forced to squeeze to the surroundings. Seeing that the Gu Immortals were resolved to fight, Fang Yuan smiled coldly as they flew into the sky and attacked Heaven Form. He opened his immortal aperture. At almost the next moment, a group of Gu Immortals led by Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit flew out of the sovereign immortal aperture, charging into Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Gu Immortals of both sides engaged in intense combat. At once, flames dongade as lightning flashed. Figures flew around in the sky, clashing and parting. Shock waves could be felt at intervals. Killer moves were unleashed like fireworks. Many Gu Immortals lost their lives amidst this beautiful show. Immortal Killer Move. Wondrous Hand, Profound Sound. Fairy Miao Yin wore a pink dress. Her 2 original arms were white like snow. The remaining 6 were translucent and pink, formed from her killer move. Profound sounds spread out, attacking her surroundings in all directions. Once Fairy Miao Yin appeared, she created a huge battlefield that enveloped 3 rank 7 experts of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. After several rounds, the 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals got suppressed and fell into a disadvantage. Fairy Miao Yin disregarded immortal essence expenditure. There was a reason for her current desperate attitude. She was once captured by Shadow Sect. She had to work with them and provide clues about Fang Yuan for Fairy Ziwei. There was a clear contrast between her and Lady White Rabbit. After returning to Fang Yuan, she knew she had to perform well to make up for her past mistakes. Fairy Miao Yin wanted to perform well. The other Gu Immortals had similar thoughts. Bing Yuan led the Snowman Gu Immortals. She sent a wave of frost energy that froze the enemies. Shi Zong directed the Rockman Gu Immortals as they unleashed a large number of falling meteors together, causing huge losses to the enemies. Inkman Gu Immortal Mo Tansang was a Qi Path cultivator. He waved his hands as a large number of Qi gathered and moved. He attacked and caused a huge commotion, causing the enemy Gu Immortals to fall out of formation. Comparatively, the Hairy Man Gu Immortals were slightly weaker. After all, the Hairy Man Gu Immortals mostly cultivated refinement path. But there were exceptions to this. Golden Fur Immortal Monarch was covered in golden thread-like fur as he held a hammer and charged forward. He had ferocious might, raising the morale of others as well. Strange Hair Grotto Lord was covered in black hair. He activated the incomplete Immortal Gu House Black Emperor building and rampaged all over the place, having already killed 1 Gu Immortal from Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Their Golden Hair Grotto Heaven and Strange Hair Grotto Heaven had been annexed by Fang Yuan, becoming a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. As for Lang Yasek's Hairy Man Gu Immortals, the best performance was from rank 6 Gu Immortal 12th Hair. He cultivated enslavement path secondarily and controlled multiple desolate beasts, creating quite a commotion. There were Mushroom Man Gu Immortals as well. Even though the Mushroom Man Blessed Land had not been annexed by Fang Yuan, most of these Mushroom Men had already relocated into his sovereign immortal aperture. Ku Xian Hong was the strongest Gu Immortal among them. His poison path methods were extraordinary. It was not long before Fire Plane Grotto Heaven started to lose on all ends. Not only did they have fewer numbers compared to Fang Yuan's subordinates, even when rank 7s fought against each other, Fang Yuan's subordinates were still stronger. As Fang Yuan's subordinates attacked, they killed several more Gu Immortals of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. In the end, the remaining Gu Immortals lost their morale. They wanted to surrender, but Fang Yuan ordered for them to be killed regardless. Next, they cleaned up the battlefield. Fire Plane Grotto Heaven cultivated Fire Path primarily. Most of the immortal materials were also Fire Path. Even though some were lost due to the Ant Plague, because the Grotto Heaven's Gu Immortals did their best to preserve the materials, there was still a large quantity of valuable resources. For example, there were 28 charcoal lakes, distributed all over Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Every charcoal lake's location was meticulously calculated. There were huge advantages in placing them there. Fang Yuan had once constructed his own charcoal lake, but it was inferior to any single charcoal lake of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. These charcoal lakes were self-producing, especially at the depths of the lakes. A large amount of immortal material fire charcoal was produced. Other than charcoal lakes, Fire Plane Grotto Heaven also had a huge forest. Fire Date Forest. Feng Yuan even found several ancient desolate plant giant disaster blazing trees. This type of tree was covered in raging flames. Nothing could get close to it. More impressively, this giant disaster blazing tree would cause bad luck to whatever life forms got close to it. This was an immortal material that contained fire path and luck path. The two heavens grotto heavens of Feng Yuan's subordinates contained a certain quantity of luck path immortal materials at minimum. Fire plane grotto heaven was no exception. It had luck path materials too. Other than these, Feng Yuan also gained a large amount of flames. The largest quantity was date flame. This flame was vermilion red in color. It was condensed into a lump and the fire was very well hidden within. Even though it was an immortal material, even a mortal could hold it with their hands without getting burned to ashes. Other than date flame, there was also phoenix song flame, black lantern blind fire, elephant tusk flame, firefly flame, flying flame, dragon snake dancing flame, and others. What disappointed Feng Yuan slightly was that even though there were many types of flames, there were none of the rank 9 unique flames of heaven, earth, and human. The so-called 3 flames of heaven, earth, and human were the heaven flame bright light glorious ring fire, earth flame azure divine stone furnace fire, and human flame raging wave rising dragon fire. After collating the immortal materials, he looked at the immortal goo. There were very few immortal goo gained, he only obtained 3. One was a fire path immortal goo that was heavily injured. It was a goo worm that was let out. Bing Yuan was very fortunate to have obtained it. The other 2 were ant immortal goo. One was golden in color and large like a mountain. It resembled red copper. The other was small as a thumb. Its body was extremely long, like a soft white noodle. The red copper immortal ant could spit out fireballs while the white noodle immortal ant could produce large numbers of ants. These were all the products of the lingering poisonous ant plague killer move. When ants devoured the goo materials within fire plane grotto heaven, they would continue to refine themselves. Those that were mortal goo could be elevated into immortal goo. But Feng Yuan could not guess or estimate what immortal goo would be produced. From these 2 ants, he could still barely see their origin. The red copper fire ant should have been an arrow ant. Its mouth could shoot out sharp spikes. After shooting 3 spikes, it would be weak, it would not be able to fight even a worker ant. The white noodle immortal ant should be a queen ant. It was huge and had no offensive or offensive methods, but it could rapidly produce worker ants, soldier ants, armor ants, arrow ants, and others. Army ants were just vicious insects in essence, but they could raise their strength from being an ordinary beast to beast king to desolate beast to ancient desolate beast and finally, to immemorial desolate beast level. This just was like the dark web spider in the river of time, which was an immemorial desolate beast. Or the tiger-striped honeybee in The Legends of Renzu, that was also an immemorial desolate beast. But after Wu Shuai's modifications, these ants that the lingering poisonous ant plague produced had undergone a qualitative change. They all became goo worms. Even though goo worms also ate food, they were the hosts of Tao mark fragments. The value of a mortal ant goo far exceeded an ordinary ant or insect. These ant goo were all tough and strong. They had intense vitality and fighting spirit. 100 ant goo could easily slaughter 100 ants of the same rank. Most goo worms had fragile bodies that could be easily crushed, but some also had tough exoskeletons and strong vitality. For example, the chainsaw golden centipede that Feng Yuan used in the past. The chainsaw golden centipede had 2 main advancement routes. One was the rank 4 chainsaw killer centipede, the other was the flying Vajra centipede, having rank 3, 4, and 5 versions. When goo masters used these 2 goo worms, the former could slaughter strong enemies, while the latter could pierce bones and flesh, drilling into the enemy's body. Even at immortal goo level, such goo worms existed, like the sword-legged dragon centipede goo. Rank 7 sword-legged dragon centipede goo was 7 li long. It had a centipede body and dragon head. Its countless limbs contained sword path Tao marks, allowing it to carry tens of thousands of swords with it. Once it coiled around its prey, these sharp swords would attack from all directions, creating bloody holes in the ancient desolate beast. It was very fierce. Wu Shuai elevated the essence of his army ants from insect to goo. They gained a huge amount of potential for growth. But this method had huge flaws. The first flaw was the immense expenditure. Originally, ants could breed themselves with just some resources expended. But to create ant goo, goo materials would be expended for the refinement. Other than that, ant goo also needed to be fed. The price of feeding ant goo was many times higher than raising normal ants. The second flaw was regarding the level of rank 6 and above. Because immortal goo were unique, even though there could be countless desolate level ants of the same variety, there could only be one immortal goo of each breed. If there were just a few ant immortal goo, then overall the earlier army ants with desolate beasts would be easier to form and have greater overall strength as well. However, if I use this method to cultivate them, the new army ants will also be able to expand greatly in numbers. Fang Yuan observed the red copper fire ant and white noodle queen ant as he thought. These two ants were immortal goo, but Fang Yuan could not recreate them. He did not know their immortal goo recipes. These ant goo had successfully ascended after devouring the goo materials and immortal materials in Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. The ant plague was extremely huge, involving almost the entire Grotto Heaven, but only 2 ant immortal goo were produced in the end. The killer move Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague contained Refinement Path Profundity. It stood at the apex of the current world's Harryman Nature Goo Refinement Technique. Nature Goo Refinement Technique used the natural Tao marks of the outside world to refine goo and greatly raise the success rate. The moment Fang Yuan created Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, his attainment in the Nature Goo Refinement Technique already surpassed Long Hair Ancestor in every aspect. These ants could refine and ascend themselves. It was not just due to the goo materials of the outside world. Most importantly, Fang Yuan was expending his own unrestrained heavenly marks. Long Hair Ancestor did not have any unrestrained heavenly marks after all. Using Lingering Poisonous Ant Plague, I can nurture a large number of ant immortal goo. As long as I have a large number of ant goo, if I expend a lot of resources, I will have a continuous stream of ant immortal goo produced. Even though immortal goo are unique, after obtaining red copper fire ant, I can still produce ant goo like red copper water ant or yellow gold fire ant. With just a slight difference, the immortal goo would still be considered unique. Fang Yuan made his deduction. He realized that the key obstacle to this was not the uniqueness of immortal goo but the resources needed. Using this method to nurture ant immortal goo had too high of an expenditure. Refining the 2 rank 6 immortal goo, red copper fire ant and white noodle queen ant, took so much in resources from Fire Plain Grotto Heaven, it was sufficient to refine more than 10 rank 7 immortal goo normally. The efficiency of using the resources was too low. Other than immortal materials and immortal goo, there were also some goo cultivation inheritances gained from taking down Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. The most valuable one was Fire Plain True Inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan did not get it from Fire Plain Grotto Lord, there was the original copy in Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. Fire Plain True Inheritance was a high-quality Fire Path True Inheritance. It had a profound method called Furious Red Heart Flames. Fire Plain Grotto Lord had used it before his death to threaten Fang Yuan to let him off. It was used in his suicide. There was also the killer move Humanly Flame Smoke. This was a fire path killer move with human path effects. For Fang Yuan, it was quite valuable. Lord, what do we do with these people? A subordinate goo immortal asked. Fire Plain Grotto Heaven was a human grotto heaven. There were over 100 million purebred humans here. If they were all moved into the sovereign immortal aperture, the burden would be immense. Fang Yuan thought about it and gave his orders plainly. Kill them all to construct human sea. Thus, the variant human goo immortals took action and engaged in a merciless slaughter. 100 million humans were all slaughtered. Their bones, flesh, intestines, and soul were collected and classified into different groups of goo materials. They were transported into the sovereign immortal aperture's inventory. Their human chi was completely taken by human sea. This incomplete artificial secluded domain of heaven and earth was obtained from Xia clan by Fang Yuan. In order to become venerable, Fang Yuan would need to get past the heavenly Tao blockade. These human path methods needed elevation to deal with it. After cleaning up the battlefield, Fang Yuan annexed the immortal apertures of all these goo immortals, before finally targeting Fire Plain Grotto Heaven. He moved most of the resources in the Grotto Heaven into Mini Red Heaven. Because of his constant annexing recently, the sovereign immortal aperture had undergone a huge change. Its development was currently at 80%. The sovereign Immortal Aperture's goo material inventory was completely full. More than 10 more inventories were made in succession. Be they the Mini 9 Heavens or the Mini 5 Regions, they all had many resource points in them, at least hundreds or thousands of them. After careful and meticulous deduction, Fang Yuan finally allocated all these resources to the most appropriate locations. Mini Red Heaven is almost full as well. The sovereign Immortal Aperture feels packed now. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He felt that he was like a hungry fatty recently. He ate too much in a short period. He could not digest it well. Normally, Goo Immortals cultivated one path. Their Immortal Aperture's environment was quite simple and easy to manage. Most Goo Immortals did not have a huge Immortal Aperture. Only Space Path Goo Immortals had the largest Immortal Apertures. Fang Yuan, however, was different. He cultivated all paths. The environment of his Immortal Aperture was very complex. Almost all sorts of resources could be grown inside. At the same time, his sovereign Immortal Aperture was also the largest and most unprecedented aperture. Even a Venerable's Grotto Heaven might not be this big. Thus, there were many things that he had to consider during this development. Fire path resources could not be placed too closely with water path resources. Otherwise, they would affect each other's growth. Not only would production shrink, they might even be destroyed. But isolating all fire path and water path resources was also not a good idea. Because fire path resource points also affected each other, they were not completely harmonious. There were also a lot of immortal materials which had two types of Dao marks, like Giant Disaster Blazing Trees Fire Path and Luck Path. A lot of Goo cultivation resources had Dao marks of two paths or more. Some resource points that produced immortal materials needed a lot of ordinary Goo materials in the vicinity for production to occur. Some resources needed specific wind or water to grow as well. There were also resources that needed an opposite environment. For example, Frost Ice Flame was a fire path immortal material produced in an area of dense ice and snow path Dao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan had prepared for this long ago. When annexing immortal apertures, he had specially split them up into portions and placed them scattered over the sovereign Immortal Aperture. All in all, Fang Yuan was mimicking the characteristics of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. For example, Mini Southern Border had many mountains. Fang Yuan chose to put earth path resources there most of the time. Or for example, Mini Red Heaven was fire-based, so Fang Yuan placed his fire path resources there. Fang Yuan could now feel the intricacy of the distribution of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Using this design, most resources could be classified and arranged. It could greatly lower the need for him to make deductions. He could control the influence of these resource points on each other more easily. But it was not enough. Each time Fang Yuan annexed a Grotto Heaven, he would gain Dao marks of a certain path. With an increase of Dao marks, there would be some influence for the following period of time on the entire sovereign Immortal Aperture. Earlier, when he annexed Qi Grotto Heaven, the sovereign Immortal Aperture gained a huge boost of Qi path Dao marks. Currents started to appear all over the Immortal Aperture. There was the largest quantity of heaven and earth Qi, allowing the sovereign Immortal Aperture to have no need to open its entrance and absorb external heaven and earth Qi for some time. After that, there were profound Yin Qi, Luck Qi, Blood Qi, Astral Qi, Domination Qi, Life Qi, Death Qi, Righteous Qi, Orchid Vitality Qi, Elderly Qi, and other immortal materials. Dao marks affected the entire sovereign Immortal Aperture, allowing it to produce resources gradually from a blank state. It started with mortal Goo materials. After Dao marks accumulated, a qualitative change would occur, becoming immortal-level Goo materials. These resources were naturally formed as a result of Dao marks. The sovereign Immortal Aperture was gradually filled up like this. It reached 80% development now. Other than resources, an increase in Dao marks would also affect the production of existing resources. After annexing Fire Plane Grotto Heaven and gaining a bunch of Fire Path Dao marks, the entire temperature of the Immortal Aperture would rise gradually. Many water path or wood path resource points would suffer as a result. If he gained Metal Path Dao marks, a large amount of ores would appear in the soil. The fertility of the soil would change, affecting the growth of the vegetation above. If he gained Water Path Dao marks, there would be more rain. Over time, floods might occur. If he gained Poison Path Dao marks, some plagues or diseases might erupt. Instead of being seasonal, they might spread widely and rapidly. If he gained Transformation Path Dao marks, many life forms might mutate when they grow. Some might have different forms or natures, causing problems to their original groups. Thus, during this period of time, the sovereign immortal aperture had not been peaceful. Many strange things occurred at random times occasionally. Like earlier, mini-Eastern Sea had eerie winds appearing out of nowhere. Profound eerie winds swept the area, causing small islands to form on the surface of the sea. But the area in which these profound eerie winds blew did not need islands. The earth path Tao marks would obstruct the sea waves, while the soul path Tao marks would kill the weak life forms and create soul beasts, changing the natural habitat. Fang Yuan initially suspected the two neighboring sea areas. They were right at the core of the profound eerie winds. They were very plausibly the source of them. But after some tests and deductions, Fang Yuan found that the reason was two far-away sea areas. Their Tao marks influenced each other, like the repulsion of magnetic waves, causing profound eerie winds to be created between them. As for situations like wild beast mutation that caused problems to beast groups, the spread of plagues and diseases, the increase of ores that destroyed the homes of rockmen, the burning of forests for no apparent reason, the fall of ice shards from the sky and others, they happened continuously. All of the defending Gu immortals were extremely busy. They went around taking action and salvaging the situation. Fang Yuan's main body also took action frequently, setting up immortal formations at the important resource points, like he was patching up torn clothes. The boost of Tao marks carry uncertainty. Only time can digest and assimilate such issues. I need to let the sovereign immortal aperture develop and naturally acclimatize to these situations. Originally, the sovereign immortal aperture had a huge space and sparse resources. It was hard for them to affect each other. But now, after reaching 80%, there are too many resources that are closely packed together. Their influence on each other is also not between two resources, but a large group of resources in the vicinity. They affect each other in a chain-like manner. And worse is that I used time difference Grotto Heavens method to construct year essence pools and created different time path regions. Because the areas have varying time flow, my deductions are even more complicated. When I bring in more immortal materials in the future, the deduction difficulty will rise by 100 times. It is beyond my capabilities. Such deduction difficulties were simply too high. Fang Yuan was helpless about it. Furthermore, even if I can deduce the results, I will still need to modify the location of the respective resources. Each time I relocate them, it would be like a huge surgery, expending a lot of my resources, time, and energy. I am afraid that 80% is my current limit. After understanding this, Fang Yuan felt admiration when he looked at the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The 5 regions and 2 heavens had far larger space than the sovereign immortal aperture, but all of their resources were appropriately located. They influenced each other in a harmonious way. Even when the 5 regional walls vanished, when the earth veins merged, even after the heaven veins merged, these resource points were still unchanged. They were barely affected. I see. This is heaven path. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook intensely. At this moment, he could sense the law of balancing of heaven path deeply. If my heaven path attainment level can rise to master level, I will be able to resolve this predicament and make a breakthrough. I can continue to develop the sovereign immortal aperture even further. What a pity, what a pity. In history, nobody had ever cultivated heaven path. Even though limitless demon venerable created unrestrained heavenly mark, he was still a rule path cultivator. As for Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he cultivated Earth Path. Fang Yuan might be the Gu cultivator who had the deepest venture into Heaven Path. Fang Yuan activated Cooking Luck Pot, inspecting his own luck. He saw that above the silver-white pillar of light, there were still 3 clouds that were continuing to get larger. But the silver-white light pillar that represented Fang Yuan forcefully grew to around 4 times the original size. It was originally thin and slim, but now it was slightly thicker. This was caused by the annexation of Fire Plane Grotto Heaven. Because Fire Plane Grotto Lord and Fire Plane Grotto Heaven had their respective luck, after Fang Yuan killed and devoured the Grotto Heavens, he also expended some of his own luck. After some time, Fang Yuan's luck would recover and grow even thicker. In terms of the growth of luck, Fang Yuan was naturally the winner among them. It seems that my tactic is correct. My development far surpasses the 3 venerables during this period. But Fang Yuan pondered. He acutely sensed that even though the silver-white light pillar expanded to 4 times of the original, it was no longer as condensed as before. It was quite loose now. The light was also no longer as clear as before. The reason why my silver-white light pillar grew this much is because I annexed many grotto heavens. My foundation rose sharply. Other than that, I also created and modified many compound killer moves. My time path clone also made many rank 8 immortal goo. But these things only reached a quantitative change. Without qualitative change, it is still too loose. For example, the sovereign immortal aperture is still very unstable. The resources are not assimilated into the environment yet. I've only used some methods to forcefully place them here. If I am careless, a disaster will occur. I will suffer huge losses and my luck will fall. And even though I have many rank 8 immortal goo and compound killer moves, I still do not have a proper combat system that perfectly uses them. I cannot link them together. Thus, the silver-white light pillar is loose. Fang Yuan could feel the amazing aspect of luck path once again. Through luck inspection, not only could he understand his current circumstances, he could also inspect his own flaws and weaknesses. With this, he even had the direction that he was going to pursue next. Fang Yuan took a look at the luck of his clones as well. Qi ancestor Zhan Budu, Meng Qiuzhen, and the rest had increased luck. His connection with Fang Dichang was also becoming clearer. But Wu Shuai's dragon luck was not in good shape. It was actually near the brink of collapsing. What is going on? Don't tell me that after creating lingering poisonous ant plague, it actually led to a bad result. Fang Yuan soon ruled out this guess. He was quite confused internally. Among his clones, Wu Shuai was the safest in terms of circumstances. Qi ancestor's true identity was a hidden threat. Meng Qiuzhen faced danger when exploring dream realms. Zhan Budu had already been sent away by Fang Yuan to lurk elsewhere. Li Xiaobai was a mortal goo master. He did not have much control over his situation. The time path clone made use of 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine a large number of rank 8 immortal goo. Yet he only had rank 6 cultivation level. If any accident occurs, he would die from backlash. Even though Wu Shuai was also trying to get stronger himself, his main responsibility was to manage the variant human alliance. How could he be in danger? And this was a fatal danger that could cost him his life. Central continent. In an underground cave somewhere, an elderly goo immortal with a reddened nose laughed loudly. I finally got here. I did not waste my effort for the last 10 or so days without sleep. There was a rank 8 goo immortal true inheritance in front of him. The will that had been slumbering for a long time was awake. He looked at the elderly goo immortal. If you want to obtain the true inheritance of myself and my wife, you need to agree to one condition. What condition? The elderly goo immortal squinted and asked. The goo immortal will sighed. In my later years, I took in a traitorous disciple named Wu Shuai. He actually enslaved both me and my wife. If you want to obtain this true inheritance, you will need to shoulder the responsibility of taking revenge. The elderly goo immortal's eyelids twitched. He had a certain guess. He asked, So you are senior green antiseptic? Your wife must be senior wine fairy. The goo immortal will nodded. Indeed. The old goo immortal let out a breath of air. To speak truthfully, this junior is a goo immortal of Eastern Sea, Zuexian Wang. Over 1,000,000 years have passed since your death. The goo immortal will was slightly stunned before sighing. Such a long time has passed back then. To prevent that traitorous disciple from finding us, we specially hid our inheritance in an extremely concealed area. To think that it ended up like this, that traitorous disciple must have died already. After pausing for a while, the goo immortal will thought of something and said, Wait, Zuexian Wang. Put away your defensive method. Let me test the truth of your words. How can I know if you are not one of my traitorous disciples' subordinates that came here to trick me? Zuexian Wang hesitated for a moment but did not attack immediately. He was not confident in dealing with the arrangements here. He spoke the truth. I do not know if Wu Shuai is dead or not, but the situation is like this. Zuexian Wang quickly explained everything. Green antiseptics will became stunned again. What in the world had happened? Was this still heavenly court? Fate Gu was actually destroyed. Gu Yu Fang Yuan. It was hard to imagine the existence of such a great demon in the world. Truly a misfortune for the common people. Green antithetics will only accepted the facts after a long time. To think that the world became like this after 1,000,000 years. Fate Gu was destroyed. Even Duke Long lost and died. Whether that Wu Shui actually revived or if he is just Fang Yuan's clone is no longer important. Since that Fang Yuan inherited Dragon Palace, he will also inherit this grudge. Green antithetics will said firmly. So Zuexian Wang, are you willing to oppose Fang Yuan for this true inheritance? Green Ants will asked. Zuexian Wang was silent for a long time before taking in a deep breath, gritting his teeth. I am willing to do that. All right, we will make the agreement. According to the instructions of Green Ant's will, Zuexian Wang made his vow. Accept this inheritance. The two of us put all our effort into it. We created a killer move called Golden Bottle Drunken Wine. Golden Bottle contains green ants. Drunken Wine dilutes dragon chi. Army Ant was created by me. I hid the one weakness of these ants extremely deeply. That traitorous disciple had no idea all along. As long as you use this Golden Bottle Drunken Wine killer move, you will be able to send the army ants into chaos and cause a backlash on the user. Most importantly, this is a food path killer move. It is hard to guard against. So Senior has prepared for it. Zuexian Wang's eyes shined with bright light. I cannot stay in this place for long, Senior. Please go into my immortal aperture. You can inform me of the remaining information later. Okay. Green Ants will flew into Zuexian Wang's immortal aperture. The latter took all the inheritance away and left. Zuexian Wang only took a glimpse of the inheritance details before feeling great joy internally. This inheritance contained Green Antithetics Enslavement Path Inheritance as well as Wine Fairy's Food Path True Inheritance. The value of the Enslavement Path True Inheritance was not high for Zuexian Wang, but the Wine Fairy True Inheritance was simply too valuable to him. It was not a waste of my effort to come here. It was worth it. A smile appeared on Zuexian Wang's face. But the moment he left the place and arrived in the outside world, his expression immediately changed. A battlefield killer move had been set up. It activated at once and trapped Zuexian Wang. Heavenly Court. Qin Ding Ling. Zuexian Wang was shocked to find out that Heavenly Court's Gu immortals were surrounding him. The leader was a female immortal. She had a tall nose, thin lips and eyes, a body covered in golden armor. Her legs were long and smooth. She wore a white cape on her back. She radiated an elegant and noble aura. She had an air of indomitability. She was the current leader of Heavenly Court, rank 8 Luck Path Great Expert, Qin Ding Ling. Zuexian Wang's heart sank to rock bottom. He broke out in cold sweat. It seems that I will lose my life in this fight. Thoughts flashed rapidly in his mind. Zuexian Wang gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. I am willing to contribute all my inheritances. I will make contributions to the righteous path. Qin Ding Ling smiled brightly, emanating with heroic aura. Green Antithetics and Wine Fairy's inheritances are good, but is our Heavenly Court so greedy? We are the righteous leaders of over 3,000,000 years, the number 1 superforce in the world. Since you had the fortune to find this inheritance, then it belongs to you. Please do us the honor. Sit down and have a cup of tea. Saying so, Qin Ding Ling sat cross-legged in the air. She took out cushions, a table, and cups. Zuexian Wang sat down without a choice. Qin Ding Ling personally poured tea for him. Tea fragrance spread out, but Zuexian Wang felt his heart turning cold as ice. His entire body was shivering. His cold sweat could not stop pouring. What status did Qin Ding Ling have? She was actually treating an Eastern Sea Lone immortal like Zuexian Wang in such a respectful manner. She certainly had huge motivations behind this. Feel free to drink it. Qin Ding Ling stretched out her arm, smiling as she pointed. Zuexian Wang had no choice but to take a sip. He immediately placed the cup down. He asked while faking calmness. I wonder what Lady Qin wants to say to me? The smile on Qin Ding Ling's lips became even wider. She spoke casually. Haven't you already guessed my intention? Zuexian Wang, you are a smart person. No need to be so pessimistic in the current world. Even though demons have the upper hand, it is only temporary. Even throughout the history of millions of years, the righteous path has been dominant for most of the time, while the demonic path can only hide at some corners. We are currently in a special era, so some geniuses will wreak havoc. Don't think that they are domineering and overpowering. They are merely the pioneers that will pave a road for the venerables ahead. Zui Xianweng lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact with Qin Dingling. His arms were placed on the table as he clenched them uncontrollably. His palms were covered in sweat. In this tough situation, no matter what overbearing request Qin Dingling states, I have no choice but to agree to it. Zui Xianweng sighed in his head with great sadness. But Qin Dingling took out some evidence immediately after. Not long after, star constellation Immortal Venerable will revive and return to Heavenly Court. She will lead the rise of Heavenly Court once again. Zui Xianweng saw the evidence and became deeply shocked. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's revival? Qin Dingling smiled. Fate Gu has been destroyed. Even venerables can be resurrected now. Demon Immortal Qi Ju is the best example now, but he has already been suppressed by my Heavenly Court. If even Demon Immortal Qi Ju can revive, how can our venerables not do so? Our Heavenly Court has 3 venerables throughout the world. Which super force can rival us? Zui Xianweng stared in a dumbfounded manner. Thoughts started to collide rapidly in his mind. He had already decided to say yes, but after seeing proof of star constellation Immortal Venerable's revival, the balance in his heart was tilted towards Heavenly Court. Even though Fang Yuan was strong as the number 1 demon, he only had pseudo-venerable battle strength. He could not compare to a venerable. In the millions of years of human history, there had only been 10 venerables. Each one had shown their invincibility in their respective eras. Venerables were invincible. No matter how many pseudo-venerables there were, they could not match a venerable in the end. While Heavenly Court had the most number of venerables, primordial origin, star constellation, Genesis Lotus. Other than that, the only other super force that had a venerable was Longevity Heaven. Zui Xianweng's expression became calm gradually. I am willing to work for Heavenly Court, he said in a solemn tone. Let's set the agreement. Qin Dingling shook her hands. No need for that. With that Fang Yuan's ability, he will notice if we make an agreement. Furthermore, you need to return to Eastern Sea and join the Righteous Qi Alliance. We will not set an agreement? Zui Xianweng was stunned. Qin Dingling added, write me a copy of the True Inheritance. Heavenly Court will try to provide you the relevant immortal goo. Zui Xianweng was stunned again. He sighed in his heart. No agreement, and they are also giving me immortal goo? Qin Dingling waved her hand again. You can leave now. This subordinate takes his leave. Zui Xianweng left the battlefield with completely stunned emotions. It was truly unbelievable. He was freed just like that. What Zui Xianweng felt was deep admiration. He started to admire Heavenly Court from the depths of his heart. This is the caliber of the number 1 force in the world. Qin Dingling is not afraid that I will not follow the agreement. With this attitude, she clearly doesn't think much of the inheritance. I am merely just one of her casual pawns. If I do not follow the agreement in the future, unlike Fang Yuan, can't Heavenly Court easily deal with me? Zui Xianweng was filled with a chilly feeling internally. While watching him leave, Fang Zhang could not help but ask, Lady Qin Dingling, we're letting him go like this? What if he goes to join Fang Yuan and betrays us? Wouldn't we be giving this inheritance to Fang Yuan as well? Are we going to give up this method to counter Wu Shuai? Fang Zhang was very familiar with the content of the inheritance. It turned out that Heavenly Court had found this inheritance long ago. But before taking it, Qin Dingling had some intuition. Her instincts told her to not take the inheritance. It would be better to make her move 3 days later. Qin Dingling followed her instincts and waited for 3 days, finally trapping Zui Xianweng. At this point, she realized the meaning behind her intuition. Qin Dingling smiled. Fang Yuan possesses the sovereign immortal aperture and has annexed many grotto heavens. He even has Paradise Earth's inheritor and the variant human alliance under him. We cannot estimate the speed of his growth at all. If we set an agreement with Zui Xianweng, it will leave a huge piece of evidence behind. However, when Zui Xianwang drank the tea, I had already used my method to influence his luck. This will cause him to become enemies with Fang Yuan without doubt. Fang Zhang was not convinced. He held on to his beliefs. Even so, I feel that we should gain a complete hold of this inheritance and use it as a trump card against Fang Yuan. This Zui Xianwang is just a lone cultivator of Eastern Sea. Qin Dingling chuckled. You are underestimating Zui Xianwang while also overestimating the value of this inheritance. Zui Xianwang is a person who can endure hardship. He is a wise man who knows his circumstances. He possesses one of the 3 pools in the world, wine pool. He is a food path expert. The inheritance of his lineage has always been passed down very stably, while his luck is also very deep and sturdy. Food path is powerful, while Zui Xianwang cultivates food path solely. He can almost be considered a representative figure of this path. This has significant meaning. As for this inheritance, Qin Dingling shook her head. In my opinion, the most valuable thing is not the killer move golden bottle drunken wine, but that human path wine drinker immortal goo recipe. This inheritance that green antiseptic and wine fairy created together contained a human path immortal goo recipe. Wine drinker goo. Similar to hero goo, scholar goo, craftsman goo, and farmer goo, except that it was not at the mortal level, it was an immortal goo. Fang Zhang blinked a few times, having understood something. You mean to say that even if golden bottle drunken wine is effective and kills Wu Shui successfully, he is still just a clone of Fang Yuan's. It will not truly shake his foundation. Right now, with Dragon Palace destroyed, Wu Shui's biggest use is gone. Meanwhile, the wine drinker immortal goo recipe is the symbol of human path prosperity. It will be the path that our heavenly court will focus on in the future. Qin Dingling patted Fang Zhang's shoulder. You have learned well. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is not a threat unless he becomes venerable. Star constellation Immortal Venerable has already succeeded in Crazed Demon Cave. The most urgent matter is to bring her back now. No matter how great of a commotion Fang Yuan causes, he is just like a cicada's cry at the end of autumn. He has few days remaining. I am not Fang Yuan's match, while Heavenly Court cannot afford another loss. Thus, I have been dragging on the matter about the Eastern Sea Righteous Qi Alliance. Right now, we need to put in effort for the Crazed Demon Cave battle. It will not be easy to bring back our Venerable. We need to conserve strength and prioritize on that. As long as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returns to Heavenly Court, even 10 of Fang Yuan added together cannot cause any problems for us. Yes, you are absolutely right. Fang Zhang did not refute nor hold any suspicions towards Qin Dingling's plan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already proven her strength in history. She had succeeded Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's position and stabilized the fruits of humanity's labor. She expanded on the prosperity of humanity by getting involved in the other 4 regions. Before dying, she plotted against 3 demon venerables and preserved Heavenly Court when they attacked. She was truly a great and noble contributor. Fang Zhang sighed internally. Fang Yuan, I am not your match. Right now, even Heavenly Court is inferior, but someone can deal with you in the end. Throughout history, evil has never prevailed. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable makes a move, can you stop her? You are already finished. Even though I understand you, I will not pity you. You deserve a bitter end. This is the price to pay for all the sins you have committed. Fang Yuan inspected the inheritance in his hand. He read through it rapidly. With Meng Qiuzhen exploring dream realms for him, all of his attainment levels were rising shockingly. Using these attainment levels, all sorts of inheritances felt shallow in his eyes. Only a small number could give him a decent surprise at times. These inheritances mostly came from Qi-Si Ancestor and the Variant Human Alliance. Because of the Qi tides, Eastern Sea's exposed inheritances were mostly gathered into Fang Yuan's hands now. Of course, there were still some excellent inheritances that were kept secret by the lucky forces not contributing them. But Fang Yuan did not mind it. At his current level, most inheritances in the world had little to no value from his perspective. His attainment was too high. In just a few breaths of time, he could create a superb inheritance himself. These inheritances were merely a small supplement to his theories and knowledge base. Treasure Yellow Heaven also has inheritance transactions. This is really a rare sight. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something. He could transact most of these inheritances that he currently had. What was the point of transactions? It was to exchange with others for some things that you were more suitable with, in order to cultivate more smoothly. Because doing this had benefits for Fang Yuan to become venerable. One of the 4 venerable ascension conditions was to break through the heavenly Tao blockade. The heavenly Tao sought balance and suppressed Gu immortals and venerables. The more widely spread these inheritances were, the stronger the cultivators would become, and the more effort the heavenly Tao would need to suppress them. This way, when Fang Yuan reaches a crucial moment in his venerable ascension, the heavenly Tao blockade that obstructed him would fall in strength relatively. This point was proven by historical records as well. During the 10 Venerables eras, countless geniuses emerged one after another. Grand heroes existed at the same time, being as numerous as the stars in the sky. To break through the heavenly Tao blockade, other than luck path, there is also human path. Divine Emperor City is the sacred land of human path. If I can obtain the human path essence inside it, it will help me greatly. Fang Yuan thought. Divine Emperor City Painting World. In a market within the city, people gathered together to watch the performance at the center of the square. A middle-aged man with a muscular body wore beast skin clothing and held a leather whip in his hands as he swung it. As the leather whip moved, it emitted cracking sounds. A leopard danced around on the ground while following the tune of the whip. The middle-aged man suddenly stored his whip. He placed his head into the leopard's huge mouth. The leopard opened its mouth widely. Its teeth were sharp as blades, only millimeters away from the man's skull. The surrounding audience gasped loudly. But the leopard did not bite it. After waiting for some time, the middle-aged man moved his head out again. Immediately, applause resounded. The middle-aged man took out a bronze bowl and walked around the audience while holding it. He moved quickly as he raised the bowl, shouting, "Friends, if you have money, please support me. Otherwise, please help to promote my performance. Haha! If you think this was enjoyable, don't hesitate to give some tips." The middle-aged man's entertaining performance was well liked by the audience. A large number of primeval stones were tossed into the bronze bowl as they emitted sharp sounds. Not far away, a human path great expert, Eastern Seas rank 8 Gu Immortal Xinshang, watched with a stunned expression. "This is the reason why I got you to come here," Fang Dichang said, as he sat beside Xinshang and drank tea. Xinshang finally retracted his gaze. "Amazing, amazing," he praised uncontrollably. "This Divine Emperor City painting world is really amazing." The middle-aged man was a beast tamer. This profession had never existed in the painting world before. But after the 10 children of human path led their troops to explore Growling Beast painting world and returned in failure, they recuperated for some time and this profession appeared. In the market, in addition to Hero Gu, Scholar Gu, Soldier Gu, and Craftsman Gu, there was a new type of Gu, Beast Tamer Gu. Once Beast Tamer Gu was activated, it could turn into a Beast Tamer. Beast Tamers were specialized to deal with wild beasts. They were more proficient at taming wild beasts to use for themselves. Evidently, this new Beast Tamer Gu was created to deal with Growling Beast painting world. "Who created this new Gu worm?" Xinshang asked. Fang Dichang shook his head. "Beast Tamer Gu appeared so naturally. I did my best to investigate, but I found no specific targets." Xinshang nodded. "Your beggar sect is the strongest information collection organization in here. It might not be a person. It might be this painting world itself or Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerables arrangement." Fang Dichang took in a breath of human will Gu to replenish himself before saying, "Now that Beast Tamer Gu has appeared, Growling Beast painting world will be at a disadvantage. It is only a matter of time until it is taken down. The scariest part of human path likely lies here. I underestimated this path after all." Xinshang moved his fingers around the cup as he concluded. "Now it seems that there are 3 types of human path Gu worms. The first are Profession Gu, for example, Craftsman Gu, Hero Gu, and Beast Tamer Gu. The second are Organizational Position Gu, For example, your beggar sect gu and sect elder gu. The third type are human emotion and virtue gu. For example, traveling sun gu and doting mother gu. Human emotion and virtue gu? Brother Shin, it seems that you have made great progress in your cultivation recently. That is an appropriate classification. Fong Dichong congratulated. Shin Shang waved his hand. I am ashamed, that is merely a classification of my own opinion. Traveling sun gu and doting mother gu were once regarded as emotion path gu worms, but in essence they were actually human path. This was quite a common sight in history as well. The essence of gu worms usually only showed itself after the path progressed to a certain level. The painting world is really the sacred land of human path. I am feeling quite expectant now. When the 10 children of human path leave this place and bring human path to the world of the 5 regions, I wonder how big the commotion will be. Many different gu worms will be classified into human path by then. Shun Shang said with deep emotions. I believe that many human path gu worms scattered and forgotten somewhere in the world will gain recognition from people once again. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable had truly made a noble achievement. Before him, human path was like the leaves on a tree. It only concerned a small individual group of cultivators. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable created the painting world. He held up the tree of human path and supported its trunk, allowing it to grow and nurture. Human path was no longer empty internally. It was a complete path now. It had most of the foundational roots and sturdy roots. It even had countless leaves on it. Fong Dichong did not speak. He was feeling increasingly worried in his heart. Even though he had not gotten a clear understanding of Divine Emperor City and the painting world's profundities, there was already something that was certain to him. Human path was bound to prosper. Heavenly Court had already started to focus on developing this path. I am afraid that developing human path has become Heavenly Court's main strategy. This path is not simple. What should my main body do now? He might not even know this yet. I am only a lump of will that is barely surviving. How can I inform my main body of this crucial information? With the destruction of Fate Gu, anything could happen in the world. Demon Immortal Chi Ju and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already revived. The prophecy of 3 venerables was no longer certain. Human path and food path had the chance of prospering in this new era. Dream path was mentioned in the prophecy of 3 venerables. It was originally the fated path that was meant to prosper or even rule over this new era. In the past, human path was something that only venerables or individuals with great talent could comprehend. But after Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable strengthened its roots and foundation, human path was already suitable for everyone to cultivate. Heavenly Court-owned Divine Emperor City, this was a huge advantage in itself. As for food path, this path was created in the olden antiquity era and had never been widely spread. Now, without the restriction of fate, it also started to show signs of prosperity. The entire world had gone chaotic because of Fong Yuan. The dead were reviving. Secluded paths were now starting to prosper. As for the future, Fong Dichong shook his head. The future was too complex and uncertain. He could not see clearly beyond this chaos. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. He Lulan was summoned by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. He Lulan, my descendant, it is now time for you to risk your life. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun got right to the point. You want to surpass that Guyu Fong Yuan? Now is your chance. Go into Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. He Lulan woke up and opened her eyes in a daze. Where is this? Her blurry vision started to clear up. She found that she was lying on a stone bed. Around the stone bed, there was a large tent made of skin. At the center of the tent, there was a huge pot hanging on a metal rack. The pot was bubbling and seemingly contained boiling soup. At the bottom of the pot, there was a red rat spewing fire continuously. You woke up. The flap of the tent was pulled aside as a person walked in. This was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her clothes were quite simple. She had a beast skin top and skirt. Her shoulders, tummy, and half of her breasts were exposed. On her chest and back, there was a blue phoenix tattoo. Not only was it very vivid and lively, it even emitted a faint blue light. He Lulan struggled and managed to sit up. During the process, She found that her clothes had been changed as well. It was the same as the middle-aged woman, having a wild and brutish style. I am Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan. You are now inside Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. The middle-aged woman smiled as she walked towards He Lulan. He Lulan had fully woken up now. Longevity Heaven had the 8 extremities. Their names were Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, Space, Time, Flood and Desolate respectively. Black extremity was Sun Ming Lu. He cultivated formation path. This woman in front of her was Desolate Extremity. She had been staying within Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Lady Lu, what should I do? He Lulan inquired. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had only told her to listen to Desolate Extremity's instructions after arriving here. Lu Tonglan smiled. In here, you should call me Blue Phoenix Tribe Leader. Your current identity is my illegitimate daughter. I birthed you long ago and left you outside. Recently, when relocating the tribe, I found you by accident and brought you back. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven has countless tribes. We coexist with the beasts. It is very different from the 5 regions. Every 10,000 years, all the tribes would gather and hold the Myriad Tribes ceremony. This is your fortuitous encounter. Alright, now you need to start drinking soup. Lu Tonglan scooped a huge bowl of hot soup and passed it to He Lulan. He Lulan sat at the side of the bed. She held the hot metal bowl. The fragrance of food drifted into her nose. She was currently hungry. She immediately drank a large mouthful. But when the soup entered her mouth, it had a peculiar and spicy taste. It was not nice at all. Cough, cough. He Lulan was not prepared for this. She almost gagged on reflex. But Lu Tonglan had a solemn expression. Drink it. This soup is extremely important for you. You need to finish every single drop of it in the pot. Drink. He Lulan knew that this was Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's arrangement. She frowned as she drank one bowl, followed by another. By the third bowl, she could not take it anymore. Her stomach was bloated and painful. Lu Tonglan had been guarding her the entire time. Seeing this, she nodded. Stop here for now. Your body is at its limit. He Lulan started to experience diarrhea. It was very serious. She almost went weak from it. But Lu Tonglan did not let her off. Even though He Lulan was lying down in a weak state, Lu Tonglan brought the bowl over and poured the hot soup into her mouth. He Lulan drank as the diarrhea intensified. She felt extremely terrible. What is the point of drinking this soup? He Lulan asked. Lu Tonglan answered. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is different from the 5 regions. Those who succeed in life are those who can eat well. I specially prepared this soup for you to expand your appetite. During the process of having diarrhea, your body is adapting to it. Even though it is initially very severe and seems nearly fatal, the symptoms will gradually become lighter. In less than 3 days, you will be back to normal and feel extremely hungry. He Lulan stayed in the stone bed for 2 days and nights before regaining her strength. She could barely walk again. By the 3rd day, like what Lu Tonglan had said, she recovered her strength and the diarrhea was gone. Her appetite increased and her stomach growled since the early morning. Lu Tonglan cooked soup for He Lulan again. This is meat soup. It is different from before. Lu Tonglan said while taking out 5 to 6 rats and tossed them into the pot. The rats struggled in the pot, squeaking loudly. Lu Tonglan's expression did not change. She took out several poisonous snakes of various colors, tossing them into the pot. The snakes and rats gradually melted in the soup, floating at the top like colorful mud. Lu Tonglan took out several black rocks that resembled charcoal and tossed them inside as well. He Lulan's eyelids were twitching at first, but soon she understood certain details. Blue Phoenix Tribe Leader, are you refining goo? He Lulan asked in curiosity. She saw that when making the soup, Lu Tonglan used many refinement path techniques. Lu Tonglan continued to cook the soup as she smiled and said, He Lulan, you are quite perceptive. This snake rat soup is already done. He Lulan was stunned. She watched as Lu Tonglan stopped cooking the soup. Did the goo refinement fail? This is a pity. He Lulan said. After all, the snakes and rats used earlier were ancient desolate beasts. But Lu Tonglan shook her head. I said before, I am brewing soup, not refining goo. The snake rat soup is very perfect. You need to drink it all. What? He Lu Lan was stunned again. Lu Tonglan scooped a huge bowl of soup and passed it to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan drank a mouthful and frowned immediately. This soup was 10 times as disgusting as the diarrhea soup earlier. With just one mouthful, her entire tongue went numb. Even her throat was gradually becoming numb. By the time she finished the hot soup, her entire body expanded like a balloon. Even her skin and flesh were bloated. Hair started to grow on her body rapidly. The hair grew extremely quickly. After a few minutes, He Lu Lan's hair almost filled the entire tent. And the hair had various colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black. There were various colors of different quantity. None of them were the same. Lu Tonglan inspected the hair, even counting the number of hairs of each color meticulously. Next, at her will, the blue phoenix tattoo on her chest floated up and spat out a lump of blue fire. The blue fire burned the hair. In almost an instant, all of He Lu Lan's newly grown hair was gone. He Lu Lan stared with wide eyes and asked curiously, "What method is this? It is really amazing. I am completely unharmed." Lu Tonglan smiled. "This is my blue phoenix totem. Inside myriad beast fusion color heaven, totems are the mainstream way of cultivation. Even though we use goo worms as well, totems are the symbol of our strength and status." He Lu Lan's eyes shined with bright light. "If I am not wrong, this totem is not simple. Each line and marking on the totem is a Tao mark. The essence of the totem is a killer move. There actually exists such an amazing method in the world. Does everyone cultivate totems in here?" Ha ha ha. Lu Tonglan laughed even louder. "He Lu Lan, you are the genius that our Lord chose to send here indeed. You saw the essence of the totem with just one glimpse. Indeed, our goo cultivation killer moves use goo worms or expend goo materials. While goo worms are fragments of the great Tao, goo materials are agglomerations of Tao marks. The totems here use the same logic. It is just that the cultivation way uses goo worms to assist slightly. The main method is still to rely on our consumption and digestion. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven is Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's immortal aperture. This demon venerable left his immortal aperture within the body of the gluttonous demon frog, allowing this grotto heaven to have a food path environment. The gluttonous demon frog was a legendary immemorial beast. It contained an unimaginable number of food path Tao marks. With the influence of food path Tao marks within Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, humans could eat goo materials to increase their corresponding Tao marks. Using the goo worms here, they can gradually construct their own totems. He Lu Lan did not guess wrongly. Totems were a special type of killer move. Normally, they would stay on the surface of the goo cultivator's body. Once primeval essence or immortal essence was instilled, they would turn solid and fly out to fight. Totem killer moves have a lot of advantages. Ordinary killer moves need to activate goo worms and expend thoughts when they are used spontaneously. But totems only need to be constructed beforehand. You can save a lot of effort and time as a result. In the 5 regions outside world, even though goo houses also contain fixed killer moves, totems can be refined and improved upon continuously. Meanwhile, strong immortal goo houses have no room for improvement. Lu Tonglan continued to explain. He Lu Lan started to frown. "I have the great strength true martial physique. I should cultivate strength path. But this totem seems to be a transformation path killer move?" Lu Tonglan shook her head. "Not quite so. The other specialty of totems is that they can be suitable for all goo paths. I, for example, cultivate fire path after devouring all sorts of materials. I use goo worms to construct my blue phoenix totem killer move. This totem is a fire path killer move. It is very suitable for me. As for you cultivating strength path, you can also construct your own strength path totem." He Lu Lan cupped her fists and said solemnly, "Please teach me, senior." "Of course." Lu Tonglan pointed at the empty pot. "The snake rat soup I gave you to drink earlier is meant to decipher your physique and learn what ingredients you are suitable to eat, and what kinds of ingredients are the best for your natural absorption and contain the most nutrients you need. As for your totem, It is something unique to you, only you will know what it truly becomes. There were countless totems. Even if they looked similar, each one was different. Lu Tonglan continued to speak in concern. Hey Lu Lan, you need to make use of your time and quickly construct your totem. This killer move is the only method you can use when you join the Myriad Tribe's ceremony. After He Lu Lan understood all this background information, she started to wholeheartedly cultivate this method. Each time Lu Tonglan cooked something, she would eat it without leaving anything behind, using this food path environment to allow her body to absorb Dao marks. Lu Tonglan initially boiled soup. Gradually there was meat and vegetables. She also added more grains as well. All of the food had one similarity: they tasted horrible. But He Lu Lan was an ambitious person. As long as it could raise her strength, she could eat anything regardless of the taste, even if she felt intense pain in her stomach countless times, as if she was in living hell. He Lu Lan cultivated while sitting on the stone bed. Long after, she opened her eyes slowly. She lowered her head and looked at her chest. There was a totem. The totem was very simplistic and only had a few strokes. However, the markings were very clear. One could see a black cat that was drawn on it. The black cat was young and small. It looked very adorable. Its tail was raised up as its back was crouched. Its front paws grabbed the ground, as if it was going to pounce at the next moment. Desolate Extremity lent me the relevant goo worms. Using them, the first form of my totem killer move has been completed. He Lu Lan calculated the time in her mind. Ever since she came here and cultivated the first form of her totem, 30 days had passed. During these 30 days, He Lu Lan did not leave even once. Other than eating and attending to daily affairs, she only cultivated the entire time. She did not relax or slack off at any moment. She worked really hard. Suddenly, there was an argument outside the tent. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, you are going overboard. Indeed, these last days, you used so many ingredients in our inventory for your illegitimate daughter. Initially, you used the ancient desolate beast single-horned deer to increase your daughter's appetite. After that you made the snake rat soup and used ancient desolate beast snakes and rats just to find out the recipe most suited for your daughter. After that, you have been consistently draining our reserves dry. The ingredients you pick are at least desolate beast level. We nominated you as the leader, but you are being so selfish. You have let down the entire tribe's expectations. He Lu Lan heard this and showed a peculiar expression. It seems that the tribe elders were currently questioning and blaming their tribe leader Lu Tonglan. Speaking of which, I have been using a lot of immortal materials recently. Is Desolate Extremity unable to control the situation anymore? He Lu Lan guessed. At the next moment, Lu Tonglan's voice resounded. Tribe elders, no need to be angry. I am doing this for the sake of our tribe. Lan, come out. He Lu Lan heard this and finally left the tent that she had stayed in for a month's time. This was a valley with lush greenery. There was a river not far away. There were tents of various sizes all around. They formed into a tribe. The tent that He Lu Lan was in was right at the center. It was the safest location. At the same time, this was the largest tent in this place. At the area outside of the tent, a group of people confronted Lu Tonglan. These people were also wearing beast skin and exposed a large portion of their body. Most of them were elderly people, being all Gu immortals. The thing that attracted He Lu Lan's attention were the totems on their bodies. Lan, come over here. Lu Tonglan waved. He Lu Lan did not speak as she walked towards Lu Tonglan. The tribe elders' gazes were focused on He Lu Lan's body, or more precisely, on her chest. The expressions of the elders started to change. Some were in disbelief, while some became very excited. This is. Has my vision gone bad? Can anyone confirm with me? Is this the dark capital strength tiger? Lu Tonglan smiled. Indeed, this is the dark capital strength tiger totem. The tribe elders were silent. Their bodies were shaking from agitation. Lu Tonglan continued, I know what you want to ask. Since my daughter has the dark capital strength tiger totem, I am sure you all understand she has the sacred physique. Only the sacred physique can cultivate the dark capital strength tiger totem. The elders gasped at once. Lu Tonglan waited for some time. After their discussions became softer, she continued, "Now, do you still think that I am being selfish?" "Of course not." An elder shook his head and said with a firm attitude, "This is the sacred physique. It allows a person to directly advance in the myriad tribes ceremony and challenge the predicament." An elder stared at He Lulan with a heated and excited gaze. "As long as the sacred physique survives in the myriad tribes ceremony, our entire tribe will benefit from it. We will become one of the backup sacred tribes." Another elder started to dream about the beautiful future. Sacred physique? Are they referring to my great strength true martial physique? He Lulan calmed down because she knew that the entire situation was still firmly within Lu Tonglan's control. Lu Tonglan's lips curled up. "Why just the backup? Can't we directly become the sacred tribe?" The elders' expressions froze before quickly shaking their heads. "Tribe leader, don't be so hasty. Your daughter has rank 7 cultivation level, but to become the winner of the myriad tribes ceremony, her cultivation level is not high enough. We need to be patient. As long as she becomes rank 8, we will not need to challenge anything. According to the customs, she will be the sacred king. We need to protect and nurture her in order to become the sacred tribe. Why do we need to take a risk?" Lu Tonglan was silent for a while before nodding. "Elders, you are right. I was too hasty. But undeniably, the stronger Lan becomes, the higher our position in the myriad tribe ceremony, and the more benefits our tribe will receive. Isn't that right?" The elders nodded. "Of course." Lu Tonglan suddenly bowed. "Thus, I hope everyone can understand and help to improve Lan's totem with your full effort. The more benefits she receives, the more gains we will have later on." The elders reacted and some nodded in agreement, while others pointed at Lu Tonglan and smiled brightly. "So this was all part of your scheme, Blue Phoenix tribe leader." Because of Lu Tonglan's meticulous arrangement, He Lulan was accepted by the tribe at her first appearance. He Lulan also understood that one of the main reasons why Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sent her here was because the great strength true martial physique was really useful in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. Afterwards, He Lulan asked Lu Tonglan why the great strength true martial physique was considered the sacred physique in this place and why it had such a huge status. Lu Tonglan answered, "The rumor is that reckless savage demon venerable has the great strength true martial physique. Nobody can confirm if this rumor is true or not." This was not important. He Lulan soon left this information behind. She continued cultivating her totem killer move. This time, not only did Blue Phoenix tribe leader Lu Tonglan help her, the entire tribe was also chipping in. He Lulan's totem soon grew from a small cat into a black leopard. At this point, the elders' help also started to dwindle. Throughout the process, the immortal material expenditure was immense. But the good news for He Lulan was that her dark capital strength tiger totem had incredible power when used, far beyond her previous methods. The dark capital strength tiger totem became her strongest killer move. "But this is not enough," Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan said truthfully once after cultivating. "Since our Lord sent you here, I will do my best to nurture you and not let our Lord down." Those elders did not use up their inventory, but I do not have much resources left. Don't worry. In a few days, the situation will change. The elders had their descendants too. Even though He Lulan had the sacred physique, she was still the tribe leader's descendant. The elders would not expend all their resources for her. This was a natural thing. Several days later, Blue Phoenix tribe was suddenly attacked by their mortal enemy Fire Blend tribe. They suffered huge losses and were forced to escape from the valley. While retreating, Blue Phoenix tribe leader led her troops and retaliated harshly. Fire Blend tribe was caught off guard and was forced out of the valley, allowing Blue Phoenix tribe to regain their territory. Fire Blend tribe was not resigned to give up. They stayed outside the valley and went into a stalemate with Blue Phoenix tribe, waiting for an opportunity to arise. Late at night on this day, Lu Tonglan brought He Lulan away from the gathering point, going to a cave in the valley to meet Fireblend tribe leader. Fireblend tribe leader looked at the shocked He Lulan and smiled while explaining, "I am Yellow Extremity Jiao Hua." It turned out that this situation was just Lu Tonglan's and Jiao Hua's performance. Jiao Hu took out a large amount of immortal materials and handed them to Lu Tonglan. These are all the goo materials I can find that are suitable for He Lu Lan. Other than that, we have these. Jiao Hu had a strange expression as he took out several corpses. These were the corpses of Fire Blend Tribe's goo immortal elders who had died from battle earlier. Lu Tonglan also took out several corpses. These were the ones sacrificed from Blue Phoenix Tribe. In front of He Lu Lan, Jiao Hu started to cut the meat while Lu Tonglan prepared the pot and flame. He Lu Lan was stunned. "You want me to eat these people?" Jiao Hu cut the human flesh as he smiled. "No need to think of them as humans. Just treat them as immortal materials. Normally speaking, when goo immortals die, as long as they are not immortal zombies, their Dao marks will go back into their immortal apertures. But the goo cultivators here are different. Their immortal aperture will be digested by myriad beast fusion color heaven before it falls in place. The totem killer moves on them are created by Dao marks. They are fixed and contain the most value within the body." Saying so, Jiao Hu picked out a few pieces of meat from the pile and tossed them into the pot. Lu Tonglan stirred the meat soup while saying, "He Lu Lan, there aren't many pieces of meat that suit you. But because they are humans after all, they are easier for you to absorb. It will help greatly in your totem's growth." He Lu Lan turned pale as her voice changed slightly. "Is the act of eating people popularized in this myriad beast fusion color heaven?" Lu Tonglan looked at the human meat soup in the pot as she said plainly, "Of course not. Even though eating people can help the growth of totems, it is still a demonic act. Publicly eating your tribesmen means you are a demonic path member. You will face judgment. That is why we brought you here secretly to hide from the rest. You have the sacred physique, but if you are found to be eating people, your status will be lost. There is no helping it. We have little time to raise your strength to the limit. Eating humans is the best way. It's cooked. Go ahead and eat." Lu Tonglan served the soup as He Lu Lan received it with a numb expression. The human meat soup was far more delicious than all the food she had been eating previously. But after her first mouthful, He Lu Lan started to vomit intensely. Lu Tonglan and Jiao Hu looked at her calmly. He Lu Lan vomited until even her gastric acid came out. She asked the two, "Have you eaten human flesh as well?" Lu Tonglan shook her head, but Jiao Hu nodded and said, "I was the first to arrive. After some time, my identity as an outsider was exposed and I got hunted down. All of my rations were consumed. I fell into desperation and had to eat people to raise the power of my totem killer move. Relying on that, I managed to survive and change my identity, eventually becoming the current Fire Blend tribe leader." Lu Tonglan said with a calm tone, "He Lu Lan, you can choose not to eat it. We will not force you to do this. We are only trying to complete Master's tasks to the best of our abilities. I have not eaten human flesh before. I can understand why you reject it. This is only a method to become stronger. You can also eat other ingredients to help your totem grow. It will only take more time." "It will take more time?" He Lu Lan's ears twitched. She smiled bitterly as she muttered to herself, "The difference between me and him is already so large, like a heavenly chasm. If I do not make good use of my time, how can I ever surpass him? If it were him in this situation, would he choose to eat the human meat?" The answer was obvious. "I'll eat it." He Lu Lan had a solemn expression as she came to the pot. She drank the soup with huge gulps. She ate the meat in large mouthfuls. Lu Tonglan's expression changed while Jiao Hu nodded slightly. Such a person. It was no wonder their lord had such a high evaluation regarding her. Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven. The myriad tribes were gathered on Moonfield Slope. The myriad tribes ceremony is held here? He Lu Lan looked at the barren land and expressed her disappointment. Every myriad tribes ceremony was held at Moonfield Slope. But in He Lu Lan's opinion, this place was empty and desolate. There was yellow sand everywhere. Nothing else was in sight. When wind blew, sand would stir and move in the air visibly. The Myriad Tribes ceremony is different from the Thousand Tribes ceremony. It is a grand event that involves the entire Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven, held once every 10,000 years. This is my first time taking part in it too. Blue Phoenix Tribe Leader, one of the 8 extremities, Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan, replied. Behind them were the Blue Phoenix tribe members. Half a year ago, there was an intense fight between Blue Phoenix tribe and Fireblend tribe. The result was that Blue Phoenix tribe lost many Immortal elders. But as a result, Blue Phoenix tribe leader gained a deeper control of the entire tribe. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, Sacred Child. This is the Sacred Child? Ha ha ha. I've heard that Blue Phoenix tribe produced a Sacred Child. This is making us envious. Entering Moonfield Slope, Lu Tonglan met a few familiar faces. These people were either famous experts, tribe leaders, or elders. They had high authority and status. He Lu Lan's reputation had already spread recently. Her identity as a sacred child was too eye-catching. Humph! A cold grunt could be heard as Fireblend tribe leader stared at Blue Phoenix tribe leader, He Lu Lan, and the rest with a furious gaze. Around him, there was also a group of tribe leaders and elders. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, you came too slowly. Are you afraid? Zhao Hua asked arrogantly. Lu Tonglan immediately retaliated with a cold laugh. Even if I am afraid, it will not be because of you. What fear can you create? Tribe leaders, the Myriad Tribe ceremony is about to begin. If anyone fights, they will be the enemy of the Myriad Tribes. We will use them as the ceremonial tribute. The elder of a large tribe saw this situation and came over. Immediately after, the elder said to Zhao Hua, Fireblend tribe leader, why are you still here? My tribe leader has already held a banquet. You cannot be late. Zhao Hua snorted coldly, leaving some words for Lu Tonglan. I'll let you off for now. Saying so, he led the people around him and left. Fireblend tribe leader, this guy. After he left, the tribe leaders around Lu Tonglan spoke out. Blue Phoenix tribe leader, even though Fireblend tribe leader lost to you half a year ago, and his strength fell greatly, you cannot be careless. He has already gone over to Yellow Bell tribe. Yellow Bell tribe is a super tribe. Not just its tribe leader but even the first elder have rank 8 cultivation level. These experts spoke one after another, detailing the information of Fireblend tribe leader. He Lu Lan listened without making a sound, gaining a deeper understanding of Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven's situation. The situation here is not too different from the 5 regions. The weaker forces still have to join larger forces. Lu Tonglan and Zhao Hua are 2 of the 8 extremities. Even when they cultivate and hear and use totem killer moves, they are still superior to others, being experts among rank 7s. Thus, a group of people gathered around them. But the truly top-tier forces are still existences like Yellow Bell tribe. It seems that Zhao Hua's plan succeeded. He made use of his tribe's weakness as an excuse to get close to Yellow Bell tribe. Who could ever imagine that these 2 irreconcilable enemies were actually the closest allies in this world? He Lu Lan felt deep admiration towards these 2 people and their methods. Days later, the Myriad Tribe's ceremony began. In the name of Great God Reckless Savage, Purple Gold Tribe offers 30 golden sand carps as tribute. In the name of Great God Reckless Savage, Ice Lake Tribe offers 3 fetus lions as tribute. In the name of Great God Reckless Savage, Yellow Bell Tribe offers a vast heavenly sparrow group, 10 sight plundering vines, and 1 outsider as tribute. At the central field of all the tribes, they took turns to slaughter and contribute their sacrificial tokens. Some tribes were weak, they only contributed desolate beasts. Some tribes that were slightly inferior to Blue Phoenix tribe offered ancient desolate beasts instead. As for the strongest forces like Yellow Bell tribe, they offered a large amount of ancient desolate beasts and plants, or even several immemorial desolate beasts and plants. From time to time, outsiders would be captured and brought here to be killed in public view. These outsiders were all Immortals with at least rank 7 cultivation level. The outsiders that Yellow Bell tribe executed were even rank 8 Immortals. If these things were given to me as food, my totem would grow by a large amount. He Lu Lan felt it was a pity, be it desolate beasts or Immortal corpses. Once they landed on the yellow soil, they would melt like candles, absorbed into the earth gradually. It was as if this ground was a silent beast devouring all of the sacrifices without making a sound. This Moonfield slope contains a huge secret. It is definitely not so simple. He Lu Lan thought. She watched as the sacrifices sank into the yellow earth ground. The soil that was dyed red slowly returned to its yellow color. No matter what cultivation level the outsiders have, each time they were sacrificed, the myriad tribes would cheer. The cheers were loud like tsunamis or earthquakes. It was truly stunning. Myriad beast fusion color heaven had existed for so many years. Rumors had definitely spread. Even immortal zombie giant sun had sent people in regularly. Others went in as well. Good. Kill them all. These otherworldly demons deserve death. In historical records, each time the myriad tribes ceremony is held, these otherworldly demons will appear. Let's kill all of these outsiders. How dare they invade our world? He Lulan listened to their discussions while feeling deep and strange emotions surging internally. The inhabitants of myriad beast fusion color heaven saw this grotto heaven as the whole world. They treated outsiders as otherworldly demons, not knowing that the outside world was even larger. This made He Lulan think of Citywell in the Legends of Ren, as well as the Minimen living inside it. The sacrificial ceremony lasted for a day. Other than the super tribes who were allowed to openly hold their ceremony at the central field, the other tribes could only do their sacrificial ceremonies at their own camps. On the night of the ceremony, there was a large bonfire celebration. Leather drums made stunning noises as tens of thousands of bonfires were lit. Countless people who wore beast skin clothings and feathered accessories danced around their bonfires as they laughed, danced, sang, and enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Many men and women were attracted to each other. They held each other's hands and left the bonfire, returning to their own tents, away from the laughter and noise outside, to engage in the most intense and enjoyable ritual on their beds. Of course, some approached He Lulan too. This is the myriad tribes ceremony, the most sacred moment of all. Lady Sacred Child, we are a match made in heaven. We will produce the most outstanding offspring. The son of a tribe leader brought a large amount of immortal materials and approached He Lulan. This young man belonged to a super tribe on the same level as Yellow Bell tribe. His father was the tribe leader, a rank 8 Gu immortal, while he himself was rank 6. He Lulan had an ugly expression. She rejected him on the spot. The young man laughed instead. Great. I didn't want to get close to you anyway. You were too ugly. But father gave me orders I could not defy. I had to come here. Hopefully, we never meet again. Other than the young man, an elderly rank 8 expert also came to her. He brought a large amount of extremely valuable immortal materials. With these immortal materials, Sacred Child, your totem will reach greater success. The elderly rank 8 Gu immortal spoke. Even though you are ugly, I am old and still do not have a son. We can cooperate and achieve a win-win status. He Lulan had a cold expression and rejected him as well. The old rank 8 Gu immortal shook his head and sighed before leaving. Sacred Child, you are still too young. After missing this opportunity, it might never come to you again. Not everyone can accept your ugly appearance. Only people like me who have already gone past that stage can ignore the opinions of everyone else. He Lulan almost screamed at him to scram. Even though she did not care about her appearance, she was still a great beauty at heart. Her parents were both extremely good-looking. She inherited their good genes and was beautiful enough to be a fairy of northern plains. But within myriad beast fusion color heaven, the concept of beauty differed greatly from the outside world. The inhabitants here worshipped muscles. Skin color should not be pale or smooth. They had to be dark and rough, giving people a sense of strength and power. Thus, in this place, He Lulan was an ugly woman rarely seen in 100 years. The first time anyone sees He Lulan, they would subconsciously think, it was no wonder Blue Phoenix tribe leader abandoned this daughter in the past. She is simply too ugly, but possessing the sacred physique despite the ugliness. Heaven is truly balanced and impartial. On this night, He Lulan was pestered repeatedly until daybreak. The myriad tribes' competition started. At the area in front of every tribe there was a blank space. It was the field for their competition. I, Blue Phoenix tribe leader, challenged Stardust tribe leader by betting a divine peacock feather. Lu Tonglan brought He Lulan to the area of Stardust tribe. She was challenging the tribe for He Lulan. It seems that Blue Phoenix tribe leader is after that white thread tendon of the 5 Emperor eel. Stardust tribe leader smiled bitterly as he walked into the empty space. In the Myriad tribe ceremony, a challenge could not be rejected. Please start. Lu Tonglan instilled immortal essence. Her Blue Phoenix totem shined in bright light, turning solid and flying towards Stardust tribe leader. Stardust tribe leader gritted his teeth, shouting as his totem flew into the sky, turning into a single-horned mountain goat. The single-horned mountain goat crashed towards the Blue Phoenix, creating a huge cloud of stardust. The Blue Phoenix dodged as it chirped, spitting out a torrent of blue flames. The blue flames were extremely hot. The single-horned mountain goat was swept by the flames and got encircled. It tried to break out several times. Each time the single-horned mountain goat tried to act, the Blue Phoenix would intercept and force it back. Lu Tonglan definitely has a stronger totem, but the main reason for this situation is the difference in combat attainment of the 2 tribe leaders. He Lulan watched at the side and realized. As expected of Blue Phoenix tribe leader, I admit defeat. Not long after, Stardust tribe leader said. He needed to preserve his strength. The Myriad tribe ceremony had just started. If he got injured and could not fight anymore, more people would challenge him and cause him to lose more immortal materials. Lu Tonglan stopped immediately. Stardust tribe leader arranged for the white thread tendon of the 5 Emperor eel to be given to the winner. Both sides did not go overboard. Stardust tribe leader, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can send a letter to my Blue Phoenix tribe. If it is a trivial matter, we will definitely help you. Lu Tonglan said before leaving. Stardust tribe leader's expression soothed. Even though one could not reject challenges in the Myriad tribe ceremony, they could invite others to help them out. This was also why many weaker forces chose to join or side with super forces of their own accord. With the full support of Desolate Extremity Lu Tonglan, He Lulan started to devour a large amount of immortal materials again. After digesting them, her totem finally reached greater success. Good, your Dark Capital Strength Tiger totem has formed completely. With just this move, you are a peak expert among rank 7s, even in the outside world of the 5 regions. Lu Tonglan was very happy. Now, if you are interested, you can give it a go. The Myriad tribe ceremony had reached a cruel stage of the competition. Every day, a large number of tribes were defeated, their experts got injured, and they lost many resources in their inventories. There were even those who went after their enemies. They did not bet on immortal materials but a person's life instead. What made He Lulan feel a chill inside was that any Gu immortal who died during the Myriad tribe ceremony would be sacrificed on the spot, merging into the yellow soil land. Blue Phoenix tribe was still in a good state. Because of He Lulan's identity as a sacred child, as long as she was alive, when she reaches rank 8, the entire Blue Phoenix tribe would be elevated to the sacred tribe. They would have high authority. Thus, almost nobody provoked Blue Phoenix tribe. Even if some people felt jealousy and hatred, wanting to attack He Lulan before she grew stronger, they would be filled with caution. They would not attack the sacred child during this important event. It was disrespectful to great god Reckless Savage after all. During the day, the Myriad tribes engaged in continuous combat. At night, countless tribe leaders and elders conversed in secret, forming alliances while working and scheming together. Lu Tonglan and Jiao Hua were also secretly in contact. Anyone who wanted to target Blue Phoenix tribe might likely contact Fire Blend tribe. The opposite was also true. Blue Phoenix tribe, which possessed a sacred child, attracted a lot of jealousy, even including those people who were friendly to Lu Tonglan normally. Fire Blend tribe did not have a good time either. They lost a good number of elders half a year ago. They became weaker and had to join Yellow Bell tribe as a subsidiary force. But Yellow Bell tribe had enemies too. All of the experts continued to fight and kill. But thankfully, because only totems could be used in battle, the death toll was much lower. In normal situations, other killer moves would be used in a battle of life and death. Totems were mostly trump cards. A good number of non-totem killer moves were also held as trump cards. He Lulan gained a lot of insight these few days. She saw all sorts of totems. She recognized many outstanding experts. Her totem had already reached greater success. The path ahead of her was to continue eating with the dark capital strength tiger as the foundation, to fuse with other Dao marks and gradually turn it into a totem that suited He Lu Lan specifically. But there was another path. She could construct a second or third totem. Experts who had many totems had a larger range of methods, but because their efforts were split, the quality of their totems were lower as well. By investing the same effort and resources, cultivating one totem was naturally stronger. As for which route to take, He Lu Lan was still thinking about it. In historical records, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable had countless totems. Each one was extremely strong. They had at least rank 8 battle strength. Some were even at pseudo-venerable battle strength. It seems that Reckless Savage Demon Venerable took the second path. As days passed, the situation of the myriad tribes changed rapidly every day. Initially, those normal tribes with only Gu masters started to lose and assimilate into each other rapidly. But this situation actually extended to the super forces as well. Eventually, even a super force like Yellow Bell tribe showed signs of downfall. When 3 rank 8 Gu immortals died on Moonfield Slope, this yellow soil land started to emit a faint yellow light. In this yellow light, a road slowly appeared before them. Myriad Life Road has appeared. Huff! The Myriad Tribe's challenge has finally ended. Only publicly recognized experts can enter the Myriad Life Road and find the immortal opportunities left behind by Great God Reckless Savage. He Lu Lan had some realization too. So all the sacrifices are meant to open up this Myriad Life Road. As the one with the sacred physique, she did not need to be tested. She was qualified to enter the Myriad Life Road immediately. After the tribes discussed among themselves, they chose 88 people. There were 11 people of each respective rank. Among the tribes, there were no rank 9 Gu cultivators. Thus, the maximum number was only 88. For some reason, this number struck a chord with He Lu Lan. Under countless envious gazes, 88 people stepped onto the Myriad Life Road. From the outside, the Myriad Life Road looked like an illusory image. But when He Lu Lan and the rest stepped into it, they felt a completely different sensation. It feels like there is really a road. I can step on it firmly. He Lu Lan walked for over 10 steps. Her expression changed gradually. She was accompanied by Lu Tonglan. Not far away behind her, there was Jiao Hua. These two were part of the 8 extremities after all. They had successfully emerged from the competition and became one of the 88 chosen people. Walking on this Myriad Life Road, every step expends our strength, will, and even immortal essence. He Lu Lan said. Lu Tonglan added, more accurately speaking, our foundation and strength are depleted at a certain rate proportionately. There was fairness for everyone walking on this road. They experienced the same difficulty. Gu immortals were stronger than Gu masters, but the difficulty level for Gu masters was decided according to their own strength. This caused many Gu masters to move ahead of the Gu immortals instead. I found a Gu worm. They are crawling on the ground. Once we pick them up, they can be instantly refined. Quickly look. There are so many food ingredients. This is worth a fortune. Many people shouted and cheered. They quickly gained some plentiful rewards. The myriad tribes outside could not see this scene. They could only see 88 figures that shrunk to the size of black dots as they became concealed by the heavenly road in the sky. He Lu Lan observed closely and soon found something strange. The heavenly road is uneven. The slope is upwards at times and downwards at times. When going up, there will be Gu worms and Gu materials. When going down, even though there are no rewards, we will expend less of our strength. He Lu Lan analyzed, suddenly gasping in shock. Strange. This feels like something depicted in the legends of Rin. She quickly looked at Lu Tonglan as the latter smiled. You are right. This is upslope road and downslope road. He Lu Lan could not help but shake internally. Her eyes shined with bright light. This means to say, I can obtain the legendary ability Gu and effort Gu here? Lu Tonglan replied. That will depend on your fortune. If these Gu worm really exist here, I am sure they will be near the end of the heavenly road. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth as she made up her mind. This is a fortuitous encounter that I cannot let go of. In history, Gu worms that are mentioned in the legends of Ren are all top-tier Gu worms. They either have terrifying strength or incredible abilities. Ancestor Giant Sun was right. I need to make the best of this supreme opportunity to have a chance of surpassing that guy. Fong Yuan. He Lu Lan started to move ahead. Lu Tonglan instructed her. Don't take the downslope road, try to walk on the upslope road. This is the guidance of our Lord. He Lu Lan was a little bewildered. Normally speaking, the downslope road had a small expenditure on the person. It was most logical to walk on it. Only until the second half of the heavenly road should one start walking on the upslope road. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's advice was the opposite. He Lu Lan hesitated for a moment but decided to trust Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. She and Lu Tonglan walked together, trying to go on the upslope road as much as they could. They found a lot of goo worms and materials while walking on the upslope road, yet most were just mortal goo and materials. Not long after, they started to find immortal materials. As for the goo immortals who traveled the same distance as them, because they walked on the downslope road quite often, their rewards were fewer and also kept within the range of mortal materials. He Lu Lan realized at once. The heavenly road does not calculate distance traveled, but the quality of the road traveled instead. It does not split into the first or second half. It only sees if we are giving it our full effort when we walk on the road. By putting in my full effort, I have a chance of making desirable gains. But if I slack off and take the easy path, I might consume all my strength without gaining anything significant. Lu Tonglan and He Lu Lan continued ahead. When they found the first rank 6 immortal goo, the first predicament also appeared. Predicaments had all sorts of shapes and sizes. They were translucent and had various colors. The predicament in He Lu Lan's path was light brown in color. It resembled a raccoon with the size of a mountain, blocking the heavenly road. Predicament, a wild beast recorded in the legends of Ren. It is extinct within the 5 regions to think that it still exists here. But since this is the heavenly road, there is nothing strange about it. He Lu Lan took in a deep breath, working with Lu Tonglan to attack the predicament. The predicament roared as it charged towards He Lu Lan and Lu Tonglan. The two of them felt their vision blurring and changing. They arrived in a light brown secluded space. We are inside the predicament, we were eaten by it. Lu Tonglan immediately said. Predicaments were very special entities. Rumor had it that the first person who created a battlefield killer move took inspiration from researching the predicaments. Each predicament could also be treated as a natural battlefield killer move. Within the predicament, calamities and tribulations formed and descended. Lu Tonglan took the lead. I will block the calamities and tribulations. He Lu Lan, you will break out of the predicament. He Lu Lan was stunned. What should I do? You have the great strength true martial physique, according to the records of the legends of Ren. You are a counter to these predicaments. I do not know what you need to do, but just go ahead and try. Remember, you cannot spend too much time. The tribulations within the predicament are unceasing. Lu Tonglan instructed. He Lu Lan gritted her teeth, activating her strength path killer moves and attacking the place randomly. A moment later, joy flashed on her face as she felt a movement in the space. The tribulations became fiercer, but Lu Tonglan was very happy. Continue with that. This predicament is already staking its life to fight. He Lu Lan suddenly thought. She had the great strength true martial physique, but others did not. What could they do if they faced a predicament? Dark capital strength tiger. Come out. He Lu Lan willed as she expended a large amount of rank 7 immortal essence. Roar. With a surging black light, the huge black tiger condensed into solid form and charged ahead. With a loud sound, a huge hole was formed. Let's go. He Lu Lan and Lu Tonglan flew out of the hole together, returning to the outside world. The predicament growled, clenching its body at the area of the injury. The dark capital strength tiger totem created a huge hole and caused it to weaken greatly. Its body continued to shrink like a burst balloon, until it was only half of its original size, before the hole closed up and mended itself. After stabilizing its condition, the predicament did not dare to attack He Lu Lan anymore. It screeched and ran away. He Lu Lan did not chase it. She picked up the rank 6 Immortal Goo and continued on the road with Lu Tonglan. The two walked on the upslope road with all their effort, gaining greater and greater rewards. A while later, they obtained 2 rank 6 Immortal Goo and 1 rank 7 Immortal Goo. Their encounters soon alerted the others. They started to use their full strength to walk on the upslope road. Gradually, some expended all their strength and fell from the heavenly road, crashing onto the yellow land of the moon-field slope. Some encountered the predicaments but did not manage to break out, dying inside. There were some who defeated their predicaments but lost too much strength. They had gloomy expressions. Predicaments were a mystical type of wild beasts in essence. One's battle strength had to be greatly exceeding their endurance limit for them to lose. Only strength path methods had greater effect. He Lulan felt more difficulty as she walked. After defeating 2 more predicaments, she found that from a total of 88 people, only 30 or so were left. I am starting to lose my ability to continue. A lot of my strength has been depleted, while the predicaments that show up are getting stronger. My remaining battle strength is only enough for 1 more predicament. He Lulan gritted her teeth, feeling unresigned. Don't worry. I have a way. Let's continue. Lu Tonglan patted He Lulan's shoulder with an optimistic attitude. After encountering another predicament, Lu Tonglan used her blue phoenix totem and worked with the dark capital strength tiger to defeat the predicament. Be careful. Don't let it escape. This time, Lu Tonglan shouted and acted in time, not allowing the predicament to escape as they killed it successfully. Eat it. Lu Tonglan cut the predicament's flesh and gave He Lulan a piece. He Lulan had read the legends of Ren before. She understood something. Each piece of the predicament's meat that she ate, she felt her strength returned by a portion. After she and Lu Tonglan devoured the entire predicament, her strength had mostly recovered. But this way, the method was exposed. Many goo cultivators saw this and started to mimic them. But a portion of the goo cultivators were not surprised. They knew about this long ago. You cannot overeat the predicament's flesh. Otherwise, your heart will burn and your mind will collapse. Lu Tonglan sighed. Let's continue. After several more minutes, Zhao Hua chased up to He Lulan and Lu Tonglan. What do you want? Lu Tonglan pretended to be unhappy as she called out. Zhao Hua snorted coldly. Only 7 of us are left. We want to cooperate, of course. We can settle the score outside. But here, we need to look at the big picture. Lu Tonglan was silent. Tribe leader Zhao Hua is right. The predicaments are getting stronger. We need to work together. Yellow Bell tribe leader also arrived. He looked at He Lulan and said, Sacred child, you are qualified to cooperate with us and fight together. Next, Yellow Bell tribe leader looked at the others. Since everyone could reach this far, we are all qualified to work together. What do you think? Among the 7 that were left, 1 was rank 6, 2 were rank 8, while the last 4 were rank 7. Everyone looked at each other, turning silent for a moment. Working together will allow us to get further indeed. But how do we distribute immortal goo and immortal materials? The rank 6 goo immortal asked the crucial question. If they had to compete, he would definitely lose against them. Yellow Bell tribe leader pondered and spoke. There is no need to fight over immortal goo and immortal materials. We can take them in turns. As for the sequence, we can discuss it. If anyone ignores the rules, they will be everyone's enemy. The Myriad Life Road only appears once every 10,000 years. Whoever disobeys the rules will face the pursuit of everyone. Okay. The other rank 8 goo immortal agreed. But regarding the sequence, everyone argued for a long time. The one who was placed first naturally would get the lowest value of resources. The one who got the later rewards would gain greater value. But who had the confidence to last until the end? Right now, everyone was near their limit, otherwise they would not have cooperated. If their position was later and got eliminated before they could gain the rewards, it would be a huge loss. Everyone thought about it for a while before deciding the sequence and continuing on. After defeating 2 predicaments, the first rank 8 immortal goo appeared. According to the sequence, it belonged to that rank 6 goo immortal. Under everyone's gaze, the rank 6 goo immortal collected the immortal goo with trepidation. The two rank 8 Gu Immortals did not snatch it. Their turn was later. This rank 6 Gu Immortal also had a decent status. His father was a famous rank 8 expert. With the appearance of a rank 8 Immortal Gu, the group of 7 became quite tense. Moving along another segment of the upslope road, there were no predicaments blocking their way, but the group found a dragon horngrass. Dragon horngrass was an immemorial desolate plant. It was shaped like a coral, similar to a dragon horn. Every segment was the length of a finger. It would grow by one segment every month. According to the sequence, it was Jiao Hua's turn now. Jiao Hua collected the dragon horngrass while feeling helpless internally. He wanted an immortal Gu. Longevity Heaven did not lack such immortal material resources. Everyone, I can't continue. I'm really sorry, please understand. I am not trying to leave after getting my reward. After walking for some time, the rank 6 Gu Immortal said with a pale expression and shaking body. Yellow Bell Tribe leader nodded. Go back, at this rate, you will die of exhaustion. The rank 6 Gu Immortal bowed deeply and fell towards the ground. While in the air, he fell unconscious. Luckily, there were people waiting for him at the ground. After the rank 6 Gu Immortal left, the trend started as people also reached their limits. First was the other rank 8 Gu Immortal, followed by Lu Tonglan. That rank 8 Gu Immortal had not reached his turn yet before getting eliminated. He had an ugly expression when he left. Lu Tonglan was also at her limit. She instructed He Lulan to be careful before leaving. Only 4 were left. They were He Lulan, Jiao Hua, Yellow Bell Tribe leader, and a young rank 7 Gu Immortal. What Gu is this? Everyone's eyes lit up. Everyone saw an extraordinary rank 8 Immortal Gu. It looked like an ant with the size of an adult's fist. It emitted a rainbow-colored light. This is Quantity Change Gu. Yellow Bell Tribe leader laughed heartily. It was his turn now. With this Immortal Gu, he could make the target go from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, increasingly greatly in quantity. Of course, the Immortal Essence expenditure was also raised accordingly. Some targets could not be multiplied, for example, any Immortal Gu. Of course, this Immortal Gu could be used in combat as well. For example, if the enemy shot out a torrent of flames, Quantity Change Gu could reduce the number of flames and weaken the enemy's offenses rapidly. However, they had to defeat this predicament in order to get the Immortal Gu. After an intense battle, everyone won and shared the meat together. Yellow Bell Tribe leader was the happiest. Not only did he get a top-tier Immortal Gu, his strength also recovered to an extent. Everyone continued on their way. A predicament blocked them again, but there was nothing on the ground. One could not turn back on the heavenly road. They were forced to engage in a tough battle, killing the predicament and eating its flesh. Everyone recovered some more strength. Walking on the upslope road, a rank 8 Immortal Gu appeared. It was a rhinoceros beetle that resembled an ingot of steel. It was thickly armored and stoutly built. This is actually Fortitude Gu. Fortitude Gu? Did I see wrongly? It really is Fortitude Gu. This is an Immortal Gu recorded in the Legends of Ren. Everyone was shocked as they looked towards the rank 7 Gu Immortal. According to the sequence, it was his turn. This Gu Immortal was really the greatest dark horse in this myriad tribe ceremony. His entire body was shaking from excitement now. After an intense battle, the predicament shouted pitifully and fell on the ground. Everyone split the meat while the rank 7 Gu Immortal took Fortitude Gu. This trip was worth it. It was worth it. The rank 7 Gu Immortal muttered to himself, feeling excited. Yellow Bell Tribe leader spoke to recruit him. I'll consider it. The rank 7 Gu Immortal rejected immediately. Yellow Bell Tribe leader frowned before relaxing his expression immediately. This person will not have a good time in the future. He Lulan saw this but did not expose it. The rank 7 Gu Immortal's pride had swelled up. He was disregarding Yellow Bell Tribe leader, thinking he had immense value himself. But it was not strange. He Lulan knew that it was obvious. In the future, many people would go ahead and attempt to recruit this rank 7 Gu Immortal. Maybe this rank 7 Gu Immortal might get sick of hearing such words. Everyone set off again. Predicaments blocked the way, but there were no Immortal Gu or immortal materials. One could not backtrack on the heavenly road. They had to kill this predicament. But Jiao Hua rejected the predicament's flesh. I can't eat it anymore. I am at my limit. If I eat any more, my heart will burn and I will die. Zhao Hua sighed, looking at He Lulan deeply before leaving. Only He Lulan, Yellow Bell tribe leader, and the rank 7 Gu Immortal were left. He Lulan had chosen her reward earlier. Now that Zhao Hua was out, according to the sequence, it was Yellow Bell tribe leader's turn again. But after several segments of road, they had no gains. They even met two predicaments. After an intense battle, even though they gained some flesh, the recovery could not match the expenditure. Their strength fell sharply. Don't be anxious or dejected. I've seen the pattern already. The further we go, the more the predicaments and the fewer the immortal goo and immortal materials. But any rewards that show up are all top tier. Yellow Bell tribe leader tried to raise the morale. He was the next beneficiary. He did not want his efforts to be wasted here. Like what he said, they finally saw another rank 8 immortal goo in the end. This immortal goo was shaped like a spider, but it was a long body and many compound eyes. Shining in blue and red crystal lights, it seemed like a fusion of ruby and sapphire. Ability goo. Another famous immortal goo from the legends of Ren. He Lulan was tongue-tied. This immortal goo is incredible. It is even better than my fortitude goo. The rank 7 Gu Immortal also gasped. Kill this predicament. I'll stake my life to kill this predicament. Yellow Bell tribe leader's eyes were red. He spoke while breathing roughly. The three of them charged towards the predicament. This was truly a battle of life and death. The three had insufficient strength left, while this predicament was strong beyond their expectations. Calamities and tribulations befell endlessly. The three immortals did their best and used their trump cards. They squeezed out every ounce of potential in them. He Lulan's dark capital strength tiger totem was crippled. Yellow Bell tribe leader's golden bell totem was greatly damaged. The cost of repairing it would be huge. As for the rank 7 Gu Immortal, he had Rain Eagle totem and Thunder Fish totem. They both lost their ability to fight, but thankfully this rank 7 Gu Immortal had a method to fuse the two damaged totems into the Thunder Rain Fish Eagle totem. They avoided death narrowly. After 15 minutes of stalemate, the three immortals risked their lives and finally killed the predicament. Yellow Bell tribe leader was lying on the ground. He did not even have the strength to laugh. He could only cough. Ability goo is mine. You two are very skilled. Regardless of whether you join my Yellow Bell tribe, I will owe you both a favor. What are you doing? Suddenly, Yellow Bell tribe leader stared with wide eyes as he shouted in anger. Because he saw that the rank 7 Gu Immortal had secretly moved away and took the ability goo on the ground. What else? I am snatching the goo. The rank 7 Gu Immortal placed ability goo into his immortal aperture right in front of Yellow Bell tribe leader. Cough. Yellow Bell tribe leader coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious, falling from the heavenly road. He Lulan gritted her teeth in anger. I was just a step away. Damn it. She wanted to snatch ability goo too. But it was a pity that her location after leaving the predicament's body was bad. She was the furthest person from the immortal goo. Thus, that rank 7 Gu Immortal succeeded. The rank 7 Gu Immortal smiled at He Lulan before falling from the sky. I do not have the strength to continue. He Lulan sighed deeply. Even though she had great gains in this trip, she did not obtain any top-tier immortal goo. Right when she was about to leave the place, she suddenly froze as her palm seemed to have touched something. It feels like an invisible goo worm? He Lulan looked at it with deep focus. Because she had touched the immortal goo, she could sense this goo worm's strength path aura. An invisible rank 8 immortal goo? What can it be? Don't tell me. He Lulan was extremely happy. She grabbed the mysterious immortal goo and left the heavenly road. The Legends of Ren, Chapter 5, Section 34. Legend says that Renzu encountered the greatest predicament in his life. He ended up creating his 7th child, Great Strength True Marshal, and was saved as a result. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal started to travel together. Great Strength True Marshal asked, Father, where are we going now? Renzu replied, My son, you still do not know the situation. I will explain it to you. I originally wanted to save your brothers and sisters, but Fate Gu arranged everything, not allowing us to have a reunion. Right now, we need to break free from Fate's control in order to be with our family again. After hearing the story, Great Strength True Marshal could not help but shout in anger. This fate goo is too wicked. At the same time, Strong Goo also shouted in his heart. Experts hate restraints, especially fate. Renzu patted Great Strength True Marshal's head and consoled. Don't worry. I have already thought of a way. I will use self-goo to gain strength and wisdom. After, I will obtain freedom goo and break free from fate goo's control. Now, let us go to a place called Chen Kuan Crystal Wall. We will search for wisdom goo there. Great Strength True Marshal nodded. Let us go there then. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal walked and walked. The road was uneven, there were many upslope and downslope roads. Strong Goo encouraged Great Strength True Marshal. O human, walk on the upslope road. Even though it is a harder journey, there are often good things there. Great Strength True Marshal nodded. Experts like to walk on the upslope road. Great Strength True Marshal took great effort to walk up the upslope road. He looked around and called out, There's nothing here at all. No, it is right by your feet. Pick it up now. Strong Goo instructed. Great Strength True Marshal squatted down, searching the ground with his hands. As expected, he found something hard. It was an invisible goo. I found something good. Great Strength True Marshal laughed. So it is effort goo. Renzu found it strange. My son, how did you find out its name? We can't see what it looks like. Great Strength True Marshal scratched his head. The moment I obtained it, I saw effort goo's appearance. As for why I know this is effort goo, well, every expert should know what effort is. This is natural. There is nothing strange about it. After all, you cannot see the effort of other people. The pair of father and son set off again. This is great. Now that I have effort goo, it will help me greatly. Great Strength True Marshal walked as he looked at effort goo, feeling very happy. He continued to choose the upslope road. Renzu asked curiously, Is effort goo really that amazing? Can it allow you to achieve success? Great Strength True Marshal shook his head. Effort might not necessarily lead to success, but effort will give you a result. Regardless of the result, whether you put in effort or not will show a difference. Renzu was very worried. Oh son, you have just been born. Don't be deceived by the goo. I had once been deceived by wisdom goo. I see that you are covered in sweat and pant heavily each time you walk on the upslope road. I do not see effort goo helping you at all. I've heard of such rumors too. Effort goo can sometimes lie to you. Great Strength True Marshal shook his head as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Father, because you cannot see the effort I put in, you misunderstood things. You cannot understand the amount of effort I put in to walk this upslope road. Actually, the result of my effort is below my feet. Every step, I move higher and further. There are many good things on the upslope road. Humans cannot obtain them without effort. Is that really the case? Renzu was half convinced and suspicious. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal continued on their journey. Great Strength True Marshal kept walking on the upslope road. He continued to move up higher. He obtained authority goo and fortitude goo. In the later part of the road, he found humility goo and forgiveness goo as well. These two goo worms took the initiative to follow Great Strength True Marshal. Great Strength True Marshal asked for the reason while they replied matter-of-factly, because humility, forgiveness, is the authority of an expert to begin with. Because Great Strength True Marshal walked on the upslope road, an ability goo suddenly appeared within him. Great Strength True Marshal held ability goo as he said to Renzu, Look, father. This is the result of effort goo. It awakened my potential. I have my own ability now. Renzu asked, Then what is the use of this ability goo? Great Strength True Marshal shook his head. I am not sure. People will only know their abilities and their strength after they use them. But it is definitely useful. It can last my entire lifetime. Renzu shook his head. He still felt that his son was deceived by the goo. Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal continued walking. The situation on the road was getting worse. Downslope road was easier to walk on, but it was getting rarer. There were more and more segments of upslope road. Not only so, more and more predicaments appeared on the road. Isn't there an easier road to walk on? Renzu was helpless. Cognition Gu flew towards Renzu. "Oh human, there is no other way. The more valuable thing you try to pursue, the more segments of the upslope road you need to walk on, and the more predicaments you need to overcome." Renzu and Great Strength True Marshal had to continue on their way. Indeed, as Cognition Gu had said, they encountered more and more predicaments. Their road was completely blocked. Renzu said, "Don't be afraid of the predicaments. We still have our hope. But hope alone cannot defeat the predicament. At this time, you will need me." Great Strength True Marshal's ability Gu spoke. Great Strength True Marshal used his ability, defeating many predicaments. Renzu sighed at long last. "My son, your ability Gu is too amazing. It can actually do this. It seems I have underestimated your effort and ability." Great Strength True Marshal smiled. "Often, we humans do not lack abilities. We lack the opportunities to display them." Strong Gu shouted in his heart with great ambition. "Kill them all. Let's eat them all. That way we can become even stronger." Great Strength True Marshal killed many predicaments. He started to eat the predicament's head. "So this is a bitter head? It is really bitter. But I can feel myself getting stronger." He started to eat the predicament's loss. Great Strength True Marshal immediately spat it out. "Experts do not like to swallow losses." He also ate the predicament's flesh. Strong Gu got bigger. Great Strength True Marshal also became more muscular than before. Strong Gu was very satisfied about this change. In this world, only by becoming stronger can one avoid getting bullied. Great Strength True Marshal gave some of the meat to Renzu. "Oh father, eat something. You are too skinny." Renzu was so thin he looked like a rack of bones. Eventually, Great Strength True Marshal tossed Ability Gu into the tribulation. Ability Gu went through great hurdles and difficulties, but it got larger and stronger as well. All sorts of tribulations and difficulties were prime opportunities to train one's ability, to develop one's ability, and to increase one's ability. Several days later, in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan looked at the 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu in his hands. They were Fortitude Gu and Ability Gu. "This time, my clone Zhan Budu did a great job. This is a great gain for us." Fang Yuan was very happy internally. It turned out that after the Fate War, Fang Yuan sent Zhan Budu into Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven immediately. Fang Yuan knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven long ago. There was information about it in the 500 years of his previous life. Ma Hongyun had once entered and walked on the heavenly road, obtaining Fortitude Gu in the end. Even though Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven was secluded, there were ways to sneak in. Otherwise, there would not be so many outsiders sacrificed during the Myriad Tribes ceremony. Before annexing Langya sect, Fang Yuan knew about Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven but did not have ways to enter. But Langya sect could. Langya Land Spirit had once tried to recruit Chudu. He even asked Fang Yuan to help in this matter. It was because Langya Land Spirit had this method, he wanted to send Chudu inside to explore and gain benefits. The most popular paths in Myriad Beast Fusion Color Heaven were Food Path, Strength Path, and Transformation Path, among which pure Strength Path cultivators were the most successful. After annexing Langya sect, Fang Yuan gained control of this method. He used it to send Zhan Budu inside, and his gains were much larger than expected. Fortitude Gu is useful to me. Ability Gu also has great prospects in the future. As for He Lulan, she went to Longevity Heaven and is receiving a lot of attention and help, it seems. It is a pity that Zhan Budu did not have the strength to kill her at that point in time. Fang Yuan did not feel much pity about this. He Lulan was not important. The key was Crazed Demon Cave and the impending conflict between venerables. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Meng Qiuzhen was exploring another dream realm. Deep in the mountains, Meng Qiuzhen sat cross-legged on a cliff with a torrential waterfall below him. Immortal, immortal. A young man was covered in injuries. He crawled towards Fang Yuan and begged him to take him in as a disciple. "You want me to be your master?" Meng Qiuzhen smiled while feeling surprised internally. He tried to decipher the rules of this dream realm. In the past, Fang Yuan would need to test it himself, but now Meng Qiuzhen had the Dream Path Immortal Gu Dream Butterfly. He activated Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo secretly to investigate while stalling for time as he spoke. You are a mere mortal, but since you are able to find me after so many hurdles, this means we are fated. I have 3 cultivation paths. I will impart you one of them. The young man was overjoyed. He kowtowed continuously on the hard ground. A dull sound was heard each time. Meng Qiuzhan said, "The first path is formation path. It emphasizes on." Meng Qiuzhan continued to explain. He said the truth without any lies in his words. The young man nodded in hesitation. Lord Immortal, even though formation path is very complex, I am willing to work hard. Meng Qiuzhan shook his head, saying, "No hurry. My second path is strength path. It is powerful and direct. The advantage lies in." After Meng Qiuzhan finished his words, the young man became very excited. I want to learn strength path. Meng Qiuzhan smiled again. I have a third path, wisdom path. Strength path is very common, but wisdom path is rare. It can benefit you immensely. Among which, after a lengthy description, the young man was overwhelmed with excitement. Lord Immortal, I am most willing to learn wisdom path. Please teach me. At this time, Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo finished investigating the dream realm. The dream realm was not small, it had 8 scenes. It turned out that the Immortal had once unknowingly destroyed a mortal village, causing the death of the young man's parents. The young man became all alone. He suffered greatly in the mortal world, not knowing who his enemy was. After much effort, he finally became the disciple of this Immortal. He had great aptitude and had the 10 extreme physique. He was very suited for wisdom path cultivation. When the young man found out that his enemy was his master, he started to exact revenge. In the final scene, the master and disciple turned on each other. This was a difficult dream. No matter what I impart, this disciple will learn it completely and even innovate to surpass the master. Furthermore, he will cultivate wisdom path secondarily and have incredible wisdom path methods. Thus, this first scene is the most important chance to weaken this disciple. Meng Qiuzhan realized internally. Without Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, he had to test it himself. He definitely could not pass with his first try. His soul would get injured. Meng Qiuzhan would need to recuperate, wasting time and resources. After that, he would need to restart and explore the dream realm again. But with Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo, he had the initiative. He was not in such a passive spot. Even though Dream Butterfly Immortal Goo could only investigate the situation, the value of information was simply priceless. Looking at the young man, Meng Qiuzhan thought about it and smiled. Then I will impart you my wisdom path cultivation. This method was not created by me, but I modified it personally. I named it 99 multiplication table. 99 multiplication table? The young man's eyes shined, just from the name. He felt that it was grand and impressive. It had an immortal flair. Meng Qiuzhan continued to spout nonsense. 9 is the perfect number. 9 times 9 represents the concept of countless and boundless. The multiplication method is the rule of all beings, the extreme profundity of the natural order. Those who lack aptitude cannot comprehend it. Come, let me teach you the first killer move. 1 times 1 is 1. The young man held his breath. He listened attentively and muttered to himself. 1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 1 is 1. Not long after, at the final scene. Master, this is my final. Shut up. Don't call me master. You traitorous disciple. I am not your master. No, even so, I will call you my... Shut up. I worked so hard to nurture you. I imparted my strongest method, the 99 multiplication table to you, but yet you repaid my kindness with enmity. No, master. No matter how angry you are, it is a fact you killed my parents. There is no resolving that grudge. For the last time, I will call you my... Meng Qiuzhan did not care. He directly used his killer move on his disciple. The disciple was constantly interrupted. He could not call him master for the last time. Meng Qiuzhan wanted to see this, because he understood this disciple who had created his own raging emotion killer move. It was incredible. It could use wisdom path to allow all sorts of emotions to surge in power. If he managed to say it, he would feel a sense of freedom. He would be able to use the killer move freely. Once he activated the killer move Raging Emotion, he would gain a huge advantage in this dream realm. Meng Qiuzhan would face great difficulty in trying to pass it. The battle progressed like how Meng Qiuzhan predicted. He kept attacking and did not give his disciple a chance to talk. His disciple was constantly suppressed, without a choice. He had to give up on his strongest Raging Emotion killer move and use the 9-9 multiplication table method instead. Immortal killer move. 8 times 8 is 88. After a long time of fighting, his disciple finally used his killer move. Cough. He had just activated the killer move when it failed immediately. He suffered a backlash and became gravely injured. This killer move is wrong. Master, don't tell me you. The disciple looked at Meng Qiuzhan in disbelief. Oh, my foolish little disciple. I'll tell you the real name of this killer move. 8 times 8 is 66. Meng Qiuzhan snickered coldly as he attacked viciously. The disciple lasted only a few rounds before his head was taken. He died with grievance. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's main body was comprehending killer moves now. Using goo worms alone often had all sorts of demerits or side effects. To fix this or to reduce the side effects, goo cultivators started to use multiple goo worms together in cooperation. Killer moves were naturally developed on this basis. Killer moves involve the use of multiple goo worms. Among the 3 aspects of nurture, use, and refinement, they came under use. When cultivators developed killer moves, they were surprised to find that natural killer moves existed in nature all along. From the bodies of desolate beasts or desolate plants, these cultivators found that they had many innate abilities. These abilities were all profound and mystical, like the upper extreme heavenly eagle's ability to enter and exit blessed lands and grotto heavens. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had dense space path Dao marks on its body. These Dao marks were distributed in a certain pattern, following the rules of space path to grant it the innate ability to enter and leave blessed lands and grotto heavens. Thus, the essence of killer moves was Dao marks. In this aspect, totem killer moves are the closest to the original form of killer moves. Fang Yuan praised internally. Totem killer moves were developed in myriad beast fusion color heaven. They did not exist elsewhere. Totem killer moves had very high status. They could complement ordinary killer moves and battlefield killer moves, being on the same level as them. With regard to using goo, other than using single goo worms, there were ordinary killer moves, battlefield killer moves, ancient battle formations, current generation goo formations, as well as mortal and immortal goo houses. But now, on this foundation, there was a new type, totem killer moves. Compared to other ways of using goo, totem killer moves had a clear advantage. The most obvious one was that activating them was easy and quick. Even a fool could control them. Totem killer moves needed very few thoughts. They were reliant on primeval essence or immortal essence instead. Unlike ordinary killer moves which needed to activate every single goo worm, the processes were very different. Secondly, totem killer moves were easy to assemble. The maintenance cost was also low. The goo worms of ordinary killer moves needed constant feeding. The cultivator would also need a lot of time to find appropriate goo worms. As for totem killer moves, they only needed the corresponding food ingredients. Goo materials were much easier to find than goo worms. The cost of feeding goo worms was very high, but once totem killer moves were created, they would exist on the user's body, not requiring further food. Of course, if they were damaged, they would need to be repaired. By then, the cultivator would need to eat the respective food ingredients. Thirdly, totem killer moves were very easy to publicize. Many people could use them at the same time. Also, totem killer moves were suited for all paths. Of course, there were disadvantages as well. For example, the cost of creating a totem was not low. Also, with the creation of a totem, it would greatly affect the goo cultivator's future cultivation. After all, it contained Dao marks. And finally, totems were powerful, but they had fixed methods. They were easy to counter. This was quite similar to goo houses. Fang Yuan thought about it. He felt that the totem killer moves had some similarity to beast strength phantoms. These demon venerables and immortal venerables have unimaginable talent. Even though reckless savage demon venerable's personality was quite unexpected, his scheming abilities are top-notch. Originally, Reckless savage demon Venerable's grotto heaven only had strength path and transformation path Dao marks. But from what Fong Yuan learned from old eccentric Tian Nan's true inheritance, he used the beastman's method against them, fusing his own immortal aperture into the gluttonous demon frog's body. This was simply akin to the action of a deity. It could not be described in plain words. The gluttonous demon frog was a food path legendary immemorial beast, with it encompassing the immortal aperture, and along with reckless savage demon Venerable's method, myriad beast fusion color heaven started to develop a food path environment. This food path environment was crucial. It was because of the food path Dao marks that myriad beast fusion color heaven's cultivators could use refinement path methods to cook while having low food path attainment, creating the food that could allow them to cultivate totem killer moves. In the outside world, without the help of a food path environment, Gu cultivators could not create such food so easily. This is actually food path cultivation. Fong Yuan thought about Southern Borders Paradise Earth True Inheritance. In this true inheritance, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable developed food path, allowing tea recipes to become food path recipes. Using Gu materials to create tea, the cultivator could drink it to gain Dao marks. The essence of the totem killer moves in myriad beast fusion color heaven was the same. Gu cultivators could absorb the Dao marks of Gu materials into their own bodies and create totem killer moves gradually. Totem killer moves were very suitable for their own cultivator because during the process, their bodies would choose to absorb whatever it could absorb as nutrients. Fong Yuan's expression changed slightly. His thoughts were interrupted for a moment. My wisdom path reached Great Grandmaster attainment level. He could feel this change immediately, but his expression remained tranquil and peaceful. Soon, Fong Yuan placed the matter of his wisdom path attainment level aside as he continued his comprehension. Be they reckless savage demon venerable or paradise earth immortal venerable, they have a deep understanding of food path. In this aspect, reckless savage demon venerable is inferior to paradise earth immortal venerable. He only made use of the gluttonous demon frog. But the way he used the food path environment to create the totem killer move archetype is truly too amazing. Even Fong Yuan could not stint on the praise towards such a move. If one truly cultivated totem killer moves purely, they would need to undergo continuous deductions. But in myriad beast fusion color heaven, Gu cultivators only had to devour food ingredients and use the food path environment to naturally select the most suitable nutrition by their bodies themselves. Those Dao marks would develop into all sorts of totems on their own. This was like using food path to make up for any deficiency in wisdom path, allowing countless totem killer moves to be born. As for the Gu materials that the Gu cultivators devoured, where did those come from? They were naturally produced by myriad beast fusion color heaven itself. Myriad beast fusion color heaven had bountiful transformation path Dao marks. There were many mutated beasts and plants here. They had mutated and developed forms that far surpassed the 5 regions in diversity. The wild beasts or plants living in myriad beast fusion color heaven were all unique existences in the grotto heaven. They could not be found elsewhere. When Gu cultivators devour the mutated Gu materials, their totems would also continue to change and elevate. From this perspective, the Gu cultivator was making use of myriad beast fusion color heaven's natural development to allow the totem killer moves to develop as well. Eventually, they would produce stunning results. Just what Jean Boudou heard when he lurked in there was that there were over 9,000 basic totems in myriad beast fusion color heaven. Dark capital strength tiger, rain eagle totem, thunder fish totem, and golden bell totem were just part of them. Not to mention that aside from these basic totems, there were also unique totems that belonged to certain individuals. These totem killer moves are not very helpful to me, but there is high reference value in all the recipes that exist here. Fong Yuan originally had a food path true inheritance. It came from Shadow Sect and was the original food path inheritance in the world. Not long ago, Fong Yuan also obtained Southern Borders Paradise Earth true inheritance, obtaining all sorts of food path killer moves. There were tea recipes that could increase the number of Dao marks on a Gu cultivator's body. And now, Fong Yuan obtained all sorts of recipes to create totem killer moves. Combining all of his accumulations, food path had developed to a certain degree. Fong Yuan was starting to see its true profundity and depth. All along, I thought that food path most excelled in feeding Gu and reducing the burden on the Gu cultivator. But the truth is, This is only one advantage of Food Path. The true power of Food Path is to help the goo cultivator gain extra Dao marks and raise their foundation. The advantage of Food Path was to sustain the livelihood of the goo cultivator and goo worms, while also using specific methods to make the target even stronger than before. Fang Yuan had Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster attainment level. His Wisdom Path deductions were elevated to a new level. Thus, Fang Yuan could deduce all sorts of Food Path killer moves from just these recipes alone. Food Path had a huge difference compared to other paths. Most Food Path killer moves were used on the user themselves. Fang Yuan had a lot of immortal materials. If he expended them to form Food Path killer moves that were used on the sovereign immortal body, he would gain a vast number of Dao marks. Fang Yuan estimated, if I compare the benefits, annexing Grotto Heavens gives me the most Dao marks. Each time, I will gain millions of them. But now that the sovereign immortal aperture is reaching its peak capacity, the balance of the habitat is already close to toppling. If I continue with that, I will start to experience unfavorable losses instead. Using these Food Path killer moves to increase my Dao marks might have small gains each time, but with enough attempts, I can also accumulate a huge amount of Dao marks. Additionally, to prepare for Crazed Demon Cave, I need to create some defensive Food Path methods against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul's killer moves, Bitter Taste and Swallow Loss, left a huge impression on Fang Yuan. He could not ignore them. At the same time, because Food Path was not popularized, ordinary goo immortals could not effectively defend against it. Thus, if Fang Yuan developed some Food Path offensive methods, there might be great results too. Fang Yuan held expectations towards Food Path, but the extent was not big. Because his enemies in Crazed Demon Cave were either Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The latter's proficiency at Food Path was definitely higher than Fang Yuan. While the former had Wisdom Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment, the former leader of Heavenly Court, how could she falter so easily against Food Path? The enemies are too strong. Food Path is only a minor method. It cannot be used on that stage. But development is still necessary. I need to have defense against it at least. When I fight against Spectral Soul again, I will not be disadvantaged in Food Path anymore. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan gave his Time Path clone new missions to refine another batch of immortal goo. During this period of time, the Time Path clone had been using 4 elements square regret blood refinement pool to refine rank 8 immortal goo without pausing. A large number of immortal goo that Fang Yuan possessed had already been elevated to rank 8. For elements square regret blood refinement pool had a terrifying success rate for refining rank 8 immortal goo. Together with his huge stock of immortal materials and rank 8 heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus Immortal Essence, there was nothing that could stop Fang Yuan from refining rank 8 goo in bulk. Most of his immortal goo were rank 8 already. The Time Path clone started to have free time. He refined some rank 6 or 7 immortal goo as well. Fang Yuan had a vast number of immortal goo recipes. These immortal goo recipes mostly came from Langya sect, while a portion came from his various inheritances. Even without immortal goo recipe, with Fang Yuan's increasingly powerful wisdom path methods and quasi-supreme grandmaster refinement path attainment level, he could also create his own with some casual deductions. Earlier, the Time Path clone had already refined a batch of Theft Path immortal goo. Most of these immortal goo were rank 6. A few were elevated to rank 7. For Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool could refine rank 8 immortal goo in bulk. Those rank 6 and 7 immortal goo were simply too easy in comparison. The only thing stopping Fang Yuan was the fact that immortal goo were unique. In this world, goo immortals had to make immense preparations until they reached their limit to refine immortal goo. After all that hardship and difficulty, they might not even succeed. The success rate was just too low. If anyone found out that Fang Yuan was refining goo like this, they would be in disbelief and shock. The truth was, for Element Square Regret Blood Refinement Pool was something that surpassed the limits of any goo immortal's imagination. As for the Theft Path immortal goo that he refined, Fang Yuan used them to reconstruct Thieves' Denver. The previous Thieves' Den immortal goo house had been used too many times. It was the original version made by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It was no longer suited for Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan used it as the foundation to modify and make adjustments. Even so, he was mainly focusing on repairing and replenishing lacking goo worms. He made few modifications. After all, this immortal goo house came from thieving heaven demon venerable. Be it structure or killer moves, it was close to being perfect. Fong Yuan could modify it because the eras had changed. New goo worms were developed that suited Thieves' Den even more. Cooking Luck Pot, Thieves' Den, and Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. These were the three main immortal goo houses that Fong Yuan focused on. With Fong Yuan's current refinement ability, he could definitely reconstruct Dragon Palace and Myriad Year Flying Warship. But thinking about it, Fong Yuan wisely chose to give up on them. These two immortal goo houses had been used too many times. Everyone knew about their information. They were also peak creations that had little room for modification. If Fong Yuan rebuilt them and used them in battle, they would definitely be countered. Ordinary enemies were still fine, but Crazed Demon Cave had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. There could even be Limitless Demon Venerable. If Dizongshang were still enslaved under Fong Yuan, there was still a bit of value in Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, Dizongshang was sealed by Heavenly Court. If Fong Yuan attacked Heavenly Court for it, he would waste a lot of effort and time. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would have more opportunities to make her moves. Rather than rebuilding immortal goo houses, I should design new ones. And the new immortal goo houses that I conceptualize should revolve around my combat system as well. Chi Si Ancestor had already been preparing his own combat system. Fong Yuan was also facing the same difficult question. Against Venerables, I need to have an outstanding combat system. It is a pity that Duke Long is dead while Demon Immortal Chiju is sealed. Without them as my grindstones, I will have a lack of experience in creating my combat system. Fong Yuan had always been considering his own combat systems. He actually wanted some people with equivalent battle strength to show up so that he could have the inspiration to make a mature combat system. Currently, Fong Yuan's most mature combat systems were Sword Path and Time Path. He used them during the Fate War. Now that he gained rank 8 Fortitude Goo and Ability Goo, he might be able to create a combat system around Strength Path as well. BZZZ BZZZ BZZZ. Cooking Luck Pot started to vibrate. Oh! Fong Yuan raised his head and observed his own luck as well as those of his clones. Soon, his expression became quite peculiar. On the surface of his silver-white pillar of light, many small gray clouds formed. Fong Yuan observed them carefully. He soon found that these external clouds came from Li Xiaobai. The luck of other clones was tranquil, but Li Xiaobai's luck was changing intensely. Fong Yuan deduced internally. So Li Xiaobai is undergoing immortal ascension. Looking at how his luck is changing, he is going to have a small problem. But why does this problem involve my main body? And looking at this, it has a huge relationship with me. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The sky was covered in dark tribulation clouds. Li Xiaobai was dressed in white and he floated in the air. A thick cocoon of triple chi layers covered his entire body. Li Xiaobai was at the crucial moment of his immortal ascension. Xiaobai, you must persevere. Su Chi Han was very worried. She stared at him with a fixed gaze, at the person whom she loved dearly. Boom! A pale green lightning ball shot down from the dark clouds with a trail behind it, approaching Li Xiaobai. Su Chi Han shouted in shock. At the crucial moment, Li Xiaobai used his killer move and created a poem wall that blocked the lightning ball. This Li Xiaobai is actually able to balance the 3 chi while blocking the tribulation with relative ease. Far away, a young-looking man stared with eerie eyes, gritting his teeth. If you really become an immortal, then Du Ji Xiao will never be able to make it big. Li Xiaobai, blame yourself for being too outstanding. Being born in the same era as you is truly the misfortune of everyone who is forced to be a side character. The young man Du Ji Xiao said while shooting out a wave of gray smoke. The gray smoke floated up and entered the tribulation cloud, causing it to become turbulent as the clouds rumbled intensely, shooting out 3 pale green lightning balls in response. What is happening? Someone made a move. Su Chi Han watched as her eyes turned red. Xiaobai is in danger. Seeing that the tribulation lightning was about to hit Li Xiaobai, Su Chi Han flew into the sky. She charged up relentlessly, wanting to sacrifice herself to block the lightning. Sigh! This foolish daughter. A figure suddenly appeared, stopping Su Chi-han. Su Chi-han saw the person who came and became joyful and surprised, shouting, "Father!" He was the current dynasty's imperial minister Su, a rank 7 Gu immortal of profound literature grotto heaven. Li Xiaobai is my son-in-law. Why would I let him die on his own? Just be patient and watch. Don't create trouble. Imperial Minister Su consoled Su Chi-han while sighing internally. Truly, daughters would leave the parents to be with their husbands eventually. Even though Imperial Minister Su appreciated Li Xiaobai's aptitude, he was against Li Xiaobai's actions. Originally, Imperial Minister Su wanted Li Xiaobai to marry into his family and to impart him Su clan's inheritance, so that Li Xiaobai could undergo immortal ascension and become an official in the imperial court. He would progress smoothly and become a support pillar of Su clan. But Li Xiaobai continued to wander outside and gather more knowledge. He did not want to become an official. This action made Imperial Minister Su very unhappy. Minister Su had made his attempts to recruit him in the past, but Li Xiaobai's vision was too broad. Why would he care about the small imperial court within profound literature grotto heaven? He was Gu Yu Fong Yuan's clone. He had grand ambitions. This profound literature grotto heaven could not hold him down. Even though this lad does not know what's good for him, he is still a Su clan member, the man that my daughter loves. Even though he is too rash in undergoing tribulation this time and does not know fear, I need to protect him. Imperial Minister Su sighed deeply. Waving his robe, a bright rainbow shot out, blocking the 3 pale green lightning balls. Damn it! Damn it! Imperial Minister Su came after all. Du Shao watched with and shuddered in anger. He screamed internally with indignance. Li Xiaobai, you are simply too lucky. Such a great person actually defended you. I hate it. I hate everything about you. Du Shao watched as his plans were about to fail. Right at this moment, a figure appeared on his left. This figure appeared from the sky. It was clearly a Gu immortal. The masked Gu immortal charged towards Imperial Minister Su. Imperial Minister Su had to fight against him. He showed anger on his face. Come! I have many political enemies. Which one of them are you? You have such methods. The masked Gu immortal spoke in a hoarse voice. Imperial Minister Su, you understand it as well. Your son-in-law is exceptional, but he is simply too dazzling. It is better if your Su clan is not so strong. Don't even think of helping him now. Someone is helping me? Ha ha ha. Great. Wonderful. Du Shao was slightly stunned before becoming extremely happy. He started to jump around in joy. Father! Su Chi-han shouted from the ground. Help Xiaobai! Boom! The tribulation lightning struck again. Li Xiaobai had to use his killer move and create a poem wall. Du Shao screamed wildly. Don't even think of blocking it. Gray smoke appeared from his body again, raising the power of the tribulation. The poem wall was broken by the tribulation lightning, but most of its might was blocked. Only the pale green fire was left on Li Xiaobai's body, burning him. Xiaobai! Su Chi-han was deeply shocked. She charged towards him without second thoughts. Since she could not resolve this problem, she would rather die together with Li Xiaobai. But at the crucial moment, Li Xiaobai's hand pushed out of the cocoon. He waved at Su Chi-han. Don't be rash in this situation, in this danger. I gained a surge of inspiration. I have a feeling. I have the urge to recite a poem. What? Su Chi-han was stunned. Imperial Minister Su and the masked Gu immortal also froze halfway through their fight. Imperial Minister Su could not help but turn to look. The reason was that in the current dynasty and mortal world, there were many rumors of Li Xiaobai surviving fatal danger by creating and reciting poems spontaneously. Again? I want to see if you have the ability to surpass the might of heaven itself. Du Shao had an extremely grim and dark expression. In the past, he had an overwhelming advantage with victory in sight. In the end, because of Li Xiaobai's poem, he turned the situation around and won. This experience became the great psychological trauma of Du Zhao's life. Everyone listened attentively as Li Xiaobai recited. Under the pine trees I ask of a disciple, he replies, his master had gone to gather herbs. Somewhere in the mountain he was for certain. Within the dense clouds, his figure is hidden. A chain of black characters flew out of Li Xiaobai's mouth, becoming 4 segments that revolved around him. A few breaths later, the poem turned into dense smoke that moved turbulently around him. The pale green fire on Li Xiaobai's body got completely absorbed into the smoke. With a soft sound, the white clouds vanished while the pale green fire was extinguished, no longer able to obstruct Li Xiaobai. Du Zhixiao was dumbfounded. Imperial Minister Su praised immediately. Good poem, good poem. The diction is concise and straightforward. The words used can stir deep emotions. There is profundity in its plainness. To describe complex feelings with simple words, yet the sentiments are sincere and exciting. Su Qihan raised her hands to her chest and looked up at Li Xiaobai, her eyes shining with adoration. Xiaobai is truly a genius. The poem is free of flashy descriptions and feels very natural, but has vivid descriptions and appropriate intensity. Green pines and white clouds. The green and lush pines contain unparalleled vitality. The vast white clouds are thick and dense, remote and elusive. It makes one think of the autumn waters and beautiful women that remain as figures within the fog. It's so beautiful. This poem and its meaning is really too beautiful. The masked Gu Immortal laughed. I understand now. Li Xiaobai, you are a true secluded genius. The white clouds in the poem show your high purity. The pines represent your upright attitude. You want to get away from the mundane mortal realm and go to the world of pines and clouds that is beyond. I was simply worrying for nothing. How can a person like you lower yourself to the imperial court? Forget it, I'm leaving. With talent like yours, if you die, it is the loss of the entire world in terms of poetry development. I don't want to be a sinner whose rotten reputation goes down in history. As the masked Gu Immortal said that, he turned around and left. Imperial Minister Su, who had a complex expression, was left behind. He left? He let him go just like that. Du Zhixiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He stumbled backwards for a few steps, barely controlling himself and not falling over. This happened again. Another person was convinced by Li Xiaobai's literary talent once again. I am indignant. I am not convinced. This is the treatment that I should receive instead. Ah! Du Zhixiao screamed madly as gray smoke appeared from his body again. At the same time, Du Zhixiao's appearance turned old. He went from a young man to a middle-aged man. The gray smoke floated to the air and was discovered by Imperial Minister Su. You are the one causing trouble? Du Zhixiao, the former #1 scholar in the world. To think you would act so despicably. Du Zhixiao smiled bitterly. #1 scholar in the world? I am no longer #1. I will reclaim this title personally. Imperial Minister Su called out. It seems that I am forced to kill you today. Wishful thinking. Another person flew over from the right of Du Zhixiao. This Gu Immortal was also masked. Another person is helping me? Du Zhixiao was overjoyed. The masked Gu Immortal fought against Imperial Minister Su, who was helpless to intervene anymore, watching as the gray smoke flew into the tribulation cloud. The tribulation's power rose again. 3 pale lightning balls shot towards Li Xiaobai. Imperial Minister Su was very angry. I have many political enemies. Which one of them are you? The masked Gu Immortal smiled coldly. So what if you manage to guess it? Your son-in-law cannot block this tribulation cloud. He is dead meat. Xiaobai! Su Qihan shouted again. Her voice was filled with agony. Her expression was of despair. But Li Xiaobai waved his hand again. In this situation, in this danger, I gained a surge of inspiration. I have a feeling. I have the urge to recite a poem again. What? Again? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Du Zhixiao shook his head in madness. Imperial Minister Su was still worried. Stimulation from danger can allow a Gu cultivator to gain a burst of inspiration and create a work that is divine and change his situation for the better. This has happened many times in the history of the current dynasty, but such situations often use up the Gu cultivator's potential. It cannot be forced. Li Xiaobai is in danger. Xiaobai, I believe you. Quickly recite it. Su Qihan was filled with confidence. Li Xiaobai coughed once. sighing internally. He did not want to keep a high profile, but there was no helping it. His methods could not resist the tribulation alone. He had to rely on profound literature Grotto Heaven's killer move, assisting literary talents. This killer move was used by profound literature Grotto Heaven's original owner. As long as the Grotto Heaven existed, it would be effective. As long as a purebred human created or recited outstanding poems or writings of any kind, they would obtain recognition and reward from this Grotto Heaven. Earlier, because of Li Xiaobai's poem, he was rewarded and the pale green fire was extinguished. Thus, Li Xiaobai recited again. Over 1,000 hills with no birds in flight, the myriad paths had not one footprint in sight. A straw hat man sits in a small lone boat, fishing alone in the cold frozen moat. Once the poem was recited, the tribulation lightning dispersed. The effect was simply too good. Good poem. This is a divine poem. Fishing alone in the frozen water, it is eerily quiet and chilly cold. Comparing 1,000 hills and a lone fishing boat, the absolute contrast produces absolutely breathtaking effects. In this backdrop, the intense scene produces yang instead. A reverse reaction occurs and the fishing action becomes full of vitality and vivid movement. Everything becomes crystal clear, showing the poet's clean inner heart, surpassing the mortal realm and having pride that is transcendent to all. I get it now, I really understand now. Li Xiaobai, you never wanted to be an official from the start. You have such incredible talent. I really cannot bring myself to kill you. I am leaving. The second masked Gu Immortal sighed with deep emotions. He praised intensely before leaving. Cough. Du Ji Xiao coughed out another mouthful of blood, falling to the ground. This again. I know his poems are good. Really good. But that makes my heart hurt even more. I am really sick of such praises. It is disgustingly sickening. I want you to die. I want you to die. Du Ji Xiao summoned the gray smoke again, turning from a middle-aged man to an old man. Li Xiaobai was faced with a crisis again. Is there really a point in this? Li Xiaobai was really troubled. I need to recite another poem now? He did not want to do that, it was too flashy and outstanding. It would cause suspicions. Thus, before he became renowned in the world, Li Xiaobai controlled himself and only recited 2 poems. During the tribulation now, he recited another 2 new poems. It seemed that he was about to recite yet another new poem now. I really can't do anything about you, fine? I'll recite it. Li Xiaobai looked at Du Ji Xiao who was lying on the ground. He felt very helpless about this situation too. Li Xiaobai recited loudly. The sun beyond the mountain glows, the yellow river seawards flows. One can enjoy a grander sight by climbing to a greater height. Li Xiaobai's crisis was alleviated. The tribulation clouds dispersed. His 3 chi exploded into a new immortal aperture. He became an information path Gu Immortal. Oh heaven! Since I was born, why did you create Li Xiaobai? Du Ji Xiao shouted loudly in incomparable grief. He had a look of sadness, anger, helplessness, and hatred as he took his last breath. From today onwards, you are poet immortal Li Xiaobai. Imperial Minister Su flew to Li Xiaobai with a complex expression. He sighed. The younger generations will surpass us in time. I had underestimated you all along. I wanted to make you an official of the imperial court, but your aspirations are too grand. Compared to you, I am a mere commoner. It is truly laughable. From today onwards, go ahead and roam the world as you please. Just don't let down my daughter. What? Li Xiaobai opened his mouth. He wanted to say that being an official was a good idea. He could have resources and a larger network. But his poem had already been recited. His aspirations were shown. Thus, Li Xiaobai had to say, Father-in-law, don't worry. I will protect Han Heir. Li Xiaobai and Imperial Minister Su descended to the ground. My husband, you are too amazing. Your talent is vast as the sea. It cannot be estimated through logic anymore. Su Qihan sprinted towards Li Xiaobai. Imperial Minister Su heard his daughter's words and felt a little uncomfortable internally. But he could not refute these words. After all, he had just witnessed the situation earlier with his own eyes. Li Xiaobai rubbed his nose, thinking that he had created too big of a commotion this time. He had to go along with the flow. To speak the truth, ever since I was born, I had always felt that I was different from the rest,